what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight.
Arisaka realizing that they've only got 3 members. Nongshim now making a beeline for it. They want to contest this Overlord. Faye has already been there. The Overlord has not been taken out, but now the control, they've gotten Nev with that winner is here. That should be good, and they find Raven, an even bigger target as well with Nev. Yeah. That's a good trade. You need to stay alive, but here comes the Skyfall. The Overlord has already been picked off. Zankyu with that Conundrum Souls. He's actually out healing things, but he gets picked off, and Danny is looking to go for this one, but Weisacer's been picked as well. Danny continuing on. They find Neil, and they go for Ormson, who's limping away, and they're trying to chase him. They're not able to get him, but Tom C trying to stick around. He's got the force field suppression, and he's going fighting 1 versus 3, but eventually...
Going to be the Dream Rover turns around the factor of death. Draw goes down as well as Lou. Support for support. Can they get some more here? IR trying to feed over Midget to the back line. Spell a disaster. He takes the love on. Senko, Ion. They're looking for more. Can he get the ace? And the answer for this one is a definitive yes. But maybe Nighty losing his head with the takedown here, but it's going to be the access to the back line. The highlight wanted, but Keke denies it. They're looking for more kills. 2 for 1 on the side of OG Esports, but down now looking pretty low. He has the Sage Sanctuary. City Boy looking for some way in, but the double kill from Shax on this flowball marksman. He is going ham, but now Wen with a couple blades, stealing back-to-back kills. Down now with the last of the life, with the finesse. Can he play it? Down now gets the godlike kill.
Down, are you kidding me?
Oh, Ions with the truth there, coming through, but giving you an ending sorrow. This not going to get the steal. Weirod gets it, the kill onto Carl, but it's going to be Danny, top side of the map, with the Vanguard. Is going to get the Freddy finish from KIC2025. Danny gets it.
Warning, warning, arrest the intruder immediately.
You should be thanking me for saving your lives! You must be confused. Why am I here? Here's a quick recap. I'm a mercenary. Not a lot of friends in this line of work. But sometimes, you gotta take on trouble. Here comes the trouble. To find the clues you need.
Marsh Solseer attacked the news agency.
Hey, Solseer! This undead dude is taking you down!
Huh. No one can stop me. Finally, I can see you again.
Over my undead body! Wait, is this my memory?
The strongest mercenary. This is all you've got.
What's your game exactly?
2 for the price of 1.
that stupid but rich guy again. He's still a traitor to the undead.
Hey, is today's death delivery shipment in? How can an undead even die? Give me something useful this time. Don't just tell me to get more sun.
Mr. Byron, here's the last payment for your last mission.
Huh. Another piece of complete garbage.
Filthy undead. Ancient traitor!
Hey friend, lies are the original sin. Your breath stinks more than the mines.
Oh! Kill the traitor!
Please don't fight here!
This relic is from the dawn of creation. It holds so many truths. Huh?
Descendants of traitors, eternal repentance!
Nucleus control. Privileges. Curse.
All plain lies. They broke the pact.
The history of the Wastes has been rewritten. The nobles fear the truth. Aha! Immortality isn't a curse after all. These arrogant snakes think they can step on us? Your glory days are coming to an end!
This dangerous man snooping around again. He's becoming a problem.
No matter. He won't be a problem for much longer. I've got an urgent job. Here's the deposit.
No rush jobs. I'm fully booked. I need to study new ways to die. Unless 3 times the usual, plus 1 solid lead to break my immortality curse.
Done.
Perfect timing. She might have the clue I need. The Nucleus Council has a haunting and needs me to clean it up. This job's gonna be fun.
The show's about to begin.
Tidak ada kata menyerah di kamus kami. Magkakasama palagi. Kami ang PKL.
Já caminhamos uma longa jornada nos campos de batalha de Honor of Kings.
Semalam telah berlalu. Hari ini kami buru kejuaraan.
Blast
All crowns grow from a single seed.
The Nucleus Project was hard won. This is humanity's first chance to harness its power. We must achieve results first!
Subjects A, B, and C injecting nucleus extract. Progress at 75%, 87%. Wait!
Nucleus resonance rising. Abort experiment. Nucleus resonance rising. Abort experiment.
And truth is the seed most feared by those who rule.
The nucleus was the beginning of creation. Jinnies and soul seers, chosen by the gods. With us here, the waste shall endure forever.
If we lose the nucleus, will we turn back into beasts?
Then let those who were once human remain silent forever.
Mono traitors! You will atone for eternity with endless labor!
Those who follow the Oracle shall gain immortality.
The nucleus gives us life!
The genies and soulseers are the chosen!
All traces of before the core explosion must be erased!
If they knew we were once mindless creatures.
To keep the secret is to keep our human form.
When the seed grows into a towering tree, the truth will resurface through the earth once more.
We're being abandoned by the nucleus! I saw the symbol behind the Council's wall. It's from the prehistory lab.
The Nucleus Council might be lying! We have to do something! The Nucleus's power is growing unstable.
The undead are getting restless. What do we do?
Our power is fading too. We can't just sit and wait. Donghuang!
This is the latest prophecy. When the cage begins to crack, the bird will peck the keeper's hand. 2 birds, 1 stone.
The soul seer's glory, bound by lies and pacts.
She will destroy our pact with the gene.
The coven leader stock, the one destined to end the pact. They said my very birth was a mistake.
Come on, stay away! See? The real scent of flowers is even braver!
There was only Kamel. She was my only friend.
Would a princess choose the sword or the rose?
Roses are just illusions. Only the thorns are real. And it would be the princess's job to cut them down with her sword.
This girl will end the marriage pact. Another must take her place.
And so, Kamel took my place and married into elven nobility.
Lady
Carmella's with child! Lady Carmella's with child!
I wished she could find happiness, too.
The genie bloodline will endure!
That half-blood soul seer won't last much longer.
Get rid of her.
Milady, you must free.
If it weren't for me, if it weren't for the Soul Seer's cursed marriage pact, Kamel would never have died. I'll change everything. That's not enough! Only the nucleus can rend life and death apart. Here, only truth may dwell.
It's a miracle!
closer to the fallout. It's what got us here. Never changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to lie. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes over.
For him to communicate, you know, so he opened the back properly.
Nah, I think don't give him Dama. I think he's going to like more right.
You have. You have my ball.
No.
Yes, so long also.
Just give him Mulan lah. You just can play going out, right? Yeah. Just give him Mulan lah. I will have the ball.
살려가지고 엘러윈이랑 마이랑 밤철 나눠 먹는 거. 그러니까 이렇게 가면은 적어도 많이 불려.
With all 5 members looking to end this.
Fuck, aku tuh kawan. Oh fuck.
Kasi dah zombie first.
Go.
Saka will take the game out of this series. No shimmer out.
Terus ya ada banyak miskom juga sih. Ya dari situ ya kita harus mau gak mau kita harus reset lagi, terus bangkit lagi dan ya itulah hasilnya 3-2.
Don't to rush, but everyone can focus on the communication. Okay, can focus on the communication.
They're not going to get any sort of value.
They cannot, and Ormson says it's my turn now. Oh, that was a little bit scary.
Yeah, he's going to continue to do this. Just go back and forth. And now he gets the truth. And Topsy with the play. And it's a cleanup duty. 4 members are already down, and they take the crystal. And they take the series. And they move on into the knockouts.
I think we need to fix the communicate because in the team we use like a different language, right? We had to talk like the small detail. I think we can fix that later.
Sobrang maubusan sila ng hero, pre. Pag nag-pick sila Lake Descent ay ng Liang tsaka Frost. Yung parang nangyari.
One question is, do we want to move to the blue side? Or we just remain in the red side? If we remain in the red side, then can
Not going to get the steal. Weirod gets it, the kill onto Carl, but it's going to be Danny, top side of the map with the Vanguard. He's going to get the fresh Shiny finish from KIC2025! Danny gets it! Boom! Into the knockouts!
To our fans, they are huge boost to us because they help us a lot. Like, they can boost our adrenaline because we're excited to win.
Careful, but at the same time, 90 going for the Danny push into the bot side of the map, going for a backdoor access. It's going to be Twisted Minds looking to take Crystal of game number 2. The Crystal ball is short, goes down.
We lost a lot of time against OG in the KMW, and this is the first time we win against OG in the past 2 months.
The pressure is on and heat is rising. I'm Mara Aquino and this is the knockout stage. 16 teams once filled this arena. All were hopeful contenders seeking for the crown. But the fate only smiles on the few as 8 have emerged. They have fought through adversity, eliminating their opponents, and are one step closer to claiming the throne. Buckle up, Kings. This is going to be a bumpy ride towards the playoffs as we're about to start the best of 7. Who will destiny favor next? Welcome to the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025. Casters, lead the gorge.
After 5 days of intense group stage, we are now down to the final 8 teams. This is day 6 of the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025. Welcome to the knockout stage. My name is Sagi HOK, your guest host and analyst for today, and with me is our casters, the voices of the gorge, Kindofu and Blam Moba. Boys, how are we feeling today?
I am great, and I think today we will find out what champions are made of, right? Everyone is great when they're not tired, but it really is when fatigue sets in, we get to see the difference. Do you make the cut, or will you be cut?
I mean, the most definite thing is going to be the teams have been making participations up until this point, but you just saw me there in the introduction. Mara told us to buckle in. That's what I was doing. I'm all buckled in. I've made my own participation come through.
Well, at the end of the day, it is about teams and what the teams are playing for, and this is the $1 million total prize pool that these teams will be contending. We talk about the 16 all the way to the 9th place that they will be taking away 25,000 to 15,000 here, but right now they are minimally guaranteed that $14,000 even if they are the tournament early exits in the knockout stage.
Well, that's only part 1, right? If you enter a competition, the goal is to win number 1, right? It's the 300,000 USD you are aiming for, and only 8 teams now have that chance.
They do only have that chance, right? Obviously, when they fall out at this point of the game, we'll be looking around about that 40,000 USD, right? But I mean, second place is still going to get a huge 150,000. Third place, 110,000. Fourth place, 80,000. And then 56th place, you're 60,000. And then obviously the teams they'll be dropping out soon will have 25k and then 15k for those teams that have unfortunately been knocked out.
And talking about knockouts, this is the bracket itself here with match 2, match 1, match 4, and match 3 all within your grasp here. So today, we will be featuring APG Twisted Minds as our first opening series here, and then Nova going against Bigetron by Vitality here, and then we will have a faithful reunion of the PKL Grand Finals, Blacklist versus Boom Esports tomorrow, and also HBSC versus Osaka.
That's right. So, I mean, if you haven't done your predictions yet, please go and do so now because there are plenty of coins to, win and also a lot of prizes to win as well.
Exactly here. So definitely rack up those coins, drop in those predictions in the HOK app itself because who knows? You get the best of the best prize eventually if you do get that perfect prediction.
Exactly, but I mean, the one thing we have to point out, right, it's no longer a best of 5. This is a best of 7 format, and it's still double elimination. So if they do fall today in these upcoming matches of the day, as Osisagi just mentioned to us, is the APG going against Twisted Minds, first bout, and then Nova against BTR. Between these two games, guys, which ones are you more excited for?
I think the opening match between Alpha Gaming and Twisted Mind, I think these two teams are pretty 50-50.
Oh, yeah.
And the storyline coming in for both of these teams are pretty interesting.
Yeah, I'm very interested because Twisted Minds, they had their first breakthrough, 2 days before, right? Where they finally won OG. But this time it is for them to beat APG, an even tougher opponent in the way I see it.
That is correct, whereby I think the storyline coming in from Alpha Gaming and Twisted Minds, they have always been overshadowed by their own teams in their own respective region. When we talk about Twisted Minds, we often think about, oh, they are the OG rivals, and OG's, the team itself, OG Esports, they are oftentimes known as a crown jewel coming in from KMW. And for Alpha Gaming, from the first season in MKL to the fall season, they were always third, and their international performance hasn't been very eye-catching compared to the MKL local favorites, which is HBSC and also Nova Esports.
I mean, that's one point you can really fight on, right? Obviously, this is being coined as the Ghost of Glories, but you can honestly see the difference in the history of Twisted Minds, right? Obviously, this is a 4th place team within KWC, whereas APG weren't anywhere near that, right?
Correct.
So, to me, like, yes, OG is a Titan, but it feels like APG going into KIC is a different kind of Titan. So, because Twisted Minds has already toppled 1, that's why I feel like it's still going to be a very decent matchup.
You make a very good point, especially when we talk about Twisted Minds. With their top 4 KWC finish, people often forget about the fact that they have a lot of international success because of how well OG actually does back in their home region. But now, that also gives them an advantage because they are often coined as the underdogs coming from KMW, and they sort of get underestimated from times, and they forgot how good they are. It's the same going for Alpha Gaming, whereby after the roster shift-up, introducing Shisan and also Xiang to the roster, they have been looking even more consistent compared to before.
All right, we will have to talk about their opponents as well. I mean, we'll take a look at the head-to-head. This is where we start looking at stats here. Alpha Gaming against Twisted Minds, a higher kill participation for the side of Twisted Minds, but higher kills on the side of Alpha Gaming. So it is really a sword and shield kind of situation here.
And I do think that Twisted Minds 4 might be considerably better due to the fact that they had to go through double OG twice and had to 3-0 loops, so they definitely had more games towards their pockets. So it's also a double-edged sword whereby APG has seen more games coming from TM, so their drafts and their information is much more available for APG. But for Twisted Minds, their hands are more hot in this case.
Speaking of hot, I mean, they aren't going to be the hottest of hands, but they're definitely going to be the most supportive of hands here, and it's going to be a Saber going against a City Boy in this head-to-head. These are the two support players of APG and Twisted Minds. As you can see, average kills kind of favoring Saber here, but damage taken. You know City Boy, he loves those tankier heroes that comes through onto the Gorge. Liempo, Zhang Fei, he likes to be the front and center, even with the Hue 1 pick as well.
So I think this depends then, like what kind of drafts will they put on the side of Twisted Minds, right? We have seen yesterday where we revisit that Kagendra matchup against Boom, right? The game plan was very simple. We'll take out the Limpo, we'll take out the Zhang Fei, we'll take out the big tanks, and we'll see how you deal with that. So Boom had an answer for that. But you know what? I think Twisted Minds, they have more than an answer. They have domination in store.
And talking about the hero picks that you mentioned, whereby for Twisted Minds, one more player that we can really introduce in towards the lineup is Clean. Out of 11 games he played, he has 10 different heroes in towards the jungle itself, with Nakoruru being the only hero that they have only repeated in that jungle here. But that is about Clean coming in from the side of Twisted Minds. Let's welcome Alpha Gaming, our first team on the side from MKL that will take the stage on today.
And here is the team from the MKL region looking to continue their domination up into the upper bracket of the knockout stage of KIC 2025. And they have definitely been doing it with a dominant fashion, right? Obviously, in their group, they did not fall to the lower bracket once.
That is correct. And they have yet to face a proper on the same level opponent. So I'm definitely interested for their opponents who will be Twisted Minds coming onto the stage.
And we welcome Twisted Minds, the masterminds coming out from the KMW region. Let's see if they have the power spike. After breaking the hearts of OG fans, can they break through into the hearts of MKL fans?
I think after defeating OG, they have removed a mental block barrier that they have always had against OG Esports, whereby you see them now, they are looking so darn confident coming into this best of 7 itself because we have evolved from BO5 into BO7 and featuring Alpha Gaming as the first team.
Yeah, their opponents for Twisted Minds is going to be Alpha Gaming here. It's going to be Yulong into the jungle, JD into the farm lane, Saber into support role, Shushan in the mid lane, and then obviously new addition Siang in that clash lane. And as you were saying in the introduction, Sagi, the introduction of Shushan and Siang has really propelled this team.
Exactly, whereby Shisan and also Siang, they have so much tournament experience coming in from Team Secret and also Black Shoe Esports coming in from 2024. So MKL fans, although they see this team as the forever third so far in this year, but the storyline for them has been amazing, whereby they have been consistently growing just shy of those international success.
Which is really scary because if you take a look at the journey of APG, you know that they have this huge potential still left to kind of gap, right? And if they do it today, they might make quick work of Twisted Minds. And I think that's going to be a very scary notion for Twisted Minds. So let's take a look at the 5 boys representing Twisted Minds. It's going to be Shanks in the farm lane, City Boy in the roam, 90 in the clash, Hailang in that mid, and Clean in the jungle. Now, they have proved a lot of people wrong in the past few days. Can they prove them wrong one more time?
All the predictions that we had towards the group stage has been thrown out of the window because I think a lot of the viewers and us casters, we were voting for Nova and also OG in that group of death to make it out. But defying all expectations is Twisted Minds. And right now, standing before us is Twisted Minds representing KMW from the last call.
I mean, they always do this though. They always beat OG at the
most
important time, and OG always take the loss at the worst time they can possible. But it just shows that Twisted Minds can show up when they need to, and really showing obviously not just the players but also the coach.
I think this is the added advantage coming in from Twisted Mind roster. The growth that we've seen coming in from KMW Fall Grand Finals into the KIC has been a amazing journey coming in for the Twisted Mind roster, whereby it is such an amazing way that they have improved in such a short span of time.
Oh yeah.
It is. I mean, at this point, the improvement is really scary, right? But APG's one is the same as well, which is kind of like, hey, this is a battle of potential here. Everyone has potential, but only some realize it.
To realize it is a difficult task. And the question goes back to the same thing. Alpha Gaming, they haven't yet got contested from their group because if you look towards the side of Group D, it's much more difficult in a logical stance because you have Nova, OG, Twisted Minds, and Loops, and all of them are the usual teams,
suspects.
Suspects of teams going into the international tournaments here. And for Twisted Minds to make it out after a grueling BO5 full 5 games, and the 5 games, all the early games were in their pockets here, so I'm very interested to see how Alpha Gaming really contests against Twisted Minds, especially in that jungle department.
And this is no pop quiz. This is the final year exam, right? Twisted Minds is one of the strongest, if not, I mean, at this point, the strongest team coming out from the KMW region. And with that test being set, APG now, yes, there is kind of a safety net for them where if they fall today, right, either one of them fall today, they will drop into the lower brackets. But with Twisted Minds on the blue side, I'm curious to see what is their first pick and ban going to be.
Oh, only time will tell, right? Obviously, between these, I mean, like Saki was alluding to earlier, it was like, hey, do they try and obviously get the lockdown here onto the support, try and sort of get rid of those picks first? Obviously, Dolly has always generally been one of those, but now it's going to be the Mai Shiranui going over, because obviously Shishan and Hailang are both carry mid lanes.
Very good point here. This Mai Shiranui has to go, especially you don't want to give it over to someone like Shisan, who's a very emotional player. If they get a good footing in the BO7, that could give a lot of momentum for the side of APG towards the draft.
I think Shisan is the one player that I really want to look out for on APG, right? This guy plays on adrenaline. I only know that because I operate the same way. And if you make his life difficult, you can be sure he's not gonna back down, he's gonna get even stronger. So we'll take a look at the second ban here. There's no way you give Yulong his specialty hero with the Luna here. So APG already being dealt the usual cards from the side of Twisted Minds.
This goes to the same question that I had. Does Twisted Minds go for the early or the likes of the pay here? Because so far, back towards the series against OG Esports, they oftentimes put focus for clean to get those jungle counter matchups.
Well, the answer is very clear here. It's going to be the 90 special, the Dharma. No, they're going to try and switch it up. Look, Clean has one of the cleanest pay games ever so far in KIC2025. I think this is a great start for the side of Twisted Minds. But APG, they have been shown the way. So let's take a look if this Dharma for the side of Xiang is going to be the answer.
But I mean, honestly, Clean went up against one of the most cleanest outplays of pay from Dowdow, obviously in the literally knockouts of the group. So he's going to be learning what he's seen from Dowdow there. But obviously, as you were saying, onto the side of APG, we do have Xiang on that Dharma, as well as JD going for the D-Ranger.
A very solid pickup, especially for the side of Alpha Gaming. It's a very safe and comfortable 1-2 that doesn't really do that bad against any of the counter picks here coming in for the side of Twisted Minds. I like this U1. It still serves as a flexible pick between City Boy and Highland coming into this Twisted Mind draft, and locking in the Byron, serving as a lane counter directly towards the Dharma, and pairing up with Clean on that play. This is already looking like a very strong top jungle centric for the side of Twisted Minds.
Okay, APG, this response is beautiful. I like this. The Ukyo Tachibana, for those of you that are new, this is a 50-50 matchup against the Pei, the Tigress. And it really depends here who is able to push the limit. I want to see what decisions both teams will make, at least from the first half of this draft.
I mean, Pei Byron, it's just such a great combination we've been seeing for the KIC 2025, and then obviously pairing it with the Hue 1 as well here. City Boy, I mean, yes, this could be flexed onto Highland here, but City Boy has notoriously played this pick into the front of the team fights and really just being that pseudo tank that just cleans up and cleanses a lot of the damage from the side of the enemy team.
Exactly. Operating like a sponge. Now we'll talk about the bans here. It's going to be a Dolia ban coming up from the side of APG. And I like this idea. Shisan, a very aggressive mid laner. And one of the best picks available for him is the Kongming if there's no Mai. They will take it out of the picking pool. And APG going to conclude this entire roster with the ban on the channel here.
For me, Shanks has been having a lot of growth so far coming in from KMWC until this specific point of KIC, where his performance has been very consistent with a much improved pool. So definitely, if you were to look towards Twisted Minds, Shanks has been that consistent stone in this tournament itself. And for the side of their bans, the Kongming and the Mai Shiranui, Xiao Qiao is moving a lot of picks from the APG pool, and this is the debut pick of the Lapu in the tournament realm.
And he will be going into the roam. This is the desired role for the Lapu, but we have been trying this hero out, you know, backstage. And Lapu can operate as a pseudo attacker as well. So there is damage potential, but hell of a lot of a setup from the side of APG.
I'm a bit worried for Alpha Gaming here, because if Twisted Mind decides to go a Zhuangzi here on the side of City Boy and flex the Yuhuan towards mid side, that could really just mitigate all the engaged knockout potential coming in from the Alpha Gaming draft here. So do they go for the Zhuangzi here on the 5th as a counter?
I don't think you need to, right? End of the day, one of the things you need to protect. Okay, wait, if they do pick the Mengya, then I would like you to have a Zhuangzi here. So I like the poking potential on the side of Twisted Minds, because for APG, you have to go all in. Correct. And now, playing from a distance, who better than the Nua? This is one of the premier picks on the mid lane for Hailang. We have seen him shine so many times.
And they're picking it instead of they're picking it as a way of banning it away from the hands of Shisan, because there's really little late game mages for the Alpha Gaming draft right now. You're so strong early game in terms of Uku Tachibana and Dhirajin, but coming into Game 1 draft already, we have two regional heroes in the form of Garuda and also Lapu Lapu locked in for APG.
Yeah, we always compare the power spikes of IKL, PKL. So you know what? Let's not compare. Let's bring them together. The perfect recipe for the side of Alpha Gaming to start game number 1.
Yeah, the MKL team's just basically getting all the gems together, right? They're putting it into their gauntlet and like, you know what? We're from the MKL. We'll carry with the IKL and PKL heroes representing for their region.
It's already very interesting to start off the series of the knockouts. This is day 1 of knockouts, day 6 of KIC, and we already get our first debut. At the first game itself, Lapu Lapu, the new roamer coming in for Honor of Kings.
I just want to brag a little bit here, because obviously we knew about Lapu Lapu. Everyone was just like, yeah, we're not going to see it. And I was just like, nah, we've got to see it. We have to see it. We're in the Philippines. It is the representative hero of this country.
Yes, it is. And it might be the deciding factor because his ultimate is one of the best setups in the game. And especially as a new roamer, this is one that you cannot miss out. So, I mean, best of 7s is a long journey, but it looks like APG have a completely different plan. This is not a marathon for them. If they win this game 1, it could very well be a sprint.
It's a BO7. Every time we talk about BO7, it's about burning heroes, it's about setting up draft, it's about going the long distance to make sure that in Game 5 and Game 6, you can still make a strategically correct or consistent draft to beat out your opponent in those long series games here. But for the side of Alpha Gaming, the debut of this Lapu Lapu will be what we are looking for here. But putting our focus towards Twisted Minds, solid early game coming in from 90 and clean on this Byron and Pei, and late game will come in the hands of Hailang and Shanks on this double late game monsters here. So it's a very big contest to see between APG's jungler, Clean, and Yulong on this 1v1 jungle matchup here. Whoever gets the lead and whichever teams funnel enough resource, funnel enough momentum towards them will set the pace coming in from game 1 between Twisted Minds on towards the blue side and Alpha Gaming going on towards the red side. This is the first game that we will have in the knockout stage. This is the KIC2025. Casters, take it live.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the KIC 2025 knockout stage. It's the first game, as Sagi just said there, and we are seeing Lapu Lapu with Garuda onto the gorge for the very first time, but will it be the last?
Yeah, debut picks normally don't perform as well, but we'll see. These teams have had experience with the Lapu Lapu already. They've had early access, so let's see if that training is going to pay off.
If we're looking at the real-time support there, APG definitely have the support of the players in-game, obviously the players of the MKL, and maybe globally who have they've amassed fans for, are definitely supporting the boys in APG.
Yeah, man, you know what? You want a dream start, and so far for the start of APG Alpha Gaming, they've already gotten the Firehawk at the bottom. Saber helping to rush this first Spike Tail piece as well. So APG, everything seems to be going to their game plan.
Oh, absolutely. Obviously, over the wall there is going to be the side of APG. Saber just kind of trying to blank out those hits, trying to steal away that Spike Tail beast into the bottom side of the map here. But the thing I'm really going to be looking forward to here, Ken, in these ultimates, these fights, is obviously Lapu Lapu, his ultimate is in a line with a knockup, right? Then obviously with Shishan on the Garuda, also with a line, is that going to be a great synergy combo we could be seeing here?
I think it's definitely going to be, right? Saber will provide the perfect setup for JD to land that golden token. And we all know with the defensive measures taken down on the side of Twisted Minds, it's not going to be an easy fight at all. They're really squishy on their side.
Yeah, very squishy indeed. I mean, already kind of seeing the APG kind of getting the gold lead into their favor ever so slightly to split it over to the side of Twisted Minds, but just getting that minion wave priority right now for these two teams is what is really being achieved here by the side of APG.
Yeah, and then one thing, you know, APG, they know that Twisted Minds are on a timer here. They need to be as quick as possible. So that's why they're putting a lot of resources to shut down one of the main members here, which is Hailang.
Yeah, Hailang. I mean, he's going to be one of the carry potentials here on the side of Twisted Minds. You're obviously going to have those Wings of Judgment to come through here, just to clean out that minion wave, put pressure onto the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and we've already seen the usage of Garuda yesterday. If you time it well, you can actually use the final few shots from your ultimate to turn it into a Dread Machine, where you get the first setup of the game for 90. But it's not going to be too much of a trouble for him right now.
Yeah, speaking of dread, but we just saw the truth come through here onto the side of APG. Just trying to get the hit and down onto 90, but 90 took those blows like a champ, man. He was like, hey, 2v1, I'll take those any day.
Yeah, I mean, it's because of his passive, right? He's able to get that life back really quickly. And right now, they have kind of pushed off the aggression from APG, meaning they get their first phase, right? They get their initial rotation. And 3 members on the side of Twisted Minds will benefit from the gold and EXP sharing.
Yeah, you can currently see that JD's obviously having a better game in terms of just getting that gold lead over to Shanks at the moment, about 200 gold at this moment in time. But this could spell trouble for, obviously, for Twisted Minds, but if they don't finish this game out early, then obviously this is all going to kind of like switch over the focus into Shanks here.
They need to get like a 1,000, 2,000 goal lead within the first 10 minutes, because if that does not happen, Twisted Minds will start to come alive. Right now, they're still brooding for their time. It is a timer that is not boding well for APG.
Yeah, not quite just yet. They are definitely going to be a bit of a disadvantage in the early game here as well, especially with Highlang on this newer as well. Like, obviously, I have that emergent. Oh, no! He checks the rung brush. The Wings of Judgment come through.
What a
He's
save.
able to creation block through and save himself alive. Into the back line. It's going to be 90. Xiang goes down as first blood.
Beautiful first blood, and Twisted Minds, they have twisted the whole script here for the side of APG. It was meant to be their first blood, but when you can't finish the job, it is thanks to the side of Highlang. What a beautiful Monfu tempo to make sure that the finishing blow did not come through.
Not only that, that creation block just gave him the movement speed to get out of that team fight. Like, if it wasn't for that, he would have died, and Twisted Minds would have got the first blood or that T1 top side of the map.
Yes, but APG, you know they don't back down. They don't get the kill. It's fine. They take a T1 at the bottom. And right now, the Tyrant, first one of the game, will go into the hands of APG. Yulong secures that for the team. Another Wings of Judgment, using as a poking tool.
Yeah, there's no him out there, trying to get the Dread onto 90, just force him away out of that team fight. But like you were saying there, Kid, obviously they get the Tyrant, they get the T1 down to the bot side of the map. They do lose the first blood, but now they have something that's going to kind of curtail that goal lead that Twisted Minds has now.
Yeah, you can always recover the gold, but you can't recover the towers. No. That is one of the benefits that APG have gotten for themselves. Now, with that being said, I mean, the timer on Highlang as well as Shanks so far has not been slowed down. So this is good news for them, but they need to protect their T1s a little harder, I would say, for the side of Twisted Minds.
It's where we've seen some of the groups fall within the group stage, right? Like where they just allow one lane just to get completely run down to the bot side of the map or even top side there. And it just constantly always has that pressure onto the team that are the victims of that one. But you can see here 90 and Clean are just trying to make sure that the minion wave here to the bot side of the map is naturally going to crash, because it seems like it's going to be a bit of a team fight playing up into this mid lane right now. So creating that pressure, maybe just try and convert APG's focus.
Yeah, but APG, you know how smart they are. They're going to make the immediate trade. Less than 10 seconds, the T1 at the top falls as well. Yeah. And APG are well on their way to maintaining a successful control over the Gorge.
Yeah, I think if they can keep like kills to a low and make sure that the gold lead doesn't go out of their favor as well, it can all come back in a moment's notice here from the side of APG.
Yeah, and take a look at this. This is the first team
yes,
fight.
Xiang into the back line there, maybe trying to just feint out City Boy. So obviously he's going to be the main sustain from the side of Twisted Minds.
But you start to see kind of the difficulties that they have, right? APG, they have this very strong poke tool in the form of Shushan on this Garuda. Those Wings of Judgments really will be a deterrent. And until Highlang comes online, that's only the first part, right? He may have the damage later on, but it still requires quite a bit of accuracy.
Oh, absolutely. Accuracy, and if you aim it in one direction, you're not going to be able to change the direction of those Wings of Judgment. So you got to make sure it's the right call for your team, or it could be at the detriment of your team.
Yeah, exactly. And you can see APG's game plan.
Oh, there's a knock-up. Shishan getting a little bit lost in the sauce there. Crucial initiation thanks to City Boy. Getting that mournful tempo, keeping him in place.
All right, they're getting faster. On the side of Twisted Minds, 90. Look at that movement. Ooh. He actually makes Saber waste a little bit more time just by being there. Annihilation did not hit the mark, but Twisted Minds are well on their way to recovery.
Yeah, the runway wasn't quite taken off there for the side of Twisted Minds, but you've seen a big effort here for APG. Xiang at the top side of the map there, and obviously APG were able to get that Overlord, and oh, the stun onto City Boy, but it's going to be the unending sorrow. Shishan into the backline with the flash. Truth Mantra combo right now is definitely putting the pressure on Highlang. One of the main damage outputs of the side of Twisted Minds has been taken out.
Yeah, they needed him so bad down there. They needed to make sure that Highlang was able to keep pace, but here is one reward that Twisted Minds absolutely love, and that's the T T2 trade at the bottom.
Yeah, putting that pressure down there is going to be scary, because now you know for a fact JD has to be elsewhere, getting that farm up for himself, or else he's going to be kind of like caught between a rock and a hard place.
Yep, it's a risk, right? That's why you take the turrets, because the fog of war will come to your benefit at this point. And once the map gets a little bit darker, you will be... You have to take those risks.
Oh yeah, take the risks and just kind of roll with the punches if anything, if consequences come from that one. But right there, top side of the map, we get tip for tap between Clean and Xiang. But now we're getting the rotation from Saber and Shishan.
Yeah, a little early from Shishan on their Wings of Judgment here, but Twisted Minds are definitely happy about that, because end of the day, they want to be able to take the T1 in the mid. That's the main prio for both teams. But you can see APG, they know what you're going for inside Twisted Minds. They're making that split push at the bottom, which is going to be met by Clean.
Met by Clean, just cleaning out that mini wave down bot side, completely alleviating that pressure for his team as this next objective comes through onto the board there. More full tablet catches out onto Shishan, but it's not going to be enough there. The deletion of City Boy means that sustain into this next team fight is not going to be there.
And this is the benefit of the Ukyo Tachibana, right? Yulong, once he gets in range, that first stun is probably going to spell the end of your life. And the T1 now under pressure as APG want to hype things up.
Yeah, Tyrant, T1, that seems to be the combo here for the side of APG, right? They go for the neutral objective, they set up the lane, they get the T1s and the turrets as well.
Yep, and when nobody falls, you know that is great news for the side of APG. Showing Twisted Minds, hey, the early game is definitely in our favor, but that could really swing once we hit that 10-minute mark, which is less.
The Crimson Golem there as well, just to make sure he gets online a little bit earlier. But you have the Shadow Ripper, you have the Eternity Blade. Is it going to be enough damage here to take down his T1 into the mid side of the map as well? Saber looking already like he's chunked a lot of his health right now, but he's still able to stay alive.
Yep, Twisted Minds need to quicken the pace here. Yulong understands that this is a risk. He is all alone here, but at the same time, nice pressure from the side of Twisted Minds. Oh my god!
Okay, yeah, getting caught there by 90. It's going to be the emergence come through here from Highland. Can they get the flash in? Get the creation blocks? Not quite. Yulang is literally on the run.
You took too long! And right now, Xiang will be able to provide that vision and information for the side of APG. They maintain the status quo. The T1 may be low, but the 10-minute mark means the Shadow variants are out. You need to wrestle over these instead.
Yeah, you can see that Twisted Minds really playing with the timers in mind, because if they were able to successfully get the takedown onto Yulong, this would have been a devastating 10-minute mark here for the side of APG, but they are going to go and try and contest this Tyrant here right now. But it is going to go off to the side of APG. They are not letting that go. Xiang into the back line now, trying to put pressure onto the side of Twisted Minds, but Saber goes down for Clean, and now we get a Xiang trade as well. So 2-1 overall here for the side of Twisted Minds as they look to push the mid.
And you can feel the winds of change. Twisted Minds, they will be able to put that T1 down, and this is going to open up the goals a little bit more. APG now need to start taking care of that bottom T3. Meanwhile, Twisted Minds, they have changed their attention towards the Shadow Overlord. This is going to aid them and potentially guarantee them another few more T2s.
That's the scary part, right? Obviously, we were saying that Twisted Mind comes online a little bit more later into this game, and it's already showing as we get into that 11-minute mark, but that instant replay is going to show us what happened in that last team fight.
Right, well, one thing you need to pay attention to is the stuns that are coming in. Xiang was doing such a good job of trying to control the rest of the members here, but unfortunately got stopped by a little bit of a stun coming in from 90, and with that knockoff on the Storm Strike second skill, it saved the game for the side of Twisted Minds, because not only were the rewards great, they got a T1 in the mid as well.
But I mean, when we have these two teams at this caliber, they have to have those game-saving plays, right? Like that we just saw there from Twisted Minds. It's really opened up their possibilities of getting this game one map to themselves.
It comes down to the most minute of differences right now. The T2 at the top. Oh, Yulong, he's going to try.
Oh, he gets stunned onto 2 though. I mean, it's going to be the unending story that's going to save City Boy in this one and his teammates to get a little bit more of some health. But a nice placement from Shishan into that bush, right? Like, he saw Clean was going to go there for safety. He was like, nah, bro, you're not going into that brush because you're going to try and get some kind of advantage on us.
Yeah, and bear in mind, with the vision sprite on the top side of the jungle for the side of APG, there was provided, that was the value provision that was great enough for Twisted Minds to have to back off, because the deterrence of a potential team fight catch is huge from Xiang.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, in terms of team fight, obviously we are looking at Twisted Minds as we sort of scale into that later game, right? As you can see here, the Cuirass is savagely being built here for Shanks. He hasn't died a single time, so having that extra bit of defense and offense right now is going to be Clean, taking that Crimson Golem, but into the back line, he's going to be able to take down onto 90 already within that team fight. APG are just looking to get rid of their backline access.
All right, we're scratching the surface here. APG, that's not just all they want. They want more. They want the 4 remaining members on the side of Twisted Minds. And so far, you know, this new pick, the Lapu coming in, has not really shown his power spike just yet. I'm still waiting for that huge ultimate coming in from Saber.
Yeah, man, we just need to see a massive ultimate from Saber here, maybe to turn the tides for the side of APG as they are behind around about a 1k goal lead at this moment in time. And to be honestly, it's a minute gold lead.
It's very small, right? But the big thing is Shanks is getting all the gold. And right now, if you take a look at his gold lead, he's at 10,500 gold. He's 1,000 ahead of JD. And this lead is going to go even more because the potential of late game coming in. Hailang, though, is very far away. He's at 6,600. He needs a lot more gold.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he needs to get online, but I mean, maybe they're just kind of relying on the pressure of Shanks' ultimate, right? Just kind of get that artillery come through. Maybe it's going to be enough to kind of get some intel to the side of it, Twisted Minds, but at the same time, just enough splash damage to make the difference in that team fight, whilst we see that Mungia, Shanks is going to be a absent place in that one.
Yeah, right now I think it's also about Queen and City Boy, a little scary here. Forced to use the ultimate early, and what a timing APG have Prio over the Tyrant Pit.
Yeah, that was a scary phase push, right? Like, why would you check that one? Obviously, if you're going to send anybody, you're going to send City Boy within that one. But obviously, to his saving grace, Yulong's stun did not come through.
Okay, Shushan unable to find the true value with his ultimate just yet. Hailang is a little bit low, but Twisted Minds, they could very well secure this.
Yes, a lot of damage coming through from the side of Twisted Minds, but APG is going to be the one that claims that once again. Gets wiped out by Xiang. Beautiful placement into the back line here as they trade 90 clean. City Boy, they're looking for Shanks and looking for a little bit more, baby. Hailang's the only one alive in that base to try and clear out that minion wave into the mid lane.
Yep, they're going to buy a little bit of time. Twisted Minds, they have to last for about 20 more seconds. But take a look at the damage that JD is able to do with this. Right Link's tanking for his team as well. And Xiang as well. So a lot of damage on the T3s. APG, that base is starting to look like it has a lot of cracks. And they do get the crack in the mid. And they have 10 more seconds. Twisted Minds, it's a little scary.
It is very scary. Hailang has to play some kind of miracle play here to keep them alive in game number 1. But you have to give it over to APG, especially Xiang in that one. He completely opened up the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I mean, the combination they have. You look at Yulong, Xiang as well as Saber. The 3 of them have very far-reaching stuns. And with that being said, Twisted Minds now, they are on a timer, right? They need much more time because 8,000 gold only for the side of Hailang. Only one of the win conditions has been unlocked, which is the combination of Shanks as well as Clean. But they need better positioning.
They do need better positioning right now, and that's going to be the scary thing, right? You are literally going to be having some kind of PTSD when you see Xiang, and if you don't see him, it's even going to be worse. You're going to have paranoia. You're going to see the members of Twisted Minds looking over their shoulder, really just like, wait, where is their clash lane? We need intel. We need intel.
Yeah, exactly. Xiang, so far, he hasn't got those 5-man truth mantras, but there's no need for that because they have a potential setup once again from Saber here.
Yeah, with a minion wave coming through here. It's going to be a clear job here for the side of Twisted Minds if they don't lose any members with that mid lane. It's the bot side of the map as well with those enhanced creeps coming through also, but now Shadow Vanguard joining the Gorge here could be trouble in times for the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Shushan's going to start peeling for them. I mean, they have so much long-range attack. Look at the free hits that APG are getting, and you can't do much here. You can put the Matrix down, but it's only going to buy you a little bit of time because the Shadow Vanguards are here. 4,000 ahead for APG, and they want to end this game here.
Yeah, just observing from a distance is going to be the side of Twisted Minds, just pretty much watching the inevitable happen before their eyes, and that's going to be a scary realization for the boys of the KMW as APG look to try and assault their base a little bit further.
Yeah, right now it's completely empty. It's a barren wasteland on the side of Twisted Minds. You may have the stronger mind for now, but APG have the stronger advantage.
They do have the stronger advantage. They have the Vanguard into the bot side of the map here. They're trying to fight away the side of APG to this mid lane here. Obviously 90 trying to use the force of the Storm Strike here just to clean out these Spritelins, these Vanguards, everything but the kitchen sink has been thrown at that crystal, but Twisted Minds, to their due diligence, have defended the base again.
Yep, Twisted Minds, all they need is a little bit more time. 2.5 more minutes. That will be the start of the final battle. Tempest Dragon in this game number 1. It's a best of 7. But you need a strong start because you need to be able to get the advantage in the bans and picks as well.
You do need to get that advantage. I mean, that's where it all starts to happen, is that 4D chess game that we love to see within the BP, and thanks to the global ban pick, really the spicing things up. But speaking of spicy, the next Tyrant, the Shadow Tyrant onto the Gorge here, looks to be set up and a freebie for APG.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just staring at Xiang, right? This entire game is really reliant on him to be able to get those truth mantras down. But at the same time, you also have to be concerned about Yulong. He's stunned when he's able to jump in a moment's notice. Coupled with Saber as well, everything means a complete lockdown for the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I don't think they're ready for this lockdown just yet, especially as they're fighting an APG that has that increased damage and movement speed going through into this potential final assault here. All members, all hands on deck here for the side of Twisted Minds.
Yep, 6v5 Yulong does have the Sage Century as well. No.
Okay, 90, he tries to go a bit for a Hail Mary play, flashes out and keeps himself alive, but it's going to be the Winged of Judgment that keeps tagging him into the backline. Xiang builds the Sage Century just in case he falls down. But once again, Twisted Minds with another defense.
I mean, so far it's been perfect right from the side of Twisted Minds. They wanted a little bit more, but they have defended successfully against 3 waves of the Mega Minions. Now, this is going to be a very tall order to come back into this game, but it is possible. Twisted Minds, they just need the setup of a lifetime from 90, or maybe even Hailang or City Boy.
I mean, the good thing that's happening here for the side of Twisted Minds is the fact that they get funneled gold into the base as they're defending it. They're not losing anybody, so really trying to get that gold lead here for the side of Hailang to get him online, because he's still not fully itemized. You can see that Shanks has every item within his possession, whereas we look at the Void Staff, we look at the Savant Seraph here, we're looking at a little bit more damage. The Insatiable Tome comes through as well.
Yeah, I mean, right now he needs the Tome of Wisdom, which he just got, right? This is the most damaging item within the Mage's kit. But for now, that's only part of the solution, because APG, they have multiple lives in the Sage's Sanctuary, and you have to plan the timing. Who do you want to take down first? Because if you are able to take the members on the side of APG down in the correct order, there is a potential you could get an ace, even when they have, what, 7, 8 lives in total right now.
I think 90's job is just to make sure that Xiang doesn't have a bigger impact into this next team fight, because like you were saying there, kid, if they're able to take off the correct order of heroes onto the side of APG, it could be a dismantling of their team. But now, Tempest Dragon onto the board, knockout day number 1, ladies and gentlemen, and we're already getting the game number 1, Tempest Dragon.
Alright, we'll see how this is going to be playing out. Saber here, giving information for the side of APG. They need to know where the members on the side of Twisted Minds are. At 90 going up against Xiang in a 1v1, but the members are coming in.
The members aren't coming in there. They're trying to get that minion down into that mid lane. Really trying to force the side of Twisted Minds into this one, but it's going to be nice getting taken down as well. Can they contest the Tempest here for the side of Twisted Minds? No! Saber gets the steal again, but Twisted Minds clean is on the run. City Boy has fallen down, and now he's trying to get the outplay finesse that we saw from Down Down. It's not quite it. Shanks on the run, but he's in the wrong neighborhood, buddy. That's a 4v1 dive. A Sage's Sanctuary is not going to save you.
And this is the last standing member on the side of Twisted Minds. Oh! What a catch!
No! He was really hoping that he had enough time, but it's going to be the minions running this one through. Game number 1 is going to go over to the side of APG.
And MKL, they retain the title of the strongest region, at least in this game number 1. What a force!
That Lapu Lapu performance was a staple here coming in towards this game number 1 here. I do believe that multiple of these Tyrants, and especially at that final Tempest Dragon, Saber was consistently making those flash knockups here. The ultimate, you charge it, and then you can flash to redirect it, and you can slam on towards the enemy, and you dash towards them. That's how he successfully airborne for the side of Twisted Minds clean. When you're airborne, you can't smite, and the opponent had to give over to the side of Alpha Gaming all of these objectives.
And they didn't even have to burn any lives. That's the biggest thing about APG. The way they play, it's so clean, it's so good. And right now, we have to take a look at what is going to happen for game number 2. Because if you take a look at the draft, was it really expensive for the side of our MKL representatives for APG? I don't think so.
No. The Dharma, the Direnje, and the debut of Lapu Lapu, right? Yeah. And the Ukyo Tachibana is just a counter towards the side of the pay here. So I would say it's much more expensive for the side of Twisted Minds.
Oh, Twisted Minds had a huge, like, very expensive draft. Like the pay in Byron, the U1. The only thing was that Mongia, I think, was probably the only one that was probably like, you know what, very inexpensive.
Okay.
But the Byron, obviously, as well, was definitely a huge takeaway.
Yeah. Now, if you're curious about why Twisted Minds was picking that draft, it's meant to be a long-range poke composition.
Yeah.
But it's completely spoiled by the one man himself, Susan, on that Garuda. The long-range poke has been so well done from the side of APG. But we'll take a look at the stats here. The goal differential, I think it was majority of the time Twisted Minds in the lead for goal, but somehow APG was able to control the goals a lot better.
For, at the very least, the first 10 minutes of the game, all the goal was funneled into the side of Clean, whereby I remember you two were talking about in the game that Hailang, yes, he's a late game hero, but he wasn't really catching up on towards the goal because all the goal was funneled over to the side of Clean and Shanks on these double marksmen here. That's why, in the draft, you cannot have 3 carries simultaneously needy of gold. It will really drain the entire department, especially minions per se.
Yeah, and they were very reliant on the Shanks ultimate, right? They were hoping that would be big enough of a damage gap that APG wouldn't be able to respond. But when you have someone like Shishan who's already poking you from afar, and then you have Xiang as well as Saber and Yulong who are consistently diving in and out at unexpected times, which is what they're meant to do, JD has just the biggest opening in the world to just land those tokens as well.
And that was a 20-minute game. JD only took 36,000 damage here, similar to Hailang on that mid lane here. You can definitely see that this game alone, Shisan and JD doing very consistent DPS. Wow, this gold lead was exactly like what Kin mentioned here. It was smooth sailing for the side Twisted Mind in the first 12 minutes of the game. But the crucial engage coming in from both Saber and also Xiang sealed the big lead. All the 3 towers coming in from Twisted Mind's base.
Yeah, a lot of people always question, like, why are teams taking fights? This is one of the reasons why APG is taking fights, because Twisted Minds has to deal with the waves.
Yeah, I mean, if you just look at the neutral objective share as well, right? Like, one Shadow Overlord to, like, Tyrant, Shadow Overlord, everything. They were collecting them all, and the people who are going to be collecting them all is this jungle head-to-head between Yulong as well as Clean. Clean not having the greatest time on this pay. He was always under pressure.
This was the exact matchup that we featured as well during the pre-show talk, whereby the 2 junglers will be the focal point that we were to look at, because jungle is equivalent to the objective securer, whereby if they secure the objectives, it makes your team elevated from that pressure. And we can see in that 10-15 minute mark, it was always the side of Alpha Gaming and Saber with that Lapu debut here. Multiple good engages and crucial knockups to secure the objectives in towards their pockets.
Yeah, so this is something that you guys might not have. We didn't really mention this, that 33%, if we put it in actual numbers, it was over 115,000 worth of damage that this guy tanked for the side of APG. Now, why is it so useful? Not just the ability to soak damage. He had the most consistent setups through the entire game for the side of Alpha Gaming. And the crucial setup was the one at the Tempest Dragon.
This one was the start of the one as well. So you can see Saber's positioning here on the Lapu. Ultimate charge into the flash, catching Clean, catching City Boy, and then Xiang comes in, swoops in the 2 remaining members for South Twisted Minds. So in HOK, when you are airborne, you cannot press Smite. So that is exactly why all these objectives went into the side of APG, Yulong, with no contention.
And one more thing, when one member on the side of APG catches you, you're stuck for days.
Correct. Like, you will get knocked out by the Lapu. Ultimate Flash is a knockup, and then the Cell 2 charge is a knockup, and then Xiang swoops in, punches you towards the wall, and more knockups here. And Xiang getting the final kill here, leading the 20-minute game. The first one that we have in the knockout stage already on the first series.
Yeah, I feel like with this one, it's kind of already setting the tone of the knockout stage within the KIC 2025, right? Obviously, first game of the day. First Tempest Dragon of the day, and we get in obviously the first Lapu of the day, and it's going to be an MVP performance from APG Saber.
Yep, already a very amazing one so far. So Alpha Gaming, they put the correct foot in this best of 7 here. It's no longer a BO5 just like the group stage. We have moved from BO5 in the group stage to a BO7 now. So if we were to go to 6 games, the 7th game will be an ultimate battle.
Oh, I love that. I think we will be getting some ultimate battles today. Yes, we only have 2 games for today, but I think it's going to be really interesting to see whether these teams can edge it out, because Twisted Minds, they need to have this recovery.
But I think, like, to me, like, Twisted Minds, I mean, even if, like, this is a possible, like, I don't want to paint it for those Twisted Minds fans at home, but APG in that game number 1 was so dominant that even with a very expensive lack of draft there, that could knock Twisted Minds down to the lower bracket. But Twisted Minds always do come back in that lower bracket kind of pressure.
And to your point as well, whereby we saw how Twisted Mind played against OG. They lost game 1, and you saw how they played after game 1. So that is exactly the Twisted Mind playstyle. They adapt as they grow into the series itself.
Yes, that's why they're called the masterminds, right? And of course, with this game number 1 draft from the side of APG, they showed you perfect control. And one more thing that will help you if you want more control is AI Eco Master, right? You want to have that kind of control in your life.
Talking about that, kid, it has to be Mightiest still here. So smart control anytime, anywhere with energy management and AI technology features. AI Eco Master here. Need cooling, find Mightier.
Yeah, we need that cooldown. I mean, I requested for more aircon from the production house today because I feel like it's going to heat up today. And so far, for game number 1, it's been pretty spicy, but I think it's going to get even hotter right here.
I think this is the least of our expectations here, especially when you look at Twisted Minds and Alpha Gaming. It definitely has to go a certain range. Game 1, going to the extent of a 22-minute game, is really what us as casters and fans are expecting here. These two teams are so neck and neck in this matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, it goes back to the point you were making earlier, right? Obviously, APG, they wasn't really, truly challenged in their group stage, and it's good that they haven't been complacent, because sometimes that can happen within tournaments, right? Complacency is the thief of joy within the competitive scene. And now APG is like, you know what? We actually not. We're sick of actually being third place. We want to get higher in the standings, and they showed that in game number 1.
Yeah, and I like the confidence, right? You need to have confidence, but you also need to be able to back it up. And so far, APG has been backing it up.
Very consistent stuff. And check out the pick and bans here that has been expanded in game 1. Even in the best of 7 settings, we still carry on forward with our global ban pick rule. Whatever you pick on your side cannot be used in the same series until we reach that ultimate battle where everything will be refreshed and cleaned up into a blind pick draft.
I feel like right now, Twisted Minds are in a very peculiar spot because you can't really ban out the early. I think you still have to ban out, you know, the Lunas and the Jinx away from Yulong. Yulong has shown that even with a non-meta jungle, while it is a counter pick, it's not as easy as he makes it look on the screen.
The early game, especially for the pay, I think the main reason why that Twisted Mind got a large enough lead was because that Xiang went in for the chasing kill on towards Hailang, but the crucial save coming in from City Boy baited it out and got the early lead for the side of Twisted Minds, and that led to the side of APG to be in a much more, how would I say it, reactive position.
Yeah, and this is where I think we take a look at the two teams, at least in game number 1. It was pretty close, right? The goal chart wasn't that far apart, and the way they were executing the movements across the map has been pretty similar in terms of yin and yang, right?
Yeah, in and out, yin and yang. But that was game 1. You gotta refresh come into game 2 because in a best of 7 series, the first to 4 points will win the series here. That's why, if you're Twisted Minds, refresh your manhole, come back to game number 2 with a fresh draft with APG on towards the blue side, starting off with the Dharma ban.
Alright, they know 90 is upset. They know that 90 wants to come back, right? You may not be ready for the day, but it cannot always be the night, and 90 wants to make history here. So with that, APG have already given the first difficult task to the side of Twisted Minds. What is the reply? Twisted Minds say, Yulong, we're still looking at you. There's no Luna for you.
Yeah, I feel like the attention has to be on Yulong, right? But I mean, if we've seen anything or learned anything from game number 1 is that Yulong is just looking to counter the jungle of the side of Twisted Minds. But it's going to be that Yang Jian ban out here for the side of APG rather than trying to catch that Dolia. Or did they let the Dolia slip and some other synergy comes through?
Alright, so we'll take a look at this. There's something I want to point out. Okay, Twisted Minds, they did not make this mistake still, right? Which is, you don't ignore Susan. You don't give the Mai, right?
You don't have to.
Ooh.
Whereby, Mai Shunui has been a staple pick coming in for the side of Alpha Gaming Susan. That's something about MKL. We always have these fancy mid laners that could really pilot the Mai Shunui, like Wendy, like Susan here. But I'm liking the first pick here coming in from APG. You don't have the Dharma, you don't have the Mai Shunui, you lock in the early, and JD has been a key player here, very consistent from the APG team.
Well, but they do get the counter in terms of like the late game, right? So Flowborn Marksman going to be picked up by the side of Twisted Minds, and they're going to be looking at the Zhang Fei. once again, let me remind you, if you've just tuned in today, so far in the group stages, almost every single Zhang Fei has been a beast and a monster.
Just like his nickname, Zhang Fei, the Beast. So Zhang Fei and Floorboard Marksman, a very consistent 1-2 setup that really elevates the lane pressure, provides that healing that this late game Marksman needs. So for Shanks, he can find those late game markers, and those arrow storms, once you're late game, they hurt damn hard.
Yeah, even a tank will not be able to tank too much of it. And I like this strategy by APG because we've already seen, right? The Fatih can be kind of flexed. You can either go into the jungle or you can play in the clash lane. For now, I am looking at it as a clash lane. We'll see if APG finishes the job here. But Twisted Minds, nice response. The Holy Dive, which is coming from the Charlotte. We've seen this play yesterday or the day before where the Biggie Charlotte, that was sick, right? So let's see if that's going to be the same case 190 today.
I mean, to be honest though, Twisted Minds doesn't have the Guan Yu forcing them into the back line. It's kind of like taking the distance that he has to travel away from him, you know? But I mean, like you were saying about the party, can be flexed into the jungle as well. But I mean, I do like the Diadia and the Ali combo here. Very great in terms of sustainability, single target lockdown as well, especially if you're looking to try and sort of like close the gap in the distance between yourself and the Flowball Marksman.
And the tradition of the Diadia, Ali, you are lacking a solid front line coming in from Alpha Gaming here. Potentially consider the likes of the Ogron, the likes of the Monkey to be the beefy front line that JD can consistently walk up to find those big DPS times.
Yeah, you also have to protect your backlines, right?
Correct.
Which is why Twisted Minds have taken away the mid lane specialty in the Nuwa. Look, full-born marksman, I mean, if you like her, you know that she struggles against high damage burst heroes. So Nuwa is definitely a great answer to that.
I mean, the problem is as well, if you lock in this Flowball Marksman, obviously as you go later into the draft as well, it's going to kind of completely negate the fact that Clean can't pick up the Flowborn tank, which we haven't seen a dominant performance of. But to be honest, I have to give it over to Shanks. Like, from what we've seen between Twisted Minds, Shanks and Clean, the performance for the Flowborn Marksman has been a lot more devastating than the Flowborn tank.
And with the recent trend coming into KIC itself, more teams are starting to pick up the Flowborn Marksman as a late game insurance here. The additional range, the 2 times of the movement mobility spell on that spell too, really allows Flowborn Marksman to be at a 2 arms reach, whereby she's very far away, but she's still gunning you down with the arrow storms.
Yeah, so you get the best of both worlds, right? And right now, Twisted Minds, I like this pick. This is a more steady pick, right?
It's a Highland special.
Yeah, it's a Highland special as well. Now, the Shi is going to be in charge of catching whoever makes that overzealous dive, and then you would be punished immediately by the likes of Twisted Minds. But at the same time, if Highland can't find those S2s, then I think, you know, APG is just going to poke them down to scraps. We have JD. He is an early specialist in APG. Say, you know what? You can catch our members, but we'll get the burst on you still. No Nuwa, we're going to get the gun and ball.
So much firepower coming in for inside Alpha Gaming. They just need like a P5, big tanky boy up front here. And there we go. The Dun here being secured for the side of Alpha Gaming, rounding up the comp with 1 fighter, 1 tanker, and 2 big damage dealers here coming in from APG. A very comfortable draft towards the side of MKL's 3rd seed. For Twisted Minds, they still need a jungle pick here, and it's a carry. And who can you count on towards the carry? It's definitely Clean in that jungle.
I love this pick because, look, the Dun, great counter to the Shi. If you get caught, you can actually use your Unruly Blade to escape because you're CC immune. But because Dun plays with shields, Fei is the perfect answer because it's based on your health.
And I think the Dun and Shi combo, not combo, the matchup is actually very skill-based, whereby if you charge a spell 1 and you're looking for the Grand Slam on towards the ground, you're just going to get pulled in by the enemy here. So timing is the essence here coming in from both Shi and also the Dun here in this matchup.
You know what's the statement that APG are making right now based on the picks? Now that you say it's a skill matchup, APG feels that they are better than Twisted Minds.
They do feel like they're better than Twisted Minds, especially when you're drafting the likes of the Dune, right? Like, obviously, we had the potential of the Ogren to come through if they really wanted to, in forms of a tank, but having something strong, sustainable itself into the front line, obviously relying, getting to level 4 is going to be the first part of, obviously, the Dune's execution. But then, it's going to be the itemization that comes through that's going to, like, enable and further that sustainability for this hero.
That's correct. When we talk about Dune, when you get that Eye of the Phoenix here, the lower you go out of that, I think 50% health, you start getting that healing buff.
Yes.
Whoever you whack with Eye of the Phoenix and your passive, you just heal so darn much. So if you are Highland on that Shi, the moment that passive procs on Dune, you start pulling him away. Make sure that he gets isolated from minions, from enemy heroes, and then you burst him down. Then if the tank is gone coming in force out of APG, your entire formation shatters immediately.
I love this conversation because we make it sound easy, but you get to see the pros do it, right? This is why you're watching Honor of Kings. This is why you're watching KIC2025, because you want to learn from the best, and maybe we'll see you in the future where you are competing to be the best. But for now, the best of both regions, APG and Twisted Minds. Let's see this matchup.
As they head towards the gorge, this is game number 2 with Alpha Gaming drafting a very early to late game composition here. Early game covered by the dude, late game firepower coming in by the Ganemo, by the early. But on towards the opposite side here, we have Queen 90 desperately looking for that backline. This is game 2. Casters, take it away.
Casters take it away indeed, and here we are. We obviously have the redemption of the Just Fight to redeem Guilty Flavors chest for free. A brand new skin awaits, and obviously you can get this skin by just playing the game and betting those coins whilst you play your matches. Have a bit of fun. Gamble responsibly, especially if you are thinking of winning the match, but also that 11-11 event is ongoing as well, where you can get the Baichi skin, the Starlight Prince Baichi, for as low as 1 token if you just keep playing the game.
Yo, you know what? I feel like APG, this confidence is sky high.
Oh, yeah.
To be able to enter the jungle. Yes, Yulong did not make the steal on the Crimson buff, but he took away the Tusk Boars. And right away, this is not just a physical IRL attack. This is also a mental pressure placed on the Twisted Mind boys, right? Look, you lost game number 1. I think you're feeling a pressure. Let's invade a jungle. Let's see how you respond.
Exactly. I mean, if you put pressure on in game number 1, I mean, yes, you have a mini break, but still maintain that pressure if you seek to destroy your enemy. And that's exactly what APG are looking to do here as well. Because like I was saying moments ago, they're looking to coin themselves as one of the top contenders. And honestly, the way they've been playing in KIC 2025 already, they're looking like a top 3 form team.
Yeah, I mean, all of us have been interviewed so many times, right? And I think I've already mentioned it more than once that I feel APG is a dark horse in this KIC 2025. But you know what? They don't seem very dark right now. They are looking like a light for MKL.
Exactly. They're the bright hope for the MKL region as well. But at the same time, we are seeing here just the domination and just cleaning up this early game already with about 700 gold lead by the side of APG, which is better than the gold lead that they had in the previous game, where Twisted Minds is currently leading ahead.
And it's going to be...
Oh no, clean. He kind of goes the wrong way, and Siang once again with the backline access gets the pick off. He is looking to be the master of First Blood.
And what a timing to do it as well. Take a look at what's coming up this time. The jungle. Oh, hang on.
Oh, more coming through here. They're going to pick off a JD. It's going to be the Silken Brick. Surely we'll get a bit of a replay on that one, but that's going to be a trade for JD in Highline.
Okay, so JD for Highline, I think it's a decent trade still, right? You get rid of the Shi, but Shi is not a very expensive pick. And with that, they will be able to recover on the side of Twisted Minds. Right now, it's, okay, what's this next decision? Do you get that space right? No, you don't. Xiang has already taken it apart.
He's already rinsed it. He's like, you know what? If you're going to kind of wipe out my marksman, I'm going to go and get some more resources. I'm going to make your life more of a heck than it was moments ago. Having that space right means that that's going to be increased tempo for the side of APG right now. And speaking of increasing the tempo, they're increasing the gold lead, their difference as well, to around about 1.5k gold lead right now.
Excuse me? It is only 3 minutes in the game, guys. APG, you are being disrespectful right now. But Twisted Minds, I mean, they have to take this one on the chin because there is no other way. You have to try and find another kill or perhaps take a tower from somewhere else.
I think the saving grace here for the side of Twisted Minds is going to come in the form of clean, especially the neutral objectives, but hold that bar for a moment. 90 is taking too much damage here. He is a late game potential. He's going to miss out the wind slash though, which is really going to keep him alive in this 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
And it's constant pressure. APG just undeniable at this stage. 2-1 in terms of the kill score, but look at the gold lead. It is close to almost 2,000 gold already.
Yeah, I mean, at that point of the game, obviously we're looking at where that gold is being funneled into. We're going to potentially see it's either Yulong, JD, or even Siang here potentially as well, but into the backlines with that wind slash, and it's now going to be the Unbridled Outburst, but compared with the Destined Encounter into the backline as a poke mechanic is clean here for APG as they go and take the shutdown at the Highline. They get clean as the neutral objective is online.
We thought game number 1 was a strong
performance.
Oh no, 1-on-1.
Okay, yep, the ultimate's been popped here. It's going to be hard to take down Siang all on your own. And Nighty, he's a late game hero, but they save him.
This is really close in terms of like how close APG are to really dominating this game. 4-1. I mean, look, even Saber gets a kill.
Oh, absolutely. Saber's getting killed here. Everybody's getting killed. Whoa! Couple blades. Please, an order from Shishan to be calming down.
I mean, he's carved Twisted Minds into bits and pieces right here. And Shank's falling down. Look, they already have a goal lead, but APG don't want just that. They want the lives of Shanks as well.
Yeah, he basically just turned Shanks into Sisig, you know? Like, he was just minced.
Yeah, I mean, the recipe has been posted online multiple times across our social media platforms as well. But for now, with a 5-1 lead, it is now a 3,500 weight catch.
But there it is. It's giving a bit of farewell. Connected onto Highland with a completely mitigating that unbridled outburst. I mean, yes, it was devastating. It catched onto 3, but even more devastating is giving the T1 takedown into the mid lane.
And of all the towers to take, T1 is the most important in the mid. And right now, Twisted Minds, this is access into the jungle on both sides. T2 under pressure as well.
Yeah, T2 is now under pressure for that Arrow Storm. Tried to find, kind of like take away Saber and Yulong there, but Yulong's just like, he's a tank, baby. He can take those blows.
Yep, and it's only, what, 5.5 minutes in. T2's in the mid are taken down. T2 at the bottom under pressure, in trouble as well. Twisted Minds, they need to recover.
They do need to recover here, but I mean, I did say like moments ago that maybe Clean can try and get like the Hardened Jade Steel onto one of these neutral objectives, and if you look at this right, I think this is probably like the first game in a very long time where the 4-minute mark come around and nobody is bothered with the Tyrant or the Overlord.
I mean, end of the day, you want to be able to push the advantage, right? Just clear the jungle, get the waves in your pressure, and then, oh, hang on, Clean may be caught out as well.
Yes, he may potentially be, but he's going to parkour. He can get onto the wall. It's going to take some hard CC to get him off that one there, but the pull coming in through for Highlang, it's still not going to be enough.
But until you can pull Yulong under the tower, he is unkillable. Dune right now is going to be able to be that turning factor for the side of APG, and right now the dominance is complete at a 6.5-minute mark. The next Tyrant of the game, or rather the first Tyrant of the game, will go into the hands of APG.
6 minutes in, we're about just under a 6k goal lead for the side of APG. They're looking at about a 1k goal lead per second, but here, mind over meta. During the group stage, Clean played 10 different heroes across 11 games. Nakaruru's the only one he brought out twice. With a hero pool like this deep, can he twist the minds of APG during the draft? And so far, the answer to that one is no, but it still could be the case a bit later on. But there, T2 takedown, bot side of the map.
Yep, I mean, Clean is great, but he needs the help of the team as well. And everyone now is buckling under the pressure that APG have offered in this 7 minutes of the game. And right now, we are well on our way to a 1k GPM for the entirety of APG.
Yeah, that's crazy. I think that's going to be something other teams are going to be like, okay, we need to study this. We need to make sure that we don't underestimate APG going into our next matchup. But right now, it's Twisted Minds game to try and win back here. Like, they are behind considerably, but maybe the macro play here from 90 is going to be what they need to get back onto the board.
I mean, you can only buy so much time, right, if you're on the side of Twisted Minds. This is the maximum that 90 can do. He can only clear the lanes. They can't really take a team fight here. Twisted Minds, they need something of a, I mean, godly setup, right? City Boy needs to get the bridal outburst of his life. And this is just a tie things up. So for this point onwards, APG, they see the opening on the T3 on the top.
They're seeing that. Oh, they're obviously pulling in on the side of JD, trying to get him caught out there, but he's going to be able to escape out, and the Heartlink's going to get him back into fighting fit shape as they get the T2 top side of the map as well. The Azure Golem going to be cleanly taken away here as well. Like, the congestion of this jungle onto the side of Twisted Minds is completely non-existent.
Yeah, and you can see the difficulty, right? Yes, Twisted Minds, they can get the setup, but in the midst of the setup, Clean is already being taken down, like, down to half health even before the actual fight starts. And if Clean can't enter, it means they can't finish.
Yeah, he can't get that clean cut, and obviously the execution into the enemy team there with the Hardened Jade Steel for that finish of the enemy team. But right now, it's going to be, you just see 90 just trying to just focus the back line. He does get obviously hit with a bit of well, but there's a Destiny counter as well. He's taking too many shots, maybe a back shot or two right now. It's going to be 90 getting taken down into his T1 territory.
He went in too deep, no protection, and that is the cost of his life. Twisted Minds now have to defend at the bottom side as APG. They cover the entirety of the gorge. Right now, it is all blue.
Yes, he was unsheathed and unprotected there, 19 top side of the map. He needed some protection protection from his teammates. Definitely a bit of a glove for his hand to warm him up.
Yeah, they need the wrap around, right? Right now, Twisted Minds, if they can get the wrap around APG, that may be the solution. City Boy jumping in the back lines, getting that burst onto their faces and pushing them back. But for now, it is not going to be the case. Twisted Minds are struggling to defend, and APG, they're looking so strong right now. JD faking it.
Yep, cover your faces, Twisted Minds, as we are looking to push the Crystal a little bit more here with a lot of pressure to the thighs of Twisted Minds.
Yep, structural destruction here from the side of APG. They get a T3 at the top. And Twisted Minds, they're still trailing by 10,000 gold at this point. The 1k GPM for APG stands strong. And right now, what time is it? It is 10 minutes. It is the Shadow variance.
I thought he was going to say it's Chico time, but no, it is going to be the Shadow Variance time here as well with the Overlord and Tyrant come through. I mean, as if APG need any more damage to come through to put pressure onto the side of Twisted Minds. They are behind by a whole 10k gold. That's a huge load of gold.
Yeah, man, it's what, more than close to 2,000 in terms of gold advantage for the side of Yulong against Clean, which means there is no jungle contest. There is no comeback for the side of Twisted Minds, because if you choose the wrong position, you will be melted down. It's an instant delete button from the side of APG.
Yeah, if you overextend or get caught out here by the side of APG, if you are Twisted Minds, it's going to be a hard fight to go for. I mean, already being a 5v5 is seeming like a bit of a difficulty here for the side of Twisted Minds, considering the draft as well. But it's just been that early game domination into that mid lane that really put the pressure onto the side of Twisted Minds.
Okay, but you take a look at that. Shanks has provided them a little bit of a lifeline, right? He just needs 5 arrow showers. 5, right? It's not too much.
Yeah, instead of 2 activations, he has 5. That's the only way we're seeing here the Twisted Minds might potentially come back here. But with a couple of blades missing out here is a little bit of a saving grace. But now that T1 into the mid lane, T3, sorry, getting taken down mid and bot side of the map is really going to open up this crystal for the side of Twisted Minds. APG with the Vanguards coming through. Are they going to just go in with the full frontal attack? They're looking for it, but City Boy still has his unbridled outburst. Can he make an impactful one? He's able to hit nobody with that one, but the Wind Slash kickstarts all of the team of Twisted Minds. We have the Vanguard still here. They're looking to push the enemy into the crystal. Game number 2 goes to APG.
They absolutely can't. Twisted Minds, there is no response. This is so dominant from the side of APG. And maybe for now, APG looking like the potential strongest of MKL.
That was the cleanest game I've ever seen from Alpha Gaming's performance. I was thinking like, hey, this series is going to be close, but this game too, man, it was just absolute domination from minute 1 to the end game itself. Every single rotation coming in from Alpha Gaming was crystal clear, and every one of those plays capitalized on the most important member coming in from Twisted Minds, which was Clean.
I mean, they had the answer shit, right? Everything from the side of APG was so strong. They had the burst, they had the movement, they had the entire map under control as well. And look, I like the draft coming out from Twisted Minds, right? You have Hailang, the potential of it looks really clean. Hailang, you get the catch, and then everyone pounces on him. But no, this Tiger became a kitty cat, right? They couldn't do anything.
I think the main point about their draft was also this specific thing, whereby if Clean falls behind, your jungle is just gonna get fully invaded by Yulong on that Dun. Because Dun, we know, he's super strong in that early game. With the amounts of heal that he can provide for himself, it's very hard to take him down, especially when we talk about, if I'm not mistaken, the Shi went for the Roamer build, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, look, you want to always have an unfair advantage.
Correct.
So when you have heals, that's a really advantage in the lane. So we will talk about how this progression was, but I'm so curious about the gold on the side of APG, because they were 10,000 gold ahead. This was 1,000 gold per minute for the entire team.
And Hailang didn't even go for the Roamer build here. He just went for the standard one because they know they need to rush out the Venomous Staff due to the fact that the early game was in shambles coming in from Queen. The moment he got caught out in that mid lane, it spelled doom for their entire game plan. They needed Clean and Hailang to find those big plays to funnel their early game weakness points. But due to the fact that their early plan has already shattered, the input coming in from APG was just so darn consistently strong that choked out Twisted Mind in this game too.
I want to point you in one direction for the side of Alpha Gaming as well, right? Most teams, okay, if you're playing rank, you're having the lead, most people think, okay, let me itemize even more damage.
Correct.
But the entirety of APG, they had a different thought process, right? Because they were tanky, they were already ahead. They bought more defensive items on every single member, so you couldn't even kill them, and they had the heals to back it up as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of this one, right? Especially when you get the more defense as you kind of getting that damage come through as well. But here, you're seeing just everything going into the favor of APG. Objectives, goal lead, literally everything.
Zero across the board for the side of Twisted Minds. Only managed to secure one tower due to the macro play coming in from the side of 90 Charlotte here. And you can see this blue graph towards the top side. 11 minutes 40 seconds, 12.7 thousand goal lead at the very end. This is more than 1,000 goal lead per minute.
It's super crazy, right?
Crazy.
Now, we'll take a look at the comparison here between the Clash laners. Xiang on this party against the 90 Charlotte. I think 90, let's give the props to this guy as well.
Yeah.
He was doing all he could, right?
Yes.
The split pushing coming in, he was trying to delay and slow down the aggressive wave management from the side of Alpha Gaming. But Xiang, he was on a completely different mission. He was on a hunt for clean. Once they found clean, it was doors open for the mid, right? Shishan, hey, let me get the blades in onto the back lines, and for JD to just jump in and out.
Exactly, and this is why, like, when I talked to Xiang, he said he really wanted this rematch with Twisted Minds. But Shishan on that Ganemo, crystal clean with those freshly forged. He was just roaming across the map, casually like, oh, Shanks, you're there. Next second, poof, you're gone.
You know, one of the moments as a Ganemo player that gives you the most adrenaline is when you get the one shot.
Yeah,
and many a
that's
times,
good.
this guy got it. He may have only one kill, but the amount of blades that he landed onto the entirety of the side of Twisted Minds really activated the entirety of APG.
And this is the starting play that spelled the doom coming in from Twisted Mind Clean, whereby yes, we got Hylan kill onto his JD, but Hylan is a utility mage. Even though you get kill, it doesn't really matter because Clean's jungle tempo has already been shattered as of this point. Falling before Tyrant, falling before the objective, and this is the adrenaline pump that you talk about here. That felt so good.
Yeah, I mean, that was the win condition, right? Shishan, like you said, very emotional, but he operates. If you give him that adrenaline, he will carry the game for you.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just carrying the game, carrying this crystal takedown as well, right? Just obviously a couple of blades into the back line, just keeping away Twisted Minds for that one. But very well played here by APG. Very dominant. They are literally 2-0 at this point in the series. So really, I mean, at the best case scenario here for APG, it's just another 2 games.
Yeah, so for them, they're really bolstering the defenses, right? Which is kind of scary. Now, let's give you an update onto the knockout bracket. Once again, if you're new, you've just arrived, welcome to the knockout stages of KIC2025. We are in the matchup between APG and Twisted Mind. It's a best of 7, but for now, it may not look like it's going to last too long because APG, they're halfway there.
BO7 needs you to win 4 games in the series here. And with a 2-0 lead here, Blam, how does Twisted Mind come by? What do they need to do in Game 3?
I mean, to be honest, it's not a clear answer, right? Like, they have tried to obviously formulate themselves into the Gorge. Didn't quite work. Yes, game number 1 going against APG, they gave off a bit more of a better fight. Then we was like, okay, let's try and beat them in the draft, even though game number 1's draft was very expensive. They tried it again with this one, still very much more expensive picks coming through in the draft again for Twisted Minds, and they just got run down by APG.
Which is kind of crazy, because right now, if you put yourself in the shoes of Twisted Minds coaching staff, right?
Yeah.
You had the answers, but it still didn't work. The concept of the draft was great because, you know, the Dun, he operates on shield basis.
Correct.
He doesn't really get the health back that too much, right? But then now Fade, your Fade is clean from level, what, 3-4 got shut down by Xiang.
That was
and
tough.
Xiang's only job was to make sure he knew where clean was, right? Killing him was a perk.
Killing was a perk, forcing him to a low HP bar so the Dun can actually invade the jungle was the game plan coming in from APG in that Game 2 here. Moving on to Game 3, we'll have to refer back to the global ban pick here. We've seen the debut pick of the Lapu Lapu coming in for the side of Alpha Gaming in Game 1. That worked wonders here, and for Game 2, APG won with a very decisive early game plan that really carried them forward to this 2-0 lead. But right now, Game 3. I need to know what Twisted Mind has in mind because they need to bounce back after this loss.
Yeah, they have 2 minutes to kind of reconsider their options at this point. And here's, as we go deeper into the stages of KIC 2025, yes, the games are longer, it's a best of 7, but then this begs the question, you know, we normally ask ourselves for all the competition between teams, hey, we had 2 games down, what kind of picks do they have, right? You start to think, maybe this hero pool is not sufficient, blah, blah, blah. But it's APG and Twisted Minds. You know they can play almost every, if not every single hero in every single lane. So does this go worse for Twisted Minds?
That's the thing though, right? Like, yes, you can play every hero in every lane as possible, but can you execute it on the stage? That's the most important thing that you need to do here, and I've already kind of pointed it out to you guys previously within the broadcast that Twisted Minds generally shine in when their tournament life is on the line.
That's correct.
When they're kind of upper brackets, that maybe just trying to get the feeler out here. Maybe this is a bit of R&D. It's an expensive R&D to be making here. True. But if they meet again in the lower brackets or meet a team where they struggle up against APG, they can just try and rise like a phoenix.
Yeah, there's always those lower bracket storylines that we have seen before, whereby they drop to a lower bracket and they just decimate every single one in the lower bracket, building that momentum and going in for that grand final spot here. But still, that's a very early story. Before we touch into that, we have to see this game first, because usually at a 0-2 deficit, it's also when Twisted Minds starts to find a comeback momentum here. Maybe they find it in terms of Highline on their Mai Shiranui, or Shanks on their Agudo pick that they have a lot of success so far.
It's going to be something of a challenge for sure, right? Twisted Minds. Whether they can do it today, the reverse sweep, we've already seen it twice, I think.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, twice. Not too many times,
Not too
right?
many times.
That's the main thing. But Twisted Minds, as you guys said, when the tough situation arises, they arise into the cause as well. So we'll see. Twisted Minds, can they make this 2-1?
They gotta try. Obviously, if they don't try, it's gonna be a quick series for them, right? And I mean, that's something you don't want to be kind of known for when you start off in the knockout stage of the KIC2025, is that you are gonna be one of the quickest and finished starts here for this two teams. I mean, me personally, my prediction was this is gonna go with the full best of 7, and still could, but there's a lot of work to be done on the side of Twisted Minds. Can the blue side be the answer?
Blue side here, starting off the ban with Baluna, potentially looking for that Mai Shiranui pick on the side of Highlang, allowing Highlang to be unlocked from that mid lane and look for those big plays across the gorge. What does APG answer with here? It will be the early and potentially the long on that 1-2.
Yeah, I think you really need to put Shanks out of shape, right? So far, they've managed to bend Shanks out of shape, not by, getting the kills on him, but just making the gorge entirely unsafe for him, right? There's no place for him to roam around. Now, Twisted Minds are going to take away the Guan Yu here. I mean, perhaps we're going to be exploring the #1 Dolia Yangjin combination, or maybe the Liang Princess Frost. We'll see, right? APG, they open up everything. They take out the Dharma.
I think maybe it's going to be the Lung here, potentially here for Shanks as well, because obviously we've yet to see the Lung, but it's going to be the Dolia, so maybe the Lung comes after this as well. Or do APG pick it up for themselves, completely mitigate that synergy down to the bot side of the map, and Twisted Minds goes for the Elaine Dolia combo?
That is one of the potential outcomes. 90 has been one of those better or best Elaine players coming in from the KMW side. And APG, they do put more priority towards JD here, picking up the Long, and potentially maybe they steal away the Yang Jian here and flex it over towards Yang's hand instead of the jungle.
I like this answer, right? Because #1, if you take away the Yang Jian, it's going to spoil the combination. At the same time, if Twisted Minds, they want to entertain the idea of a lane, it doesn't really work, right? You can get a double death at sunsets, but then, yeah, the Lung will just fly away.
Now, question is, does Twisted Mind go for the Nerza combo here? If they do, it's okay, because APG, on that third pick, can go for fast jungling tempo, like the Ogren, like the Pei, that could really disrupt the early game flow here, but I'm liking the approach coming in from Twisted Mind. They're like, bet, you take away the Yang Jian. We won't fall for your trap because we know this Yang Jian won't be flexed until the very end.
I think there's also a potential. I'm looking at Highlang for the side of Twisted Minds, right? Do we get the double refresh for Shangguan, or do we get a double Yixing as well?
That could be great.
I think it's going to be a great potential for the lockdown for Twisted Minds. They're going to put the Fatih up into the clash lane, probably. I mean, this is a global on both ends, right?
I mean, the scary thing is that Mai Shiranui has not been banned out here, right, for either of these two mid laners, and we're going into the second ban phase here. It looks like APG is going to go and lock in that, obviously a good counter to the Dune.
But it's fine, because end of the day, look, Twisted Minds, they have a tanky lineup. APG also has a tanky lineup. If the Mai is unable to burst them, which is a risk you don't want to try in this game, because it potentially could seal your fate here, especially for Twisted Minds. So I think Mai, great understanding from both teams to say, okay, let's not put ourselves in a risky position. Risks can be taken, but sometimes the rewards might not be worth it.
It's like you're putting yourself into a particular position to not outburst anyone. And for this ladies, I am loving it a lot due to the fact that Twisted Minds, they have a Dune jungle and a Clash Fatih here. So it's a lot of front line in your face sort of composition. And if the ladies gets to drop out that ultimate, the Destructive Deluge, it can really just limit the approach coming in from the TM class jungle.
I mean, to be honest, with APG, obviously they are looking at going for some marksman bans here as well as the Ganemo, so kind of like get rid of any kind of long range. But could this mean that Twisted Mind's going to go for the Hou-Yi? Because obviously we'll have the double burn in Sun Arrow, obviously 10% with the Dolia, and obviously in lane it doesn't do too bad against the Lung as well.
I think they need more control though on the side of Twisted Minds, right? You need the burst, you need the control as well, but APG, they're making this super difficult. There's got to be an Ogre in the jungle. You're going to have the Yangtze in the clash lane as well. And this is an issue because, look, they have so much tank, and this puts Twisted Minds in a very hard spot because the Fatih and Dune cannot go into the fight together. If they do make the mistake, Shishan is just going to get the Destructive Deluge on the two of them, and then there's no team fight to be had on the side of Twisted Minds.
And APG's calm. If you go towards them, they're like, come on, come towards me.
Yeah, they will invite you in,
Twilight
right?
Yang Jian is just going to heal out of you. My Ogre is just going to get the best ultimate of his life. And they're just going to be bathing all in the Destructive Deluge that you talk about here. So this is already looking like a very strong front-to-back composition coming in from APG. And for Twisted Minds, they go for more DPS on towards Shank's hands here because they are severely lacking DPS. That's why even a Kong Ming has been considered in this final pick for Twisted Minds.
Okay, I love the damage potential on the side of Twisted Minds, but my worry is, yes, you have the damage, but where's the setup? Who's going to set the fight for you? The Dune is not going to be able to do so, especially when you look, you have a double return in the answer. A secure Mulberry power slams you in the face, and then you have Shishan throwing the Destructive Deluge. It is not looking too good. Twisted Minds, the only way to win this is if they have the gold and item and EXP advantage.
We need to see whether Shanks is able to win the matchup against the Ao Yin, whereby Lady Sun does amazing against this matchup. If he can get the snowball rolling and utilize the Dun Dolia to continuously enter the jungle, get those side lane towers, and make sure that they funnel all the resource into both the carries, they could just potentially steamroll this game for the South Twisted Minds.
So it's really about positioning, right? That level 1 lane clear or laning phase itself, yes, if Shen gets the perfect distance for the frag grenade into the rolling raid, it could prove to be a lot of damage for the side of the Ao-Yin. For APG, right? But at the same time, if you allow the Ron to secure during that moment to get the Mulberry Power Flash combination where you're knocked up into the air, look, Sakir is early game roam killer, right? He's not a support in the early part of the game. He is the turnaround condition.
I mean, I don't know if you guys caught Siang's face there when that draft got locked in. He was pretty proud. He's like, yeah, that looks solid, mate. Like, we are going to be able to execute this one pretty with ease. I mean, if you look at that draft, like, in terms of the setup to risk, it's not that very high.
Not that high. Yeah.
And this one's looking like a hole-in-one, right, for the side of ABG. Like,
so
this is an eagle, and right now they are soaring to the skies on the side of Alpha Gaming. It is up to Twisted Minds to be able to pull them back a little bit and climb on top.
And this is also an interesting setup coming in from Hailang here, bringing the teleport spell on towards this mid lane. It means that he will be very active on towards the Gorge, collecting these resources, make sure that he is a late game final boss in that DPS department here. But this is game 3 on the line here for both of these two teams. Will APG secure series point on your hand, or will the side of Twisted Minds finally find that groove, find that first step towards that series first point?
They can only hope so, right? But obviously, we will give you some kind words over with the side of the CD key, right? Keep on is going to be the thing that Twisted Minds need to do if they want to keep in this competition between themselves and APG. But right now, you can obviously get the Limbo themed Flowborn outfit for free as well. All you need to do is collect those cards with the Limbo collab to get them. But Twisted Minds Highland maybe getting caught out here. The passing and the execute first off. 1 minute, Shanks is going to fall as well. A trade is going to be the best case scenario.
No, but there's no shutdown gold, right? So overall, APG still win big in this one. The fact that, look, there's no punishment coming in for Yulong. The defense comes in from the side of Saber to make sure that the buff is safe. APG, they, well, hang on, okay, maybe here.
Yeah, maybe though. There we go. We get the answer top side of the map here as well. But I mean, I have to go over to Twisted Minds, right? I'm trying to keep the boys hyped, you know? Like, they need some faith. They need a little bit of belief. And I'm going to give it to them, right? They need to keep their heads in this game and keep cool.
They need to shut down Yulong. That's what they need to do. This guy has been on the tear so far, and game 3 looks no different for the side of APG. I mean, the audacity of this man to just step into the jungle to steal the Azure Golem obviously crafted by the presence of Saber and Susan in the mid, where it felt like, hey, you need 3 people to deal with us because Sakir is an early game monster.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's not just the healing from the Mulberry Power as well, right? It's the damage in the early game, especially when you got such sort of like squishy heroes like the Lady Sun and the Kong Ming.
Yeah, so look guys, in our rank, and if I'm Sakir, just go with me, we will win the team fights.
Yeah, exactly, that may be the case here. It's going to be 19 to the back line, doing a lot of damage onto Shisha. I mean, that's one way to get rid of a destructive deluge, is just do way more damage before it comes through, before it gets you.
Yeah, beautiful work from side of Twisted Mind. They get the life of Susan. This is nice in terms of the gold recovery, EXP as well. They're keeping close with APG, even though they did lose quite a bit in the early game.
Yeah, you can see here Twisted Minds is definitely like, they're sick of losing, right? They're down 2 points. They want to come back in this best of 7, and they're showing it in this game number 3, right? Like, they are definitely brawling toe-for-toe, brick for brick with APG.
Yep, and I like the position of City Boy, right? So it is a bit unsafe, but in the river, Nolia does have a little bit more benefits in comparison to the other roam heroes here, especially. So Twisted Minds, they have some information. They know that he's alone, so JD.
He is alone now. He has to make sure that he doesn't get caught out as well. He does have, obviously, not the infinite fastness, but he also has the flash on pretty much speed dial if he needs to get out of there, but it's not going to be as useful as the infinite fastness. We are around about 3-minute mark now as well. Should be back in time for that team fight for around the neutral objective.
For sure. But you saw the potential of Twisted Minds, right? In a all-out battle, if Clean is able to get that win/slam onto APG, buy enough time for them, there is enough and definitely sufficient damage from Twisted Minds to be able to get those knockdowns onto the side of APG. And in the numbers advantage, Twisted Minds will win.
Exactly that. With a number advantage within the team fights, they have pretty much the firepower, the front line, and they just need to make sure they're maintaining that sustainability with the Dolia as well. But now we are seeing around about a 17-second timer on these neutral objectives. APG, they got to kind of formulate a lead here, as you can see down to the bottom side of the map now. Kongmin comes with the teleportation.
Yeah, lovely move. It doesn't seem like much, but because they have the wave pressure now from the side of Twisted Minds, APG have to answer. They cannot allow a T1 to fall when there's no protection. This also gives them prior over Pit. But for now, APG, they're able to recover and looking for a fight.
Looking for a fight there. Clean tries to get the win side. He doesn't get anybody, but there's going to be Siang into the back line as well. A takedown onto Clean at the crucial moment as well. You saw there, JD was like, I'm going to go and back up my team, and it's just like, actually, we've taken down the jungler, we don't need the backup, and now Saber is looking for the prowl.
And just one play, APG now reward themselves with everything. They take the Crimson Golem, they take the T1 at the bottom as well, and while all of this is happening, the Tyrant is still available for the side of APG. Twisted Minds, one wrong decision, and now APG is guaranteed the golden EXP lead.
Hey, sometimes they say 2 wrongs don't make a right, but clearly here, 1 wrong makes 3 rights onto the side of APG with those 3 pickups of the Crimson Golem. But at the same time, Siang is getting put a lot of pressure into his top side of the map. He is the expendable pony in this draft.
Yep, and Saber, the value this guy has. Look, the Mulberry Power coming in with the 9 different stacks of heals here, all going into the life of Xiang. You can't take down Yulong, you can't take down Xiang. Who do you want? Are you really going to waste your resources on Susan?
Maybe, just to get the Destructive Deluge off the board here and get rid of that Venomous Staff effect onto the healing of the Duan on Clean, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult choice, and APG's choice now is to try and take a team fight.
They're going to try and do something around that kind of formulation here, obviously using the path of passing to make it kind of believe that it's going to happen, but it's going to be Clean taking the lead here because now he has to go ahead with 19 to the back line, but now, can they run down Yulong at level 10? The answer to that one is no, because Siang comes through, flying onto the enemy team there,
JD!
But that is going to be it. JD with infinite fastness tries to get that time, pushing them to that T2, so maybe the takedown here, T1 top side, T1 into the mid.
I'm pretty sure Hailang was screaming internally because that was a little bit too scary, right? Potential with the flash as well for JD to get that finishing blow. But APG, they're not done yet. The jungle is available for the taking. The T1 in the mid is available.
Oh, there it is. The Critical Soul being placed down as well as Destructive Deluge here is definitely going to drive away Twisted Minds in this mid lane. And once again, it's not happened as fast as game number 2, but it's definitely the same kind of story.
Yeah, for sure. time. Look at the funnel here. JD gets the Crimson buff as well. Hailang, there's nowhere to run!
I mean, he has the teleport, so there is. He gets out of there, right? So that's why he was doing that one, just freezing the minion wave because he had that in his back pocket.
Yeah, but now Twisted Minds, this aggression is going to be muted. They can't do anything, right? So for the next, 90 seconds or so, this is going to be a tight situation for Twisted Minds. They're going to try and attempt this Overlord, but for now, APG, they sniff it out.
They do. Obviously, you see Saber there, he does have the intel, but I mean, it's going to be too long for Yulong to get there. He is getting the Azure Golem, and honestly, at this point in the game as well, especially for a hero like the Augurin, you're going to prioritize the Azure Golem over that Overlord.
Yeah, I mean, APG, they throw a bone to the side of Twisted Minds because they definitely need it right now.
Throw a dog a bone, but City Boy gets frozen there, and there it is, the execute, the Seer from Augurin gets the lockdown there onto the side of Twisted Minds, and now they are ridden away with around about a 3k gold lead.
Yeah, right now, APG, this is the perfect time to take the fight, right? There is no Celestial Melody, no refresh from the side of Twisted Minds, and Clean, this is going to be a difficult fight for him to take, so JD says, I'm not going to take a fight, we're going to take your tower. The wraparound does come from Naito.
Yeah, no Melody, no problem, but now Twisted Minds has to answer in their own jungle, but oh my goodness, those
90?
Flaming Palms, those winning strategies are all hurting, but now it's going to be 90 trying to get a bit of an access into the back line here onto Yulong, but he cannot run him down. Conductor of Souls comes through, completely changed the landscape of this team fight right now. Twisted Minds on the run.
Yep, and APG are feasting right now in game number 3. T2 for the taking as well. You may have the Vanguards, but we are going to take your T2 nonetheless. And APG, they have all the answers.
And even with the Vanguard at that T1, right? Obviously, Twisted Minds was like, hey, maybe the T1 will fall here thanks to the Vanguard, but it just fell at the right time. APG, a little bit of a Nostradamus play, was just like, you know what, lads, we know what's going on. We've seen this happen before. We know how to play against this one, and they're just putting the pressure on. Very hard, very heavy, very thick.
I mean, APG right now able to foretell the future, but also to turn it into a reality. This is something that very few teams can do. But if there's any team to do it, if there's any region to do it, you know APG is the one.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, especially when you've got Siang playing with revenge in his heart, right? Like, he is looking to basically reclaim the greatness of his name into that clash lane against 90 ever since KWC.
Yep, look, the gap is so big. Yulong is more than 2k ahead of Clean. Xiang also has a big level and gold advantage against 90 as well. There is very little that Twisted Minds can do right now, which was the whole thing. Where is the control?
Yeah, no control. There is no control at this moment in time. Obviously, that top side of the map was a little bit of a small control play there from 90. He finds himself recalling back here to try and give over aid to his teammates, but Kong Ming, we do have Highland. He has the teleport to get back very quickly, and now he does, but he teleports into his own fate. He gets taken down there by the side of APG Saber.
I mean, Xiang, that was a big play. This is going to be Highland out for a bit. That's a massive amount of magical damage gone from the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, not only that, obviously it's going to be a lot of burst. We're really counting on to Shanks here. I mean, he's not going to have the itemization going into that 10-minute mark. Like, we're seeing a 5k difference here in that lane alone, and it's really showing with that singular 1v1 takedown there for JD going up against Shanks, and now we see it flying in. Yang Jian come through, City Boy falls down to Shishan as well. It's literally Clean, Highlang and 90 with the final embrace here into game number 3. Crystal into the back line, just forcing Clean away from that Crystal. 90 was trying to keep away APG, but it's not going to be enough. They're looking for the Crystal. Game number 3 goes over to APG.
Third time's the charm. You have heard that so many times, but this one was an absolute show of brilliance from the side of APG. MKL, stand up.
The games are getting faster and faster in the favor for that Alpha Gaming here. Not looking good for Twisted Minds. They need to pull every single stop in their playbook to find that comeback victory in the series here. But so far, the Alpha Gaming growth has been insane.
Yeah, I mean, this has been the most consistent performance in KIC so far, right? Across the series. There was never any doubt from the side of the MKL representatives here for the side of APG, right? It's been crazy because the way they grow, the speed they grow, and how they achieve is absolutely insane. This time they went even more aggressive. Correct. They got 3 different wins across 3 different lanes.
Yeah, that's scary. Like, for the 3-lane domination there for the side of APG, which we saw pretty much in game number 2 as well, right? But it just happened very much more quickly. Twisted Minds definitely came out with a brawl in mind in that game number 3, and it just, again, wasn't enough. It wasn't the answer to topple APG.
And I think the Hailang teleport spell was pretty innovative, but it really bit him back in that level 1. When Yulong went for that aggressive invade at the Azure Golem, Hailang shifted into the Azure Golem wall, and then when he got out, he's like, oh, Hongling actually, the Kongming actually suffered a nerf on the spell too. It was 3 stacks back then, now it's 2 stacks.
Yeah.
So you go in, you go out, there's no more.
Yeah, it's difficult to play this particular game itself because you expected them to be able to take the lead, right? Take a look at the teams here. I think APG are in a very comfortable spot. Now, with that being said, it's going to be our next set of games, potential final game. I think we might be going for a break as well for the players itself, but we'll take a look at the post-game stats. So we'll look at the itemization. Look how far they are apart.
It was so far apart in this game itself here. As we talk about in towards the early game, Hailang suffered a big loss. Yes, you can lose away to Azure Golem, the first one is fine, but to give a kill towards Yulong, plus the buff, that is a lot of gold funneled into the pockets of this jungle player coming in from Alpha Gaming. And then we pan our vision towards the bottom side. Shanks, I gotta say, lost the favorable matchup against JD in that 1v1.
I mean, it all comes down to the decision-making from the side of APG, right? I mean, yes, there was a very clear goalie, but if you take a look at the decision this time by APG, Saber actually went for a more aggressive build, right? The Radiance to get the slow as well, because if you talk about the control, they have plenty on the side of APG. But in terms of burst, once you have it from JD, you want to make sure that that burst potential lands onto as many people as possible. The Radiance with the slow allows for the rest of APG to catch up with the members of Twisted Mind.
Yeah, it just buys you a lot of time, right? That's Radiance is a great skill, and not only that, the support item there for the side of APG Saber, but now we're obviously getting into that graph here, obviously in terms of the gold. Yes, obviously a little bit of a saving grace here for Twisted Minds, where we really hoped that it was going to come back here, but then it just goes into a steady decline.
I think Game 2 and Game 3 was very similar.
Yeah.
We saw signs of grace for the side of Twisted Minds in the early part of the game where they got some lead, they got some goal in towards their pockets here, but when it mattered the most at the most important timer, APG could always find that one good pickoff, leading to the side of Twisted Minds to find those jungle resources, to find those towers towards the side lane, and then all that gold will be pulled so far between these two teams.
And talking about gold, right, we take a look at the two extremes of what gold is used for, especially in the mid lane. So Hailang here going for the damage style. He needs a lot of farm in his hands. Meanwhile, Shishan doesn't have to do too much. He just needs to be able to land his skills consistently. And the first prior item he bought was the Venomous Staff. The value of this was crazy. If you take a look at the kill participation, he was the main guy to make sure that he was the deterrent. We talked about this at the start of the game. So what if Clean jumps in? The Destructive Deluge, I make sure you don't have the regeneration that you want cut down by 35%. Bye-bye.
It's like, I'm like welcoming you inside my Destructive Deluge. You're welcome to bathe inside here, but whether or not you can actually move out towards safety, that's a different question here coming in from the Twisted Line lineup here. And also, we saw a lot of mid-lane brawling in this 3 game so far.
Yeah. Exactly that, right? So obviously the cut down, obviously Shishan wasn't quite what they were able to get there, but it's going to be Yulong with a 5-0 KDA here. He was the driving force on this Augur, and obviously we did say in game number 2, hey, why not pick the Augur? And it was like, hey, we're saving it for game number 3, and we're going to show you why. 5-0-2 KDA, damage dealt 24%, but damage taken. He was the soaking sponge that was getting Ray and just completely mitigated Twisted Mind's damage.
So Yulong showed you the multiple things you can do right as an Ogrin. And from the first minute of the game, you already knew. And this comes down to the composition, right? You pick a secure early game because you know that, hey, I have the ability to pressure you. You have to put another member to deal with the secure. They knew he was going to mid, which means you're putting... You can't win everything in a map, as a coach used to tell me, right? So you have to give something up. And unfortunately for the side of Twisted Minds, Yulong knew exactly what he wanted. You may be on the blue side, but I'm going to beat you black and blue, and potential first blood there was taken. It was a potential, but he got it.
He got it, capitalizing that Hailang didn't have that flash spell here, and Clean coming in for this play, immediately getting stunned, CC changed galore by Shishan and Xiang, getting executed by that time here led to their doom here. And as of this point, For that APG, they have like 3 to 4k goal here. Even if 90 gets like a beautiful flank, it's not really that useful because it's so difficult to come back from that deficit.
Yeah, and even if, let's say, you're behind on goal, it is possible to come back, but you need someone to lock them in place. 90 had all the brilliant plays with the flash, the diving as well. It's the correct move, but who was supposed to be able to get the stun? The clean jungle Dune. He was supposed to get the wind slash, but when it's the only option you have to lock them down and it's gone, you can't win anything.
That's the difficult part. You got put so behind at minute 1 until the end of that game itself. It's a big snowball that has been generated by APG, and the pressure now lies on Twisted Mind's shoulder. 3-0 is the series point in hand for Alpha Gaming. The third seed coming in from the MKL, looking super duper strong for the opening series of the knockout stage.
Okay, so this is something that I think if you ask different people, the response is going to be very varied, right? Obviously, if you ask the MKL fans, what do you think of this game? The APG and MKL fans will probably tell you, what, 3-0? We expected this, come on. But if you're asking the rest of the world, especially the KMW fans, they were like, you know what, this game could have been, should have been closer.
I mean, should have been closer. For my personal prediction, I put this as a 4-3. Yeah.
Same.
So definitely, I'm very shocked but happy because I come from MKL itself. The Alpha Gaming is having such a consistent performance from game 1. It was 50-50 to game 2 and game 3. It was looking amazing, an absolute stampede coming in from the APG lineup itself. But that was 3 games down the line. We need a break. The players need a break. So grab your snacks, grab your drinks. We will see you right about after this break. Take it away.
Strangers to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Every day, put in work. You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream I've had, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly.
We're back to the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025, and this is the first series of the knockout stage featuring Alpha Gaming, the third seed coming in from MKL, going up against Twisted Minds. But it is looking like a landslide coming in for the Malaysian squad because they are now 3-0 in the lead in this best of 7 here.
Yeah, it's a difficult position to be in, but I think a lot of teams have experienced this before. So you can place some hope that maybe there is a potential of a comeback. We've seen this not too many times in the global side, right, where there is a complete reverse sweep of a 4-3, but it has happened across the entirety of HOK Global before. Now, we have to consider like what are the different steps to take because there's quite a few. You have to win the draft, you have to win your lane, you have to get the gold, you have to get the objective. So it's a tight one for Twisted Minds.
They have to do everything to try and get this win onto the board for themselves, right? Obviously, we're already at a 3-0 scoreline. This is match point for the side of APG. They are looking very dominant in their first match of the knockout stage. And honestly, they will go obviously up into the upper bracket, but they have played some very expensive heroes on both teams. But I'd have to argue that Twisted Minds has definitely played a few more expensive heroes than APG.
And to check out the expensive pick, this is the global ban picks here. For those who are not familiar with the HOK tournament setting, we utilize the global ban picks. For every hero you use in a series itself, you can no longer use it for the following game until game number 7.
So this is going to be an added difficulty. This is why, I mean, Honor of Kings is already a very special game, right?
Yes.
And we want to test the best of the abilities for the players because our champion needs to be the strongest in the world.
Absolutely. I mean, as well, it actually gives a highlight over the heroes that wouldn't necessarily get played. So obviously, if we take the blind draft from last year, it's kind of just like the same like rotation of maybe like 15 heroes when there's so many great heroes within Honor of Kings that you should be trying to make work within these seeds and within your rank games.
That's correct. Whereby global ban pick allows for more variety of heroes, more varsity in terms of the draft itself. And talking about draft here, in this decisive game, Twisted Minds selects the red side to be defaulting to and to look for those reactive red counters.
Yeah, reactive red. I like this option because Twisted Minds, I think it's better to be able to figure out, okay, give yourself some space to think. But so far, based on just the first few bans coming in from the side of APG, I feel like, look, they already have a huge advantage. This is not just a physical challenge, but a mental one, at least for the side of Twisted Minds.
That's correct. So coming into this game itself, to step on the right foot in towards the series, it is very dangerous. That could put you into the lower bracket, but we have seen what Twisted Minds can actually do when tournament lives are on stake here. So we can definitely bank onto them to find that winning formula, especially when they're against an APG squad that is looking so dominant in this game number 3.
Exactly. APG looking very, very dominant in this one as well. Obviously, you can see here the Twisted Mind boys are pretty, look, a little deflated here as well, right? Obviously, they are at the behest of APG, but it's all about kind of trying to bring yourself back up from that lowest point.
Yeah, and I think, you know what, one of the things they need to consider for this particular game is, can we get more control? Can we get more CC? Right? Sure. Because I think it's going to be very important.
Talking about control and CC, we've seen how Lapu Lapu was piloted by Saber here. Potentially in Game 4, maybe for the side of City Boy, we will start to see those engaged roams like the Lian Po, like the Lapu Lapu. He has already played Zhang Fei. Not the best of the success here, but so coming to Game 4, if we can whip out the Lapu Lapu, maybe that could be a winds of war change for Twisted Minds?
They definitely need it at this point, right? Because with enough CC control, you will be able to turn the fights, even if you are behind. That is one of the beauties of having crowd control, right? It gives you more time, it gives you more space.
And you can be more proactive with those spells. And talking about being proactive, to start off the draft, APG will be on towards the blue side and Twisted Minds on towards the red side here. With APG already expending picks like the Long and Arlie, I do believe that they will be removing these from the pool.
Yeah, Arlie's a kind of like a really good point to go to, right? Obviously getting that band out. Don't give that about Shanks, but Shanks still gets to play the Lung if he really wants to, right?
That's true. I mean, you know what? I'm curious whether Twisted Minds want to take a risk right now and give the Mai over. You know, and exchange it for something else.
So far, they've been locking away the Luna and also the likes of the Guan Yu from the side of Alpha Gaming. So I'm interested, like you as well, to see whether they will let the Mai go over to either mid laners here. And that's the Dharma that we talk about here. Lock away, potentially even APG as of this point. They might just go for the channel first pick here.
Oh, that's true. And then, you know, it's a little bit difficult. I mean, you want to put up a Lung for the side of Shanks? I think it's still difficult. And here we go. This is going to be the channel right as you said it.
I feel like APG, their draft is very, I would say, systematic, whereby they put a lot of focus in making sure that JD gets a comfortable environment to play. But with the ban coming in from Charlotte and Luna here, Twisted Minds 90 hovering on that Majin. He's daring the side of APG to pick up that Guan Yu matchup.
Alright, at the same time, there we go! This is the Hailang special, man! The Mai Shiranui! Let's see if this is going to be the winning formula.
Hey, I mean, he hasn't played a carry hero yet into the jungle, the mid lane. Obviously, we had the Kong Ming, but he was basically being used as kind of like a macro kind of push mechanic, right, with a teleport, but now he gets the Mai Shiranui. So maybe, just maybe, Twisted Minds maybe get onto a bit of a banger here for APG. They do lock in the Dolia. Do they decide to go for another Dolia combo here with the U1? Yeah, has to be.
The traditional counter, especially against the Mai Shiranui, and it's also one of those early to mid-game strong tempo mages that give you that leeway of that double Inixoro pressing in and out of team fights.
This one's a bit difficult to deal with. APG, there are so many people that you can pick up on the jungle.
Let's go!
Let's go! It's a Lapu! Lapu once again coming in from the side of Twisted Minds. The guy with the maximum amount of control so far. Can he make the tides change?
He definitely has to here. Lapu Lapu, the hero coming in from the Philippines region, has been locked in by Twisted Minds. So coming in this first stage of Twisted Minds draft, first 3 picks already spelling one thing: bounce house for days.
Oh, absolutely. There's knockups for days coming through. Lapu Lapu, the second time. I mean, I hate to keep bringing it up, guys. Flexing, people were saying they're not going to play the Lapu Lapu. And I was like, hold my drink. They are going to pick that one up because it's such a frightful engage.
So now if you're on the side of APG, you know what? I'm thinking, no Nerza, that's fine. Why not pick up the Kaiser? Right,
I have
double
a
invincible warrior?
Are these the times that you actually rip out the Zhuangzi jungle because you have 2 consistent carries on towards Yulong and also JD, and you just need the side of the jungle to be that Zhuangzi front line and cleanse out the CCs?
I mean, if he buys like, what, 4 Overlord's plate mail, then maybe that makes sense. But Twisted Minds, they are looking for the tanky lineup as well because they have the poke damage coming in from the Mai Shiranui. They also have the potential setup from the Lapu Lapu. So it's consistent stuns over stuns. You have 4 knockup potentials or CC potentials. And APG say, no, we're going to play the fast game. The time has come down.
Yeah, amping up the tempo, Alpha Gaming with this A here. And they do lock in the Byron here, so they made a very safe draft in Game 4 itself. Is looking very scary here. If Twisted Minds isn't able to find that one big engage and settling the score, after that engage, the DPS structure for APG is just much more consistent compared to Twisted Mind. It's about front to back by APG playing the long team fight versus Twisted Mind finding that one dream wombo combo.
I mean, Twisted Minds at this point, I feel like this matchup for the side of Shanks is going to be extremely difficult. Marco Polo, obviously a single target hero. Once he gets that Spark Force Dagger, yes, he's able to clear the waves a little bit faster. But against a Channel and with the Dolia by Saber, there's healing and there's poke damage.
I assume that they will commit for the lane swap at the very least for Shanks and 90 so that the Marco Polo can avoid the laning phase against that Channel and go bully that Byron in towards the clash. I think that's the ideal setup coming in for Twisted Mind. It's whether or not Alpha Gaming actually predicts this on happening.
I mean, it's a tough one, right? Because end of the day, you also have that very strong combination in terms of the Pei and Byron. And if you make the wrong decision here, First Blood could definitely and very easily go into the hands of APG Alpha Gaming.
Their lineup is just so consistent. Strong side lanes, consistent mid-game coming in by the Pei and also the Yuhuan. And to top it off, Channel on that late game structure. But we always talk about draft, we always talk about execution here. So if Twisted Minds has a superior execution, and with the Maestro itself coming in from Highland, we've seen what he can do on that pick. If you can find that early game tempo, this is just going to be a landslide snowball draft coming in from TM themselves.
Yes, I really like that a lot. Because if you get Lapu Lapu's ultimate down, it actually controls you for a very long time. And paired up with the Frigid Charge plus the Fever Barrage of the Marco Polo coming out from Shanks, it could cause plenty of damage.
Yes, it could do plenty of damage, especially to the side of APG. It's going to be scary seeing that combo come through as well. Obviously, the knock-up with the Fever Barrage may be the key to success here to try and take this game winning point from APG.
Yep, series point on the line here as Alpha Gaming leading the score 3-0 here. One more win will advance Alpha Gaming to that upper bracket semifinals, which defers Twisted Minds to that lower brackets here. So a lot is on the line on this game number 4. Whether or not Twisted Mind is able to come back from this deficit, it has to be proven on towards this gorge. It has to be right now.
High risk, high reward as they start the game, but it is going to be potentially the final point, series point for the side of Alpha Gaming. Blam, let's take this all the way.
Let's take it all the way. I mean, APG are looking to do exactly the same thing here as well, right? But here we are seeing a bit of APG fade into the mid lane, really trying to put punish onto Shushwan, putting away that splash. But the Kachuzen comes in. Can they do enough damage? We see the APG reacting so slow.
And I mean, this is the dream start, but here comes the response.
They're looking for the response here, 90, but it's going to be Lapu diving in, trying to get the knock onto the enemy team APG there, but it's only going to be Saber getting the wave breaker, trying to do the damage, but it's not going to be enough at level 1.
But this is what we need, Twisted Minds. What a setup. The Lapu pick coming in from City Boy, clutch with this one. Now, I have to say this as well. Shanks, they're really going in very risky because Shanks actually took the stun for the common spell, which means there's a potential for Xiang as well as Shishan and JD to stop that.
Oh, there's a lot of chance, right? Just to completely get rid of that Fever Barrage with any kind of CC, which would be scary here. But the Wavebreaker tries to contest the Zerg all the way to the side of Twisted Minds right now. But Saber, once again, just kind of just playing to the forefront here, making sure that nobody gets phase checked, nobody gets taken down here. We have some squishy heroes. Bit of a Dream Roam invade here. Just going to be used defensively to get back to his team.
Alright, it's a pretty decent start from the side of Twisted Minds. We'll take a look at what this is going to be like. Yulong has been placed under pressure, but this is something, I mean, he's not too unfamiliar with, right? He knows how to deal with this kind of situation. And for now, Xiang trying to go for that lane freeze, which is already working wonders because Xiang is already a level ahead of 90.
He's a level ahead right now of 90, and that could spell disaster, right? I mean, having level 4 means one or two things. You obviously have a little bit more of attributes. You also have your ultimate within your utility as well. But right now, we are seeing a APG and Twisted Minds being very scrappy, obviously, with Twisted Minds getting that first split in the early game.
I mean, I really like this little interactions that they have, right? So APG, Xiang, and Yulong, they actually force out 90 to move back a little bit so that the lane freeze cannot be done. And now, Twisted Minds, they're going to try and make a slightly different move here to put pressure against Xiang and have a 3-man share go into jungle here.
Try and get a bit of evade. Obviously, just keeping over the aid to Yulong, right? Obviously, we're going to really be playing and hoping for Yulong to have a dominant early game, right? Because obviously, JD doesn't get online until the later parts of the game. So really, that's the late game assurance here for the side of APG.
Yeah, but you can see the APG response. I like it a lot, right? So the 3-man rotation in the mid. Not only are they sharing the gold as well, they're getting the EXP together. And right now, APG, even though they got dealt the hardest hand, I would say, at this point of First Blood, giving over to the side of Twisted Minds, they're maintaining a steady goal lead. Not the biggest, but a lead is a lead.
Yeah, lead is a lead, absolutely. You want to be in the position of a lead rather than kind of like trailing behind, especially if you are already 3 points within the series and not actually getting a single game onto the board just yet. But it's going to be used at more full tempo just to try to get a phase check there. But it's going to be highlighting to the back line, trying to get the knock onto Saber. Does so, but no success to follow through.
Yeah, this is where the pokes come in, right? Saber is going to be able to help Shishan with this defense. And Shishan, I'm curious to see what the build is going to be like that for later. Is he going to go full tank build, or is it going to be the magical build, helping out with the damage department for the side of APG?
Only time will tell, right? Obviously, Shishan right now, gotta be careful. Shanks gets to the back line, gets the Fever Barrage with the help of Highland, gets another kill onto JD. That's one way you're gonna kind of hinder the late game of APG.
Right, there's a great start. Once again, Twisted Minds. We're hitting that 4-minute mark soon. City Boy has been providing so much value with the vision, but more importantly, the stuns. The one thing they were trailing with in game number 3.
Yes, no stuns, nothing that they could try and do and get any kind of like CC onto the enemy team there. It's just very much of a struggle for the side of Twisted Minds. But now we're getting into that 4-minute match. We could see a potential go for and contestation of these objectives.
Okay, so Clean does well, gets the Crimson buff in his hands. 10 more seconds before he gets the Azure spawned up. But it's the wave management that's really important, right? We haven't seen the biggest of trades in terms of JD versus Shanks. I mean, aside from that little 1v1 kill here. But APG, they know the exact answer. They don't mind losing this Tyrant. They have the map advantage for a moment. They trade the T1's top and bottom on both sides.
But I mean, in Twisted Minds, you get obviously the T1 down to the bot side as well as the Tyrant. So I feel like that trade overall definitely goes over to the side of Twisted Minds here. If they don't lose anybody as they try to escape and try to maybe like reform into the lanes here, it's definitely in favor of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, for now. Highland giving pretty good information right to this side. And one of the benefits, Clean is getting tankier and tankier.
Oh, there it is. Shishan getting taken down once again. This is spelling disaster for APG in the early game. But really, they need to make sure they make it into the late game for JD to pop off.
Yeah, they need to make the trades as well, right? And this is for both sides. Twisted Minds, I really like this shift of momentum. 90 is going to clear the lanes and hopefully see value in trying to break down the T2. If they can get a T2 at the bottom, it'll be great. But here comes the defense by APG.
Defense, also a access into the enemy jungle as well, right? As you can see here, we did use the Spirit Wolf, so JD put in that trap there to get some intel, but you can see down to the bot side, Shanks is just formulated and got a minion wave there, just to try and get that push of the T2, but into the mid lane, we have a little bit of tip attack going on, so T2, top side of the map, does get taken down there by the side of APG, but can they get a solid team fight? We do see that Xiang is on the prowl, he has the flash, he has the storm strike, he really wants to go for it, but it is going to be the multiple tempo just to catch down Clean here, but I don't think there's enough damage to run down that monkey.
I don't think it's now the time to fight, right? APG, if they want to take the fight now, and if they lose the overlord of going over to the side of Twisted Minds. So I think it was a great decision to kind of tread back and make sure that they explore other options against Twisted Minds.
Exactly, you don't want to commit one option and then fail here, but at the same time, Xiang is taking a lot of damage, but he can do, right? He has the sustainability, he has the shield, he's going to be fine right now, but just making sure they keep them in that mid lane, making sure they don't lose that priority is going to be APG for now.
Yeah, I mean, Xiang also has the Pure Sky, so that 30% damage reduction is going to come in handy, right? Meanwhile, APG playing the macro game here, trying to get some damage on T1 on the bot. Do remember that APG have gotten a T2 at the top, so this is a little bit of a pain point for the side of Twisted Minds.
Bit of a pain point, but now it's going to be a bit of a nuisance here for the side of Yulong, as obviously we see the flash in from 90 once again. They're trying to get it. It's going to get serious with the Mai, but still, it's going to be Shishan coming in with a bit of a helping hand here with Saber as well. Trying to just keep Clean out of this engage.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, finally they have gold advantage. It's not the biggest, couple hundred only, but APG, if they are unable to defend this T1, it could spell problems.
It could spell a lot of problems here. The T1 takedown into the mid lane from the side of Twisted Minds, but it's going to be a big engage here for the likes of APG, but can they come out on top? It's going to be the Beaver Barrage into the back line that gets wiped out, but he gets Xiang, he gets Shishan, so 2-1 trade for Twisted Minds.
Valuable, because they are the most, the only ones that will do AoE damage besides Yulong right here. Now with that being said, APG, they have managed to fend off.
Oh, the flash in with the Rujin is going to be the takedown of the Yulong. It can now potentially get the setup here of that Overlord for the side of Twisted Minds. 90 does get phase checked there by the Spirit Wolves thanks to JD's trap, but it's going to be the contestation of that Azure Golem going over to Clean.
Alright, Clean finally has walking up. This is perfect for them. He takes away the Azure Golem from the hands of Yulong. The CDR, the lack of CDR is going to affect this Tigers quite a bit. At the same time, they also funnel this Crimson Golem into the hands of Shanks. So everything looking positive for the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, they actually have a dominant hand into this game number 4, right? And they needed it. So, yes, it may be a little bit late for that to happen right now, but the fact is that they gave over the carry potential to Highlang as well as Shanks here. Kind of gave Clean a little bit of a daybreak for this time around. Just be Monkey, just be in the front line for the side of Twisted Minds.
Okay, so Twisted Minds, I think for now, with Shanks, he's the one guy I want to pay attention. But the fight...
Oh, yeah, 5 potentially going through here. I did just clean out his name here, but it's going to be 90 waiting in the wing as well. Can they get the pick off here? They're going to just go like, you know what? We've got minion wave crashing into the top side of the map. Let's get out.
Yeah, 90 was kind of considering, right? He had the flash ready as well. If he got to get serious there, I think it would have been great. But with the whatever's 1 and 2, I think right now the important time is to make sure you have another kind of advantage, which is the Tyrant buff, of which will go into the hands of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, the only advantage we have now onto the side of APG is that top side of the map as well, but it looks like it's going to get mitigated by Twisted Minds down to the bot side here, but once again, potential team fight, one full tempo being used here to try and check in, Clean in his place, doing a lot of damage, but just no kill.
Yeah. I mean, what's crazy is that they've had 6 kills, but Clean is still losing in EXP against Yulong. Yulong is at level 13. And as the game goes later, this is really a battle about positioning and stunts.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to get the pick off onto Shanks is going to be pretty huge going into those team fights, but at the same time, Yulong's doing the same thing as what 90 was doing for the past 3 games. Just freezing those minion waves in between towers.
Yeah, now they're going to be able to take a T1 at the bottom, unless 90, he's going to show up, should be in time. No, he's not. The chase down, Yulong.
They're looking for the chase down here, but Yulong onto 90, just keep him away, making sure that T1 does get taken down there, which is a nice play by the side of APG. But they are looking to try and fight around this Shadow Tyrant for now. Full tempo being used, dragging the Tyrant, hopefully get the reset that the side of APG are really looking for here, and it is going to be the question, the answer that APG wanted.
All 5 members, JD, careful.
Oh, Green Room with the Ryujin onto the backline of APG. JD goes down, Yulong, Shishan, and Saber. They're looking for the ace, but Siang is not going to go down without trying to trade up low, but that's Twisted Minds with the minion wave down to the bot side, looking to win this one.
And this is an ace from the side of Twisted Minds. This is why we say when it gets difficult, Twisted Minds will come back.
They're looking to come back here. They have 1 cannon minion and a dream, but that might just be enough because JD has 5 seconds to come back, but no! Twisted Minds with game 4 point.
All right, beautiful recovery from the side of Twisted Minds. This is exactly what we need to see. KMW stays alive, but only for the moment because it is still series point for Alpha Gaming.
It is still very good news thus far because you can see the focus coming in from Twisted Minds hasn't dwindled down. That mind shooting performance from Highland was just so darn nasty. From start of the game all the way to the big setup at that Shadow Tyrant. That was a 5-man knockout, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, and the timing of it was perfect because it was at the 10-minute mark, right? So this is where maximum value is extracted for the side of Twisted Minds. They already played the first half of the game really well. They got the financial advantage. They got the kill advantage as well. But more importantly, the map advantage.
Yep, yeah. The pressure generated by the Maestro itself, getting those early kills, transitioning to those team fights at the side lane, and punishing JD on that aggressive matchup. Highland gotta be MVP in this game for me.
I mean, he was the shift of focus, right? Like, him being the core of that one really set up this game for Twisted Minds because obviously, like I was saying, in-game, where Clean was given the monkey, he was just given the fight, the idea just to be the driving force, the spear at the side of Twisted Minds.
All right, we'll take a look at the post-game item stats and stuff like that. But I want to, before we go into that, I want to ask a question. So now that Maestro is out, Kongming is used. What else is left in that particular style of play in the mid lane?
So he burns Shi, Kongming, Maestro Nui, and also the likes of the Nuwa. The next hero that I can really imagine, potentially the Garnet Mo for the long range catch. So that is potential. But so far, our Lapu Lapu in this tournament, 100% win rate.
100% win rate. That's
on
great.
release.
Yeah, let's take a look at the stats of City Boy first, because I'm so curious. The amount of setups that he did for the side of Twisted Minds really changed the game for them.
It was game-changing. It was absolutely game-changing. Picking up the Radiance there as well, obviously just locking them in place. But like you were saying there, obviously in terms of the carry potential onto the side of Twisted Minds, I mean, if they still had the chance at Adolia, we could have seen the Shank 1 come through, but that's not going to come through separately.
They burned it, I think, during the Dolia and also the other combination in the previous game. So for Twisted Minds, their drafting pressure will start to skyrocket in the following games because this is I would say decent, but due to the fact that you have expanded the Mai Shunui, the Mayin, and also the Lapu Lapu, the next engaged roamer that is available for your plate is potentially the Lianpo.
Yeah.
So Lianpo might be the consideration for the side of Twisted Minds coming in, but let's take a look at the stats here. The damage dealt, this one's pretty even, right? Clean, Highline, and Shanks showing you that the teamwork is really where the dreams will start to work as well. The setup by Shanks, there was a little bit of concern, right? The stun coming in, it did not work out too much at certain points of the game.
Correct.
But with the lead that they have and that absolute beauty of a knockout from both City Boy as well as Highline, that changed the game.
That really changed the game for them, and that led to that Shadow Tyrant contention to be a immediate game-ending push coming in from Twisted Minds as they really conclude this game in almost 11-minute fashion here. So very good recovery thus far coming in from Twisted Mind.
Yep, I really like it. The game length's like just getting shorter and shorter, right? Obviously, we had game number 1 where it got to the Tempest, and then ever since that point, it just got shorter and shorter and shorter.
10,
but I mean,
11.
it's at the advantage, obviously, Twisted Minds, right? Obviously, if they got APG to the late game, JD would be online. It would have been a lot harder to formulate that win.
I think that goes back to our discussion back in towards that draft, whereby if Twisted Mind gets going, there's just going to be a death ball and choke the side of APG out of contention for that late game here. As we see towards this head-to-head matchup between both the junglers here, you can definitely see that Clean has really woken up from his slumber back in the past 3 games.
Yes, for sure. And it looks like tank junglers are the answer to APG, right? APG, they like this assassin jungles rate, which is a lot of firepower. But once you have this huge brick wall that you can't get past, which is Clean, then I think things start to get a little bit dicey for the side of APG. But the one member that we're talking about that has to be the MVP, it is none other than the player of Highline here, bringing the Mai Shiranui to greater heights.
Yeah, the core shift comes over, and then Highline gets the MVP. 515 KDA, doing 27% of the damage dealt, and obviously being very untouchable there with that 17% of the damage. All right, even from the word go, obviously that 3-man dive, wait into the brush there, was just enough, and that was kind of like the sign of the times here for this game number 4.
So this is what I want to see from the KMW representatives. Now bear in mind they are number 2, but they have now clearly touted themselves as number 1.
Correct.
Beating OG, their old nemesis, they have made a breakthrough. This next breakthrough against APG seems a bit far, but I think it's still possible.
And it's also to bring the spirit of OG with them as the sole KMW representatives coming out from Group D towards this game itself. As we can see towards this highlight here, it was City Boy pre-charging the ultimate and then flashing to redirect the Raging Sea, the Lapu Lapu ultimate to land on towards multiple members, and then Shanks going in with Highland's setup, finding the kill. As of this one is 1 and 5, and Yulong with a quick getting engaged on by Highland. It's a trade, but you can see how decisive Highland is as a player, and this is the key one here. Check out Highland's position here. 4, 5-man group down here, 4-kick view engine coming in from Highland. He's such an insane player on the Mai Shiranui.
I like this confidence because yesterday in the closing interview, he was like, bring it on, right? It doesn't matter who it is. I mean, when you come into a competition, you come into a competition expecting that you can beat everyone.
Exactly. Like, can't beat everybody, but you will try your best to do that, right? Obviously, they have taken 3 games back-to-back from the side of APG, but now they're able to get that first point. As you can see, this updated bracket right now looks like APG aren't going to get that sweet spot run right. They were looking for that 4-0, but Twisted Minds is like, hang on, if we are falling down to the lower brackets, we want to make sure that the loser knows that we can take a game from APG.
With that snowball game-winning lead coming in for the side of Twisted Minds, definitely they will be feeling much better, pacing themselves into Game 5 later on. Potentially, this might just be a longer series if they can find their marker in that Game 5, which will be coming after this.
I think we will dare to dream, or at least let me put it for the KMW fans, for the Twisted Mind fans. I think it's safe to say you can dare to dream because we are now on the cusp of what may be one of the biggest comebacks ever, and it's just the first day of the knockouts, right? All they have to do is to win 3 more games in a row.
That will be a reverse sweep and an absolute banger of a storyline here coming in for the side of Twisted Minds. But this is the global ban pick here, and we were talking about like, hey, what can still be picked by side of Twisted Minds on the mid laner himself? He has expanded the picks like the Nuwa, Shi, Kongming, and the Mai Shiranui here. Potentially, the next in line for him might be the Ganemo.
Yeah, potentially, right? But I mean, obviously the Ganamo's done very well when the Dolia comes through as well. But I mean, you're going to have to draft some solid front line as well. So obviously we have seen the takedown, obviously, of the Zhongfei as well as the Lapu Lapu. So really what we was alluding to earlier was the Lian Po pick, right? So maybe, just maybe, they go for that, or maybe they try and lock in the Sakia so they get the Mulberry Power as well as the couple blades targeted.
I mean, to add on to that, right, I think that the potential for Shanks is also very huge because they now have both the Arlie as well as the Lung available for picking. I don't think you want to ban both of them and leave the rest of the lanes open in the first phase of the bans.
And you make a very good point, whereby Lung, Arlie, yes, they are still open, and all the counters of the marksman pool has been used up by the side of APG, whereby Lung, Arlie, Chano, Direnjie, all are gone from JD's hand here. So I think that those two picks will be the primary bans here coming in for the side of Alpha Gaming.
I would think that for APG, I actually would give it, right? Because they still have the Xiao Xiao pick.
Yeah. That's true. They could go for the Xiao Qiao, they could go for the Mai Shurenui, plus an assassin on towards Yulong, or a dive-heavy composition to really decimate whatever that it will be coming in for the Twisted Mind. Firmly in pool here, but clock is ticking here as they need to decide what is the best course of action coming into this Game 5.
Twisted Minds have one more thing to consider. They have to ban out the Nerja. This is something that is really scary on the side of APG here. I mean, they can pick it up for themselves as well.
But that is only at the cost if there's a Dolia here. So there's no more Dolia due to the fact that they have already expanded the Yuhuan Dolia at the previous Game 4. So I think Nerja will dwindle down from the priority list coming in. And so far from what we've seen coming in for the Twisted Minds bans, it has been consistently targeted on towards Yulong's Luna.
Yeah, that's true. I think the Luna just poses as a huge threat because you can enter from multiple angles, and you know, once you get the goalie, you can't really take a good fight against the Luna.
I don't know, do you really think, obviously, with the comeback of Twisted Minds here as well, that they're really going to allow a Luna to come through?
Yeah.
They're just like, you know what, we've got 1 point, lads. Let's just like throw our hands up in the air and go for the Luna pick to come through here as well. But now we're getting into game number 5 now. Obviously, this would normally be match point. It is match point technically here for the side of APG if they do take this one. But if they don't, we're going to go into match 6 and then potentially an ultimate battle in the first day. But the Dharma ban here is going to come through tried and tested as Siang has already picked this one up.
All right, so I think APG are very comfortable. We'll see. I think APG might really consider, okay, we'll give you both picks, but we do have the relevant counters as well. Now, Twisted Minds, they don't want to take too much of a risk. They're going to ban the Mai Shiranui away from the Shishan, who we know has had fantastic games from game 1 to 3.
And we saw the potential of the Mai Shiranui on the hands of Hailang here, so you don't want it over to Shishan that's angry after not a great performance on towards the Yuhuan. And that's the early we talk about here, so that leaves to Twisted Mind the lone pickup available on towards the side of the farm lane here. And again, Luna removed from the pool. The Da Qiao Mulan combo play into fruition, whereby you go towards the heavy sword, you press the Da Qiao portal and cast a spell, you can teleport with the CC invulnerability coming in with this pick. But Athena roll up on towards APG, they're whipping out all cards in this game.
Yeah, APG is like, no, there is no comeback. We're going to end it right here, right now.
Yeah, just looking for, obviously, maximum intel with this Athena, right? Obviously, give it over to like an Agudo. It's not really going to scale too much into the late game. It's more so just a early game, just kind of like a siege hero, right? But I mean, at the same time, that could actually be flexed into the farm lane. But Yulong is going to make this Jing appear.
I absolutely love this. Both teams, there are no shields. These are all swords. We are diving in. This is going to be a face-to-face fight out.
And loving the Ganemo pick as well. We were discussing this about the side of Twisted Minds mid lane, whether he can bring this out, and he in fact brings it out, and especially it serves as a very good counter against the Athena roam due to the fact that the spell 1 passive of Ganemo can stack magic damage up to 20 kills and assists. That is about 300 extra magical power.
They should ban out the Hoi, right, on the side of APG. I mean, yes, definitely you want to get rid of the Ogren here because, look, they can potentially still flex this Agudo into the farm.
Yes. I think this Agudo will go to the farm here. The reason why this Athena even showed in the first place is to forbid this Agudo from channeling the release spell on his might to release the jungle and then get the buff for himself. So when this Athena goes towards the jungle side, it's just going to make this Agudo's life very difficult.
So he's going to the farm lane, right?
I think he will go to the farm lane.
Okay, we are in agreement then.
Correct.
So I mean, we have the double knockups as well now if he goes into the farm lane, right? Gorge mobilization with the Mulberry power, and that's going to really kind of give aid to Highlang in that mid lane for those couple blades. But APG are taking a leap out of Twisted Minds, Buck. They're going to go for the Flowborn Marksman because we was talking about, hey, they've gone for all the high tier ones. What's left? And it's going to be the Flowborn Marksman with the potential setup here of the Suya.
They're gonna do it here. It's gonna be the Tsuya, and this is going to be a very scary potential sanctification, a level break. Cap for the side of the JD Flowborn Marksman. But I like this. Just cut through everything with the Dianwei.
Yeah, cutting through everything with the Dion Way, but I mean, the Suya as well is going to be a good counter towards the Kudo as well, right? Like, obviously, being able to get those orbs from those critters, going to basically max his, it's going to pro-max his XP.
Yeah, I'm just so curious. Look, Clean, he's so tired of being like the guy that's going to soak up the damage. He wants to do the damage as well. With the Leap of Fury, that, by the way, deals true damage, cuts through a lot of tanks. Not that they have much on the side of APG, but yo, this one is a spicy one.
It is a spicy one, and considering the fact that Dianwei, if I'm not mistaken, also has the passive that allows you to stack physical damage when you take down the enemy. So that is also another stacking mechanism coming in for the side of Twisted Minds. They're just daring the side of Saber on that. You know, like, hey, come on in. 3 stacks for me and 3 damage for my pockets.
He's also able to cleanse himself from those catches by Guan Yu or even the Athena and Jing as well. And that's going to be a very scary potential, right? Because he gets stronger every time he debuffs himself. You know what? I've seen too many Dianweis in ranks and have been crushed by so many to understand that this is going to be one of the greatest games of his life for Clean if he makes this Dianwei work.
It has to work. They are at tournaments, upper bracket lives at stake here. Nobody loves that lower bracket adrenaline because, yes, it makes you hyped up. But it also puts you into a position whereby you will always know you lose one more series, you are completely out of the tournament. We've seen good teams crumble under pressure, even though they are crowned as the best of the best teams. But when under pressure, that's where it succumbs you and makes you lose your form.
I mean, I love it. I love the fact that we have a potential to go into more games over here. And the way we're going to get there is by Clean having one of the strongest performances available. But right now, APG, this is also a great draft. I don't think we might be able to entertain a game number 5 here. So let's see, APG against Twisted Minds. Blam, let's go.
Let's go indeed, right? Twisted Minds 90 just looking for that, like we saw in the last game, right? They were hiding in the brush to check out the potential setup here as well. But it's going to be Saber that's going to be able to check this one out. Because that's the whole point of Saber, right, on this Athena, is making sure he is just going to be that phase check-in. He's just going to basically be the distraction right now, and that's exactly what happens.
And the timing is great because right away, 90 doesn't even lose any single one of the minions. So he's not going to be trailing the EXP or gold.
Exactly. He's able to kind of just get all that safely in his own pocket right there. But at the same time, we are seeing Saber maybe trying to get a steal off here because he doesn't have a smite. Can he outsmite it? He does actually get it, but I mean, if they actually get this kill transferred over to Clean, it's only the matter of the gold that wasn't transferred over.
And you get to see the strength of the Dianwei as well. He actually has a lot of chase down potential as well. So yes, you do have the steals from Saber. He does have the ability to run away. But the chase down, I mean, he is one of the scariest. If you do have the POV of someone being chased by the Dianwei, yeah, you'll be freaked out.
Oh, absolutely. Second skill slows you down as well, right? Like, if he gets that up on you and then you leap a Fury in, it's going to be like, good night, Irene, unfortunately, for the side of APG. But right now, the problem they've got to kind of like face here, and like Sagi was saying in the draft, is the fact that obviously the distraction Athena, right, is meant to be given played into somebody that's not going to scale. But this Dianwei, if he keeps getting the kills, he keeps getting that physical damage from those stacks.
Yeah, too smart right there. JD, oh, what a flash! The reactions on this guy.
Yeah, absolutely quick reactions there with a flash there going through for APG JD. He doesn't want to get caught out, but 90 may not be at that same kind of privilege there, using the ultimate to make sure he doesn't get CC'd.
I'll be honest, if I was JD, I would have been caught. I would have given away another kill.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. It's like a very difficult one to kind of like contest there, especially with the dive and the flash, when you don't know it's coming.
Yeah, man, we'll see. Twisted Minds, they have a very, very small advantage at this point, but an advantage still right now. If they can get another kill onto JD or Susan, I think that will be very because it does double the damage. If you shut Shushan down, he doesn't get the 15 fast. No sanctification that you want as early.
No, exactly. You don't want to give out that as early as possible here, but obviously especially into the enemy jungle here is going to be Saber. Just once again slowing down the farm of Clean, just making sure he's been a nuisance here, but trying to steal away as well, which he did there.
Yeah, I mean, it's valuable. EXP stolen away. Yes, you get the kills, but it's negated, right? It's mitigated because there's lesser EXP going in.
Exactly there, but at the same time, there it is. Yulong into the back line, onto City Boy, and now the Guan Yu. Siang is online, but that CC immune from the Mulan is going to be a little bit of a pest for him.
Oh, no!
Flash, he misses it, but the takedown of the Clean is going to be huge.
They needed him to stay alive, but Clean has been taken down, and this means Yulong has advantage. Not only does he have the buffs, Highlight, he's not hitting those marks.
He's not hitting those marks as well. That's going to be scary. But I mean, at the same time, we just saw that he was going to be used as a distraction. Oh my goodness, that damage over time was all so close. But once again, Saber finds himself in enemy jungle, just contesting it as well. If you feel like why I'm not hyping up the depths or the claims onto the side of Saber, is because I would have no voice every time Saber's going to die in this one.
Yeah, I fully understand. But boy, Saber has been making the steals. That's the most difficult part,
exactly.
Right? And right now, Twisted Minds, I feel like, yes, you have the advantage, but here we go. Maybe one kill that is going to be important. Xiang will make it out safely for now. But Twisted Minds is starting to get more and more difficult.
Oh, absolutely. They are going to get more difficult. Obviously, they are playing these team fights very well with themselves here, but it is all down to the fact of the Saber just slowing down the enemy team, taking away those minor camps, but at the same time, Twisted Minds is like trying to revert the focus elsewhere. They get this Azure goal on their side, they get the Tyrant as well, so not really blundering them too much.
Yeah, but APG, look, Saber is just really pulling a lot of financial advantage from the side of Twisted Minds. You can get the Tyrant, but then for every camp that is stolen from the side of Twisted Minds by Saber, that is gold going to the side of APG. So they're consistently neck and neck. And Yulong makes the steal once again. Clean is not having a comfortable time at all.
No, definitely put him under pressure. Definitely not kind of like serving the way that the Athena needed to here for the side of Twisted Mind. But there again, Yulong with the mirror domain gets the takedown onto Clean. We're going to maybe potentially see more here as well. Just using that ultimate so he doesn't get pushed away by that guard hurt great. But now we're seeing a bit of a takedown onto the Crystal. The T1 here into the mid lane, sorry. But it's going to be at the behest of CT Boy. But those claims are going to be the couple blades.
I mean, it's just showing you why it's important to work as a team, right? Clean as an individual hero is really strong. But APG, not only are they dealing damage to Clean, they're also dealing damage to the Gorge itself. The T1 in the mid, one of the most important towers in the game, already taken down to less than half its health for the side of Twisted Minds.
Literally moments after those Tyrants and Overlords came up, it's looking pretty low. But I mean, you have to give out props to Twisted Minds. They're just trying to make the best out of a bad decision here. But now 90 does have his flash. He can commit what he needs to do with that combo. Basically, the T1 takedown down to the bot side of the map.
Team has destroyed a tower.
This game, the KDA doesn't matter at all, right? 7 kills, so what? Twisted Minds, they need to find a lot more value across the map. And this is potentially, look, Saber has the potential to get kills as well, even though he's 2 levels behind 90.
Exactly, yeah, he's able to get the kills if he really wants to. He's got the smite as well if he really wants to commit the smite for a kill. But the Arrow Storm here for JD is going to keep him out of the range of Highline.
So it's going to be a T1 trade across the map, right, for both teams. 1-1 right now. Saber once again needs to steal this.
He may be able to steal it. He's able to get it as well. Clean. Not having a happy day, especially on this Thursday, where he's trying to get some Crimson Golem for himself. He's just like, oh, I'm going to take that one away. And this is the reason why the Athena comes.
And it's not just the buff being taken that it hurts right now.
Universal Law, can they get the shift here for the Mulan hit? It is going to come through onto Saber, but it means that T1 top side of the map maybe getting taken down as well as Highline. The mirror domain has been placed around him, but now Clean is here trying to answer the calls. But fair play to Shanks though. He's been completely left alone down bot side of the map to do whatever he wants.
That's good. That's a lifeline that they need, because Clean is not going to have a comfortable game at all. Look, Shushan now has taken away the trade in terms of getting that Crimson buff. And Clean, he was searching for the Crimson buff trade, but there was none because JD had already taken it.
He already took it, exactly. It's going to be there to try and find any scraps that it may be related there, but Siang into the back line. Pretty huge play here trying to get the takedown onto City Boy. City Boy looking pretty low as well as clean, but ultimately they came for that T1 into the mid lane. Shanks goes down!
With the mirror image cut, not even the real guy. He doesn't deserve that damage. I don't need to be there to take the kill.
That's it. My former shadow of my former self will come through and cut you down there. Yulong really showing a dominant performance and one of the biggest plays and heroes he goes for in the NKL.
This is his specialty pick. Yulong, I mean, his Luna is great, but this play on Jing, especially such a clutch moment. KIC2025, lives are on the line. Money is on the line. This insane catch by Xiang as well on the backlines, causing absolute chaos for the side of Twisted Minds. And look, that last decision from the side of Yilong, knowing that he had more than enough damage potential, beautiful move from APG.
Very good move from APG here, but maybe it's going to be a little bit of an overzealous play here for the Mulan to get caught by the Radiance, and there it is. Shishan coming through with a hit. And if you didn't notice moments ago, the sanctification has been used onto Yulong as well, but now the fight on two fronts. Shax gets taken down, just trying to use those couple of plays to drive away APG, and they are just dodging them.
Yeah, they get the life of Xiang, but they take 3, and Twisted Minds are starting to look like they are running out of options, running out of time, because APG Yulong, this Jing that has been on an absolute tear, has gotten Tyrant as well. They force the flash out. It's okay, it's just Saber. APG still has control.
It's just Saber, but obviously the stack does go over to Highlang as well, so obviously that is another hero that is going to stack up with each kill, each assist here as well. But it's going to be a bit of a Brucey bonus, or at least a consolation death here by the side of APG. If they lost anybody else with that one, then yes, that would have been a problem.
They get any time, right? The buff only lasts for that long, and if APG refuse to fight Twisted Minds, they don't find value with this Crimson buff.
They don't find value, but I mean, so that APG is able to steal away the Azure Golem, so that's a very good play here for the side of the boys on blue. But now we see minion wave being created, top side of the map here. Focus has been averted onto the side of Twisted Mind, down to the bot side.
Yeah, JD can hold the defense for the side of APG against the side of Twisted Minds. 90 with the Mulan did try to go for the split push, but this just puts more farm into JD.
Yeah.
And already Shishan has that level cap break, but here's the cool part. He did not choose the farm laner. He chose Yulong.
Yeah, exactly. He was like, hey, you seem to be doing well, mate. Like, you have 4 kills. Let's give you a little bit more here. But now, that 2v1 into the bot side of the map here. Mulan gets taken down by JD. He's looking for some more damage, but now Clean trying to get the leap of Fury, onto the enemy team there. But looking just to contest this Shadow Tyrant. They need this damage onto the side of Twisted Mind.
10 minutes. Oh, did they come? Go back, right? Why are they going back?
I have no idea, but into the back line. It may be scary, but it's going to be Saber. He's going to be able to set the whole motion of the ocean here for the side of APG. Double kill going up the side. Triple kill for JD. He is the man with the plan.
They got their backs shot here, and it's going to be 4 members down on the side of Twisted Minds. Potentially a T3 open for the side of APG. Alpha Gaming, they take a T2 in the mid. They're going to be looking for a T2 on the bottom side as well. 90!
Yes. Oh, he absolutely dominates that. Creaming from JD there. It's going to be 90 with a potential takedown here. Maybe looking for some more onto Siang. I mean, the sustain from City Boy is not enough to keep him alive. We have minions into the bot side of the map and into the mid. Playing at a point of position is APG.
I mean, they got sandwiched right there, and this one, revenge is sweet for the side of APG. You may have gotten my farm laner, but Twisted Minds, they lose much more. All the T2s have been completely wiped off the map for the side of Twisted Minds, and right now, the only things standing in the way of the lower brackets for TM are the T3s.
Yep, they love to take their T3s deep onto the side of APG, right? They are looking for the pressure in all these 3 side lanes. The boys on the blue side are trying to just formulate that one last push. Maybe just trying to get this pressure at first T3 and then go for the Overlord.
Right, this is a very nice usage of the ultimate from the side of the Secure here, but we'll take a look at the wave clear. Okay, Xiang may be a victim here.
Yeah, 90. He's looking for some kind of approach. He's sat in the brush there. He knows the intel onto the enemy team because there is that brush ward through there, but now he gets taken away still. He's like, you you know what? They haven't found me. They don't know where I am. I might go for the Lung Wing here as well, but they are just there trying to cut down this minion wave into the mid lane, but it is going to be a push here for the side of APG to get that T3 into the mid, into the top side here as well. They have the cannon minion.
Right, the T3s have been taken down in the mid and the top as well. This is going to be great work for them side of Alpha Gaming. At the same time, 90 does alleviate the pressure on the bottom side of the map, clears that one wave, so Twisted Minds have a lifeline at least. They just need to defend the 2 lanes, mid and top.
Exactly that. Maybe the minion wave might just actually make it to the high ground turret onto the side of APG down to the bottom side of the map now, but obviously the Overlord being contested by the side of APG. They get the takedown here as well. Look to create that pressure elsewhere. But now 90 facing the head of 3-4 people at the side of APG. He has to get his boys through, so everybody top side of the map trying to stop that takedown.
Yep, they force a flash of 90. Not only does that dwindle his efficiency on damage output, but it also closes the gap on the potential escape. So if Xiang makes the ultimate flank here, I think Twisted Minds are done.
Oh, absolutely. Ultimate flank, take away the Azure Golem as well. I mean, it seems like Clean's never had an Azure Golem in the entire game, which is a bit sad for him, but this is what you mean. This is what you need to do in the KIC 2025 if you want to be 2 of the top teams.
Yeah, 14 kills apiece for both sides. APG looking for the finishing blow against Twisted Minds. They just have to get this T3. Shadow Vanguard and Shadow Overlords are flying down on the bottom side of the map. One nice catch by Saber. Multi-man catch would do it as well.
They would do it as well. The Arrow Storm is going to definitely do a lot of damage onto Highland, which is not what you want when he is going to be your artillery, but into the front line is going to be the purple used as the Gorge mobilization, but Saber, he is just going to be another bit of cannon fodder here for the side of APG.
They split them wide open here. The base is empty on the side of Twisted Minds. Only the crystal remains. APG, they just have to have one good play, and that good play could happen in 25 seconds.
Even the same exact thing could be said for Twisted Minds, right? They just get one good play, they just look to put the pressure down to the bottom side of the map, just basically get their way into APG's crystal.
I don't think APG's going to allow that.
They might not allow that, no, but I mean, Saber here, just trying to get the intel, just making sure they know where majority of Twisted Minds are, even just trying to find 90, man. Like you say, hey, we found 90s in the brush, don't worry, don't come this way.
I mean, okay, let's try and see this from Twisted Minds' perspective, right? If you were to have a Twisted Minds complete turnaround ace, what needs to happen?
A complete dismantle of the side of APG, right? Obviously, Saber needs to go down first, then maybe the potential focus onto the backline, especially JD. JD's going to just do too much damage as well as Suya, but it seems if Yulong and Ang are alive, I don't think they're able to take the team fights, but they'll be able to do a lot of pressure onto the lanes.
I love that you say that, because if you take a look at the win conditions on the side of APG, it's so hard to take a fight. Xiang is consistently going to flank you. Yulong's able to dive the backlines instantly, by the way, and we have JD who's going to be shooting you from afar. So you have all 3 options. You can play close, you can play from the brushes, and you can play from far with the JD arrow towers as well, or arrow storm. So this is something that Twisted Minds, I think it's really reliant on Highline. He needs to land those couple things.
All roads currently lead to Twisted Minds Crystal here, trying to get that pushed down to the bottom of the map. City Boy has to be careful. Yulong, he goes down as well as City Boy, thanks to JD. JD needs to get out of this one alive, because if he does not, that's a huge task to the side of APG.
Yep, now they have one responsibility and one responsibility only, which is to get rid of JD, right? If JD is gone, there is no more push potential, and I think APG understands this fact. They will not take the risk, they're going to start the back off. Right now, it's about an 8,000 gold lead going to the hands of APG, of which, you know what, that gold differential doesn't really matter, because Twisted Minds, they have a completely barren wasteland that they call a base right now.
Exactly, I mean, it's negligible as well to the fact that it's like, hey, yes, they do have their round about that 7k gold lead for now, but it's getting to that point of the game where itemization, it's all slowly but surely catching up. It's all about how you take these team fights.
Yeah, APG, you know what the game plan is? Xiang has the buff, right? So they are going to try and pull Twisted Mind members close to this Overlord, and then Xiang is going to make a play of his life.
I mean, you've already saw that Shank's build that Ominous Premonition. He knows that Yulong is going to try and get the dive onto him, but as soon as he gets in, that Ominous Premonition is going to slow him down.
Alright, this might be the longest 30 seconds, 40 seconds of your life if you're on the side of Twisted Minds, but it could also be the 40 seconds that change your fate here. If they're able to deal with the Shadow Overlord push, maybe APG might be broken.
They could be broken here, but now Twisted Minds, they have everything to lose if they do not take this fight in the correct manner. We've seen them time and time again with the defense of a lifetime.
They defend the first wave, right? This is where the next vanguards are coming through. And this is one of 3 potential waves coming out from the side of APG. They have summoned the Shadow Overlord in the mid. So this is going to be a huge problem for the side of Twisted Minds. You know why you should summon it there? Because this allows the flank from Xiang. So I'm expecting huge plays from this Guan Yu. The wall Saint needs to bring the wall to Twisted Minds.
Yeah, the idea is to funnel the wall into that one lane. As you can see, APG Xiang is top side of the map here. We do have the Arrow Storm being committed pretty early there. Not connecting that to anybody this side of Twisted Minds. Just trying to keep that Vanguard alive. But at the same time, Xiang trying to get the minion waves. Push through. Yulong into the backline with Saber as well with his trusty steed. Is going to be Xiang bringing him into the enemy. And now APG with the Vanguard. They take match point and continue into the upper brackets.
4-1, not the result we expected, but APG we expected to move on, and they will carry on in the winner's bracket.
They will carry on within that winner's bracket and look to push even further for this team. APG, the 3rd seed of the MKL, seem dominant.
I mean, they were very dominant, right? This was a crazy way to end the series. It was looking like they had some hope. I really like the DNWay pick, but Saber, this guy's MVP. Yeah,
Saber continuously disrupted the jungle tempo. Although yes, you give away the stacks towards the God and Mode for the magical power, but take a look at what Yulong and Xiang is doing, consistently flanking the backline and giving hell for anybody coming in from the backline, especially Hailang and also Shanks in those exchanges here. So the backline pressure, very immense. And in the jungle, Saber was just like, okay, you want to play the Smite game? I got you, because why? Smite on Athena, based on her passive, gives her 25% more damage here. Then you think about it, it's like, okay, Sprite Link defense in your jungle is like -10. So I still have 15% over you on the level 1 Smite.
Yeah, and not only that, right? Besides stealing the buffs, I think the more important part that Saber was doing was the stealing of the camps all around. And this is all valuable information. If you have missed the games, don't worry, you can always rewatch it. All you have to do is actually just follow us on all the different social media platforms, of which we have plenty of rewards for following. It's all free. You get free rewards as well.
But yeah, rewards are heavy here for the side of Alpha Gaming because they took down Twisted Minds. The hope coming in from KMW, and KMW is sent down to the lower bracket here. Fortunately for them, they are not out of the tournament. They still have one more chance at that lower bracket.
Oh yeah, and I like that, right? Yeah. I would think that it's kind of cruel if you lose here straight away, you're sent home out of the knockouts. But with that being said, APG 4-1 Twisted Minds to make it forward. I want to take a look at the build of Saber here. He was immensely troublesome for the side of Twisted Minds to deal with.
Yep. And the benefit of the Athena roam, aside from stealing camps, utilizing your passive form to be the CCTV in towards the enemy base, you have one more thing. Your base stat is actually very high, and your skills actually does a lot of damage towards the squishy heroes like Hailang, like Shanks. If they disregard you, you're gonna get chunked out 50% of their health before the fight even starts.
Yeah, and Saber was ready to go, like, double down onto chasing Hailang as well, right? This was the Succubus cloak in the middle of it, so they were looking for that final build. And Saber, you know, he got a couple of kills, and I'm really curious about the damage that they dealt, because, look, Shishan, insane value. We were focused on Yulong, we were focused on JD, but Shishan was the one that was consistently poking in the middle of the fights with not just the Universal Law, but also the Divine Punishment as well.
Yeah, exactly. Getting obviously that damage reduction onto the enemy team as well as obviously that burn over time, which is kind of, it's scary, right? Because you can kind of see your health bar just kind of ticking away, and then if you're fearing that, and then you're like, where's Yulong, where's Xiang, and then you just get pushed further into the team just to take even more damage, it's a hard one.
And to put on more glory onto our Shisan, you went for the Roamer Zillion build as well, because of the Athena strat, you don't want to have 2 Roamer items, hence a lot of the gold was funneled over to the side of Yulong's pocket here. So this Roam Zillia dealt that much damage, you know he's hitting those spells.
Yes. Insane value, right? And we'll take a look at the comparisons here between the mid lanes, because once again, it's the complete opposite. One utility mage and then one damage mage. Damage obviously for Hailang, he was doing quite well, but due to the chaos, how do you deal with a team that comes in from what? It seems like infinite angles.
Exactly. That is also the fact that in this 5th game itself, keep in mind, this is a best of 7.
Yep.
We saw how aggressive Twisted Minds was burning those heavy picks in Game 1 to Game 3, which led them to this situation whereby it was a pretty big outdraft coming in from Alpha Gaming's coaching staff here. But MVP, we have to award to none other than Yulong himself. He was styling on that Jing.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, you want to see the definition of a style? Look at that mirror image kill onto Shanks onto that mid T2.
Yeah, we're going to see it in obviously the highlights here, but we see the 427 KDA, the 21% of the damage dealt, but also taking a lot of the damage as well. But the beauty of the Jing pick is that she can reflect that damage also within that mirror domain. So it may seem like a lot of damage, but you are reflecting it back at the enemy team.
It's so insane. I mean, okay, I think Jing is obviously one of the most difficult heroes to learn, pick up, and play. But if you need the information on how to play this well, take a look at what Yulong does in this game. Obviously, you can't control your teammates in rank, but
I think I can't control my hand while playing Jing. That's the problem here, man.
Yeah, exactly. Controlling your hands into ranked as well as your teammates would be a fantastic thing if you could control too. But control the controllables and just forget about the uncontrollable there. But speaking of the control, it is the fate of APG controlling their fate going through into the upper brackets right now. And they are very proud going through to be the top team. So really, it's looking at who they're going to meet going through.
Who they will meet will be decided later on between the series of Nova Esports versus Bigetron by Vitality here, but that's for later here. But let's check out the highlights. What exactly went down in this game itself? I think this was so beautiful coming in from both Xiang and Yulong, immediately assassinating Hailang, and this was the play that Yulong styled on Shang. Check out his mirror image here. Sending it in, utilizing Spell 1 and Spell 2's Mirror Splash to get that kill onto the Shanks.
Yeah, this one was a big turnaround because this should have been a Tyrant for the side of Twisted Mind, but instantly the jump by Saber, he gave his life, but the catch was nice.
The catch was nice, just like this one here, where Bai Xiang immediately went in, pushed back Hailang, and this was a successful defense coming in from Twisted Mind, where it pushed the game to 2 to 3 more minutes, but clean, getting poked out by Shisan on that Ziya, and the cavalry coming in from Yulong and Xiang immediately flanking from all angles here.
And Yulong was very, very precise with the timing. He only went in after Clean used the Blood Rage because he wanted to make sure it was a guaranteed kill.
Correct.
So very smart move coming out from Yulong. And it's so hard to really pick up these moments because when you're in the chaos of it, it's a very big difference maker to be able to outthink your opponent and understand what's the next step.
And the next step for Alpha Gaming, at the very least, is that they already advanced to that upper bracket semi-finals here. And with the loss coming in from Twisted Minds, they do go down towards match 5 here, which they will face the loser of match 2, which will be Nova versus Bigetron here.
Yes, exactly. They get about a 2-day break, right, until they can kind of go up against their opponents, which whoever it will be against Nova or BTR. But I can imagine they are definitely going to be looking towards maybe seeing to fight the BTR team. Obviously, we haven't really seen many like KMW groups face up against the IPL teams as well. So that'd be really interesting nonetheless. But very much a proving ground for Twisted Minds to go through to the lower bracket.
Yeah, now you're making me excited for the next series because Nova against BTR. I think we've seen the growth of BTR. Not just in, I think, KNC, you know, IKL, EWC, KWC as well. So right now, to be put against Nova, who used to be world champions, right?
Correct.
Coming in, now they're second place for MKL. They had pretty decent results. The only team, by the way, to take a game off of a KPL region team. So I think this mountain is pretty tall to climb.
I think both teams have one goal. For the side of Bigetron is to prove that they are a world-class team coming into KIC itself, as they are representing from the IKL as their champions. And for Nova, it is to prove to the world that that performance back in KWC wasn't a fluke. It is what they look to achieve, and if they can really bring back the performance, they could just maybe be top 3 or champion in this tournament itself. But that's the later stages of the next BO7 that we will be covering. What we will be covering will be the interview with Mara and the player, MVP one, from the side of the winning team. Let's take it away, Mara.
APG once again dominating the series, Saber. Congratulations. For the first time, we saw Lapu Lapu in KIC2025. Tell us about this pick because it helped you guys get the Tempest Dragon. So what is the strength behind this Lapu Lapu?
I think the Labu Labu is good in control and easy to play and really fun.
Good in control, easy to play, and really fun. So everybody, maybe you can pick that in your ranked games to help you out as well. Now you finally got your revenge against Twisted Minds. Quick recap. Back in KWC in Riyadh, they stopped you from getting that top 8. But now, with this win, you are now guaranteed a top 6 in KIC. What has changed with APG since then and now?
We already slowly improve and try to get a better result.
You have been improving, and it was evident since day one in this tournament. What can you say to all the doubters out there to show that APG is one of the top teams that they should watch out for?
I want to show to world Malaysia is a top team.
You want to show to the world that Malaysia is a top team, and you know what? So far, you have been proving that. A lot of Malaysians are so proud of you, and you can hear all the claps in here because they really see what you guys are showing. What would you like to say to all the Malaysian fans?
Good luck for all Malaysian fans and terima kasih sokong kerana sokong APG. Malaysia boleh.
Malaysia boleh. Terima kasih once again, Saber. Congratulations, and keep putting up that great fight because we are all entertained. Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
That's just the first best of 7 of the day. We have another one coming up, and you better not miss it. So stay tuned, only here on KIC2025.
The Soul Seer's glory, bound by lies and pacts.
She will destroy our pact with the genie. The Coven leader stopped. The one destined to end the pact.
They said my very birth was a mistake.
Stay away! See? The real scent of flowers is even braver!
There was only Kamel. She was my only friend.
Would a princess choose the sword or the rose?
Roses are just illusions. Only the thorns are real. And it would be the princess's job to cut them down with her sword.
This girl will end the marriage pact. Another must take her place.
And so, Kamel took my place and married into elven nobility.
Lady Kamel is with child! Lady Kamel is with child!
I wished she could find happiness, too.
The genie bloodline will endure!
That half-blood soul seer won't last much longer. Get rid of her.
Milady, you must free.
If it weren't for me, if it weren't for the Soul Seer's cursed marriage pact, Kamel would never have died. I'll change everything. ran life and death apart. Only truth may dwell.
It's a miracle! Swamp's here. Protect us. We shall follow you forever.
The Swamp Seer must perish.
Time to get to work, Byron.
Osaka realizing that they've only got 3 members. Nongshim now making a beeline for it. They want to contest this Overlord. Faye has already been there. The Overlord has not been taken out, but now the control, they've gotten Nev with that winner is here. That should be good, and they find Raven, an even bigger target as well with Nev. Yeah. That's a good trade. You need to stay alive, but here comes the Skyfall. The Overlord has already been picked up. Zancu with that Conundrum Souls. He's actually out healing things, but he gets picked off, and Danny is looking to go for this one, but Wysaser's been picked as well. Danny continuing on. They find Neil, and they go for Orbson, who's limping away, and they're trying to chase him. They're not able to get him, but Tom C trying to stick around. He's got the force field suppression, and he's fighting 1 versus 3, but eventually...
Is going to be the Dream Road that turns around the factor of death. Draw goes down as well as Lou. Support for support. Can they get some more here? IR trying to feed over Midget to the back line. Spell a disaster. He takes the left on. Senko, Ion. They're looking for more. Can he get the ace? And the answer for this one is a definitive yes. But maybe 90 losing his head with the takedown here, but it's going to be access to the back line. The highlight wanted, but Keke denies it. They're looking for more kills. 2 for 1 on the side of OG Esports, but down now looking pretty low. We have the Sage Sanctuary. City Boy looking for some way in, but the double kill from Shax on this flowball marksman. He is going ham, but now Wen with a couple blades, stealing back-to-back killed. Down with the last little life, with the finesse. Can he play it? Down gets the godlike kill.
Down, are you kidding me?
Oh, Ions with the truth there coming through, but it's going to be unending sorrow. This not going to get the steal. Weirod gets it, the kill onto Carl, but it's going to be Danny, top side of the map, with the back on. He's going to get the Freddy finish from KIC2025. Danny gets it.
Warning, warning, arrest the intruder immediately.
You should be thanking me for saving your lives! You must be confused. Why am I here? Here's a quick recap. I'm a mercenary. Got a lot of friends in this line of work. But sometimes you gotta take on trouble. Here comes the trouble. To find the clues you need.
Large Soulseer attacked the news agency.
Hey, Soulseer! This undead dude is taking you down!
Huh. No one can stop me.
Dream my way, never a surrender. I fight and never fail. tender, and try to feel the smallest lights become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly, and even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lights become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly, and even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Gear out the weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage animal. Every time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run around. Gonna make a sound, I will catch you. Watch out, it's battlefield, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a down, got a weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. So the drunk go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live like we go. It ain't a river turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your call. It's my kingdom, fire going up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
You wanna get me juice, kind of the one who made the rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to lose.
I'm gonna shut down. We got no pride. We barely fight, that's one question pieces you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I pill. All you do is sweat and look at me still with the red.
Say.
I trigger my soul
Follow my
down.
pace.
We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. So the drunk go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live like we go. It ain't a river turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your call. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
Hello and welcome back to Honor of Kings International Championship 2025. This is day number 6, and after the group stage, we are now in and heavy in the knockout stage. My name is Sagi HOK, and with me are the casters, the voices of the gorge. It will be Kindofu and Blam. Guys, how was the Series 1 just now?
I think it was a total knockout.
Oh, that
at
was.
this point. That was a hard one, right, for the KMW fans. Very difficult fight against one of the best teams from MKL. So I think it's well deserved. They have really shown us the versatility of ABG in this first series of the day.
Yeah, not really a knockout, but a knockdown, I would say. Like,
Yeah,
they're down
true.
in the lower brackets. They could still come back up if they really want to.
Yep, because our tournament format here features best of 7 in towards the playoffs, which is the knockout stage, and then if you lose at the upper bracket, you do fall towards the lower bracket for a second chance. So the competitiveness allows you for a second shot to that glory of that $300,000 first prize there. But talking about the prize at hand, it is Nova going up against BTR by Vitality, forging the unbreakable spirits. Champions are made from pressure.
Yeah, very important for them to take a win here. I think it's more important for BTR because I think they want to push and show the world that, you know, BTR is a team that needs to be watched out for. But let's take a look at the entrance of Nova, the superstars of MKL. You know, coming in second for MKL fall season, I think they are here with a vengeance as well.
And they had a very good 2025 year in terms of global esports. Champions of HOKS3, third place in KWC, and they made a lot of success as they were third place. They also took a game out of TTG back in the tournament itself, and this is our tournament feature matchup, CY going up against ZanQ, the former Nova jungler against the current Nova jungler.
This is a very scary lineup, right? I'm really interested in this particular 1v1 matchup, although we already get it in this particular season because it's a team game, right? But CY going up against ZanQ, two of arguably the best junglers of what we have in the HOK global esports scene.
Absolutely. I mean, this is going to be forging the unbreakable spirit between these two champions, obviously, of their respective region. Yes, obviously, MKL with the spring champions, whereas BTR are the current fall champions of the IKL. But the head-to-head here between Nova and Bigetron Esports by Vitality is the kill participation goes over to the side of Nova, but then average kills per match goes over to Bigetron.
And this also is because the fact that Bigetron by Vitality, their games are generally, how would I say it, much longer compared to that Nova Esports.
Yeah.
Nova Esports, their games are often around the 12 to 16 minute marker here, and for the side of Bigetron by Vitality, it's looking like a bit, I would say 16 to 20 minutes per se. And one thing to look at is that Nova Esports, they don't die that much in the game itself, but this will be our feature head-to-head between Nova Shren and also BTR's Tough Z.
You know what? I expected the stats to be a little bit more skilled, but looks like Tough Z is doing a pretty good job. Average kills 1.5 against 1.6. Damage taken both are really high, over 60,000 worth of damage taken from both these Clash laners. So I think they'll play a very pivotal role in the team fights later on.
I agree with you, and especially if we were to put on towards recency bias, if we do some maths, right? Just numbers. In MKL Grand Final Fall, HBSC 4-0 Nova, and you know who took a game out of Nova in KIC? It's BTR, so we do the math of it. BTR has 1 win against HBSC, and for Nova, they got 0 wins against HBSC in the most recent tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good stat to pull from, right?
Yeah.
So, like, that's what drove my prediction to be around about maybe like a 4-2 here for maybe Nova. But because obviously taking a point from the bigger team within the MKL means that there is some potential here for the side of BTR to try and get some rounds off of Nova Esports.
I would like to join that party as well. I think there is a high potential, but I think it's a tough challenge against Nova.
Yeah, that is true here. Nova Esports is definitely one of the prize teams coming in from the 2025 season here. They will be facing their first challenge in the knockout stage against Bigetron by Vitality, but let's go into the Nova lineup video that we have prepared for you right now.
Nova Esports, the second place of the MKL 4 season, and they looked with a dominant spree after they took an OG down to the lower bracket with that 3-2 scoreline. This is a team that, yes, have former glory. They are Season 3 Invitational Champions. They are top 3 within KWC, but now they fall in the fall. But can they rise in KIC?
To rise in the KIC is also Bigetron by Vitality's task in this season. Let's welcome them to the stage.
Bigetron by Vitality. This is going to be a very big challenge for them. But you know what? They have some support. There are some screaming fans for the BTR boys today as they take the stage. Now, this is a tall mountain to climb, but if there's any team to do it, it has to be BTR. Zangq, one of the strongest junglers we have ever seen. Will his Jing be allowed out today?
I think it will be because it's one of the staple picks here, and you can see Zangq's on his chest. There is the smite button there, but bring me through Nova here, Blan.
So Nova's members are very familiar faces here. We have CY into the jungle, Muchi into the farm lane, Xuan as their clash lane, Wei Pit as the Zhangfei Maestro into the support role, and then Wendy, the carry in the mid lane, bring in Nova as a totality.
I feel like this lineup, every time that you need someone to step up, one of them will really be that anchor that your team needs to bring that momentum for their squad in a long series lineup here. But talking about long series, it will be against your opponents here, Bigetron by Vitality.
Alright, so representing BTR here, we have Zan in the farm lane, we have Ormson in the roam, Tufzy in the clash, Zangq in the jungle, and Neil in the mid. They are your current IKL champions, and they have surprised everyone coming into this part of the competition for KIC 2025.
And talking about their growth is actually marvelous here. When they were to qualify towards the KWC, they were the 3rd seed, if I'm not mistaken, coming in from the side of IKL Spring, and then they still made it as far to that top 8 in the Honor of Kings World Cup. And then going into IKL Fall, they had a phenomenal season, beating Kagendra in the ultimate battle, claiming the IKL Grand Finals for themselves. And right now, they made it far, they showed strong results, and they are in the playoffs with Nova as their first opponent.
I think BTR is a pretty unpredictable team, right? Yeah. You take a look at the stats and the way that they play the game as well. Even in the ban pick phase, it's going to be really interesting. We've already seen the specialty picks. Omkurus has kindly shared some of the information with me before. I mean, the one pick that I'm super curious in, which has not been beaten yet, is the Ormson Liu Shan. We definitely will get that today, right? The question is, when do we get it?
Yeah, when do we get it? I mean, it's actually going to be maybe a bit of a thorn in the side of Nova Esports, right? But I mean, that's what you need to do when you go up against such a strong team. And to be honest, BTR, if this is the team you go up against first within the upper brackets, and then obviously if you fall from there, it's as if to say, like, they can only be like smaller or maybe like teams are not as strong, you know what I mean? Like, this is a team you want to go up against first to see if you can test the limits.
And if they can really prove themselves to be a strong contender against Nova Esports, even if they lose the series, or even if they win the series, they could just go as far as winning the entire tournament here. But the question on the line is, nobody wants to fall to the lower brackets because Twisted Minds is waiting for them.
Yeah, Twisted Minds already being beaten down. I think that'll be an interesting matchup because Nova and BTR, I mean, regardless who goes down from here, TM are not going to be in for a fun time. And the same could be said, whoever stays on in the upper brackets, their opponents are not going to have a fun time as well. Both of these teams, super strong, super steady, and super consistent.
But at the same time though, like, if it falls Nova, like, in some kind of, like, dystopian dream, like, if Nova drops down here, and obviously Nova Esports, yes, they went the same roster as last year at the end of year tournament. They lost. They didn't get into the finals. It was actually BSC. Do they lose to TM, and does TM get the revenge from OG Esports?
That will be a phenomenal storyline coming in for the entire tournament here, because in tournament settings, nothing can be guaranteed. Everything is earned from your own rights. That's why our tournament is Rise for Honor. Whoever teams rises from this occasion will be crowned the eventual champions here. But talking about champions, we will be going into the second series between Nova and BTR, with Nova starting on the blue side.
Yeah, I'm super curious about which priority they'll put in terms of the lane, right? Like, we know there's so many superstar players on the side of Nova. Same could be said for the side of BTR. And we're going to be taking away that Zangq pay, of which he is, I think, one of the fastest pacing or pay jungle. At the same time, BTR, they know about Muji. Oh boy, his early is a danger.
Yes, Arlie has been the one that's the most consistently performing so far in this tournament here. So removing that away from the poll, does Nova reveal that first pick Long here that they favor? But no, they will be pivoting towards this Dolia first pick here. It's a very Nova-centric draft over towards Wendy and also CY.
I mean, it puts a lot of difficulty. BTR, they're going to pick up the Long here for the side of Zan. You want to try and, you know, contest for that mid lane mine for the burst damage. But if you do pick it up, you give the Yangjin over the Nova. And BTR says, no way, Jose. We take the Yangjin for ourselves.
Yep, they will take the Yangjin for themselves, denying the potential of the Dolia Yangjin here. And this Yangjin can also be flexed towards their Clash nature, so they're nuts out as well. We've been seeing this a lot in the group stage. One of the highest win rate combos coming in for the entire group stage run with Dolia here. And my question is, does Nova lock in the channel or DRNG here, or will they take the Yuan?
Alright, looks like Nova, they will be picking up the channel for themselves. This is going to be great because the channel benefits. Obviously, a farm lane wants to play from distance. And with this Nerza jungle, it's going to create the biggest amount of space available. Alright, now, with that being said, it's going to be BTR looking at the Lady Chen. I like this counter on the side of BTR, right? Lady Chen able to deal with the destructive deluge damage against the CY Nerza. But is it going to be enough? I don't think so.
I think at the very least, if the CY Nerza flies in, he's expecting like tons of damage onto his backline. For Long, he can fly away. For Lady Chen, you still have the Ice Pillar to put yourself into invulnerability. And if they bathe in the Destructive Deluge, you can pretty much tear down the CY tank much more efficient compared to any other mage.
Alright, now Nova, they're gonna play
So much
hardball
jungle bans.
here. Yeah, no room for Zhang Q. They feel like Zhang Q is the cornerstone on the side of BTR. I would have to agree. He really has been putting in the weight for the side of Bigetron.
And removing all these jungle picks really forces out the Yangjin into the jungle role that puts the pressure on for Zhang Q, because this is already a counter matchup that is favorable for the Yangjin Dolia here.
Yeah, I think we need one more tank. One more tank and even more control. And then we have it to Zhang Fei, going to be piloted by Ormson as well. Now, Ormson's roam ability, I think, is one of the most unique. Because he's able to identify these very awkward angles for opponent teams.
That's why, like, his introduction towards the fall season BTR lineup elevated them into a championship winner in the IPL itself. So definitely, with Ormson's ability in finding those odd angle engages, it has been a lot of success stories coming in from the BTR roster, and Nova packing it up with a strong side lane pick here. Byron, Chano, very consistent in that side lane to provide the room for the side of this lineup. But BTR, they know the Nerza weakness is the early game weakness. He needs to get himself going, so locking the Ukyutachibana here, Zhang Q wants to play aggressive.
I love this, and the Yangjin will go into the hands of Tufzy here, who is going to be piloting this Yangjin, hopefully to perfection, because there is nothing less than perfection that's needed to go up against Nova, who even though are currently second place in MKL, they are past champions.
They are past champions. They took down one of the tournament favorites coming from the group stage known as OG Esports here. So that's put Nova potentially in a much more comfortable draft here in this game one. And also, we cannot disregard Bigetron by Vitality. They are one of the only teams so far in KIC to take a game out of HBSC.
So I'm gonna pose you a question over here.
Please.
Like, what do you think is going to be the game plan with this Ukyo Tachibana? Do you want to risk the level 1 invade, or do you just... Oh, really? Level 1 invade? Okay.
I feel like level 1, you won't go all in deep for the Crimson Golem. You will take away the Tusk Boars and just back off.
Okay.
So you take away as much as possible, then the next rotation, level 3, level 4, that's when you go full ham invade and take more from the Nerza itself. But this BTR lineup is really playing towards their timers here. They need this Ukyo Tachibana to find the most value in this early game.
Alright, we'll take a look at this particular draft. This is game number 1. Is it expensive? Yes, it is pretty expensive for both these teams, but it really comes down to the execution. How much of a difference, how much of the jungle can you save from one another?
Time to find out, kid, as we head on towards the Gorge. This is Series number 2, Day 6, and the first knockout stage of the KIC2025. Blue side, Nova Esports. Red side, Bigetron by Vitality. Casters, take it away.
This is the MKL. Second place going against the first place of the IKL in the second match of the day. I mean, this is looking to perform or at least try and sort of test the limits of BTR.
Right, we'll see T being savior for the side of New. They want to be able to sustain against this wave clear here. Wendy already doing a good job, along with the help of wave clear as well, which means this early game rotation is going to be of benefit to the side of Nova.
Early game rotation, benefit to Nova, but obviously down to the bot side of the map, that 1v1 matchup between the Chano and the Lung, obviously is going to be favouring obviously Muji here as well, just obviously popping down those Spirit Wolves. Going to just constantly do a lot of damage onto Zhan down to the bot side of the map.
Yeah, and it really comes down to how many camps can you steal, right? Because at this point, the slightest of differences matter, especially when you're playing at the top tier. Looks like the top side, it's not going to be the case.
Tubbs, he was part of the head-to-head, and obviously it's going to be Xuan who gets the first blood.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you want in team fight, right? Always make it an unfair advantage. Now, Wendy did have to sacrifice his mid lane for a little bit, but he should be able to rotate straight back into it. He did lose just 1 minion in the middle, but it's fine.
1 minion in the middle for the actual bonus of gold over the first blood. I think I'll take that any day here for the side of Nova Esports, as they obviously kind of trying to put the pressure in top side of the map here as well. But the wave clear into this mid lane is just so monstrous.
Yeah, and the gold sharing here is much more valuable for the side of Nova, right? They have 3 members. Here comes the Skyfall. Let's see what they do with this.
Yep, Skyfall onto Tubbs once again, just pushing away. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's just like, hey, just make sure you're aware that we have 2 of those, and we can go elsewhere.
Yep, right now.
Oh my goodness.
Nice stuff. So we'll take a look at the rest of the Gorge at this moment. I think Xuan did a great job of holding his own against Tough Z at this point, and he does have the level EXP advantage. So this is going to be a little bit of a concern for the side of BTR.
BTR here, obviously you can see the John Q just trying to get the access onto either Wendy. Trying to get the stun off. There he does, he gets it, but there's no real follow-up there, unfortunately. So you gotta kind of hope that somebody's always gonna be trailing behind John Q to get that damage off onto those squishy heroes.
So besides the first few kills, the other, win condition I'm kind of looking at is the losing of buffs, right? Or the acquisition of your opponent's buff. If BTR or Nova lose one set of these buffs, it's going to really cost them, because the timers now would then be known to your opponents, of which you can definitely expect that rotation coming.
Oh, absolutely. But I mean, if you're looking at, if anything of an early dictator is going to be the gold lead, and as we can see, it's around about 800 gold lead for the side of Nova for now. But obviously, that's going to be at the helm of the rotation of the jungle, CY, but then also that first blood going over to them as well.
I mean, 1,000 gold at this point for 3 minutes, I think that's a very healthy lead. But the fact that it's Nova, I think that's a big difference here, because, look, Nova knows what to do when they have the advantage, and they will really fight you to the sliver of health and make it out alive.
They will try and make it out alive, exactly. I mean, especially when they got like Xuan on the pick up the Byron as well, and obviously CUI onto the Nurtser. That's all the front line you need onto the side of Nova Esports, and then all you really got to do is just hope that Muji and Wendy have strong positioning within those team fights to do the damage that they need to do.
I mean, for now, Nova has been taking great care of both Xuan as well as Waypit, right? The only member I feel like it will be under consistent threat is the life of Wendy. Because for now, he's trying his best to share the gold with CY. It's working out well. And we'll see. This 4-minute mark, which is going to approach in 10 seconds time, you'll see the difference made again.
Exactly. Ormson does have his ultimate and actually has the Unbridled Labor stored up as well. He has got the stun. So maybe with the Stampede, get the stun onto Wendy, then obviously John Q comes through as well. I mean, these are all potential setups for these one-off pickups onto the side of Nova Esports, but just throwing out those blocks there, doing a lot of damage, but we want into the back line, just trying to force Yang Jian out of this one. Tubbs is definitely putting on the heat.
They need to be really careful, Ormson.
Okay, Unbridled Labor is able to catch the Tyrant. Nice play, nice setup there from the side of BTR.
Right, beautiful work. They have the first blood Nova, but BTR gets the first Tyrant of the game. Now it's about conversion. What can you do with the Tyrant buff, which allows you more fighting powers, more fighting power?
Well, maybe those 1v1 pickups that obviously we've seen time and time again so far within this match from John Q, they might be just a little bit more executable, right? If you've got increased damage from that Tyrant, it's going to make it a little bit more easier for you.
And Zhan Q is going for a very nice build here. X of Torment, this is going to be doubled up by Zhan as well. So Armor Pierce is going to be a true value, because you want to deal the Armor Burst against CY, who is already very tanky.
Oh, absolutely. CY is a huge tank. We've seen it time and time again, right? Especially if he then builds into the Blood Rage as well, but seems to be a bit of a push onto the T1 down to the bot side of the map. You see Waypit and Xuan in the wings, but BTR was able to clear out that minion wave, so no push for yet, but they might be able to steal away this spike tail.
Numbers advantage coming in. True value for the side of Nova, right? And the fact that they have taken quite a bit of a couple of hits, saying,
oh no! There it is, the shove onto Neil, completely getting rid of that destructive deluge.
Yep, big kill. I mean, this is going to be a very low kill at the start, but Schwan, he just wants to make sure that his presence is known because they want that pullback.
Keep him in check there. It's going to be Schwan just trying to make sure that John Q doesn't get into that T1 territory there, but there it is. Nova gets the first. Tufts trying to get it top side of the map as well there. It's going to be the Spriteling gets taken out and teleported to Tufts.
That is a nice aggressive play and advantageous play for the side of Nova. Right now, Tuftsy, I don't think he wants to approach this. CY is really hard to deal with, and if you get locked up by Wendy, it's not going to be a pretty sight.
Oh, absolutely. Wendy is going to be the kind of late game assurance as well with Muji here. Just that late damage can be absolutely detrimental to the side of BTR, especially when they're still trailing behind with that 1.2k gold lead.
So with that being said, I'm curious about the itemization here. We will have the first core item, the Shadow Ripper, going into the hands of Muji. Once he gets the Eternity Blade, it's going to start getting a little more difficult.
Uh-oh, yep. Don't follow up for that one. There it is. The Annihilation under the back line of Neo, really getting down that magic damage onto the side of BTR. Put that T1 into the mid lane. Looks like it's going to be the prize pony, and there it is. Wavepik getting that last hit onto that one, and then top side of the map, CY using the Skyfall to try and stop the takedown of the T1, but BTR getting away.
I mean, the cost is well worth it for the side of Nova, right? You take a T1 in the mid, which opens up both sets of junglers, jungle buffs on the side of BTR, and right now Xuan able to hold his own against Tuftsy because the rest of the team is here to back him up. Not only that, they're going to open up the Fire Peak as well, so maximum value extracted in terms of farm and EXP.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the proficiency of Nova as a team, right? They definitely make the most out of all these mini skirmishes when they get a takedown onto like the likes of Neil. They make sure they're getting a little bit more, right? They are looking for every drop that you aren't willing to give to them, but now there it is. Schwan just tries to get that by forcing the flash onto Tuftsy. That's going to be a hard engage for him. There is the Unbridled Outburst onto Wavepik, but that's going to be enough time for them to get the takedown onto Tufts, but they do trade Muji. They got to be careful. Maybe Wendy is going to be the carry of this one.
Yeah, it looks like it, right? Because right now he's already well on his way to the core itemization level 10 and the emergence for that super quick rotation as well. Nova are doing everything right.
Yes, Nova are doing everything right. I mean, the one thing they are doing right here as well is the fact that they're taking away these Azure Golems as well. So any of these jungle camps is going to be a bonus, but the biggest thing for them is taking away that Azure Golem, especially onto John Q's Ukyo Tachibana.
He can go again.
Ooh, they didn't get that one. They didn't get the Crimson. It's fine. It's fine. They got 1 out of 2. It's fine.
I mean, so look at that. Wendy, I think he's just going to be consistently throwing out these annihilations. And that's going to be a lot of value because not only does it offer wave at this part of the game, it's going to be life clearing on the side of PTR later on.
Yeah, Wendy's just going to be completely throwing it back into the enemy line, right? Like just throwing every bit of annihilation through, just doing the damage onto the squishy heroes. It's working onto the likes of Neil.
I want to see this mid-lane matchup. Neo obviously is going for the utility mage, but for now it doesn't provide too much value because Nova has had a pretty good Vice Grip, and this jump, Tuftsy, he's pretty low.
He's pretty low indeed. He's like around about a quarter of a health there. The Annihilation does miss out, but it's going to be still the fall of Tuftsy in top side of the map.
Yep, Nova looking very clean, very clinical at this stage. 5 kills to the 1, mid T2 under pressure as well. There's a healthy wave. They need that wave clear coming in.
They do need that wave clear, but at the same time, who's going to give it to the side of BTR, right? Unless Neil gets obviously the flow inside, it's not going to connect, but you can kind of see here that John Q's just trying to kind of get maybe some pressure created. The Annihilation stops the burn, stops the recall, and now 3 members up to the side of Nova Esports trying to come down, but there it is. The outplay! The emergence comes through, but now he's going to sacrifice Wendy for John Q. As we get into that 10-minute mark, this may be a problem for BTR, and John Q goes down.
I mean, that was the most he could do, right? He bought valuable time, he got the lifesteal, he got the rotation of 4 Nova members as well. And this gives BTR a little bit of a lifeline because Zan now has the space to take the Crimson Golem.
I mean, is it crazy? Is that space really been created here? Casino was like, yeah, we saw what you were doing. We know where you are. Now we're trying to just push away your team into the crystal because now those Tyrants and Overlords, and oh my goodness, what a rampant snipe there from the Annihilation.
Yeah, Nota has had a great win rate so far. KIC2025, and that trend is going to continue.
Yeah, it may not be we trend, but it is a trend going through with this KIC 2025. The Nerds pick is just so impressive. Such a huge tanky pick.
Yeah, I mean, right now he's level 14. ZanQ has done well to keep up, but the rest of the team needs to do that as well. The member on the side of BTR, Neo, I'm talking about, he's only level 10. He may not need the gold, but he does need the EXP levels.
He does. He needs that EXP for his, obviously, more damage on his skills as well. But now, just trying to get a bit more push, a little bit more pressure here. You do see the Radiance being used by Ormson. Is it going to be enough to keep him there? No, it's just a little bit too late here. A bit of a re-engage from Zan, trying to get the kill onto Muchi, but Muchi goes and drives himself into the front line, but it's actually going to be Wendy, Muchi for the trade of Neil. Can they get Zan here? It's going to be Schwan against John. Gets the takedown as well.
Big win from Zanova. They get the T2 at the bottom as well. Now that was a life-saving play, but Ormson, he might not have the same fate.
May not have the same fate. The smite's going to slow him down enough to get that burn over time. And there it is, CY with another kill.
Big moments at Skyfall as well.
Skyfall, but it's not going to be, they're just driving ZanQ into the enemy base.
Look, they have no answer so far for CY, right? And this is a cause for concern because CY hasn't even been forced to use the Blood Rage just yet. Now Xuan doing a very good job of funneling this Crimson Golem to himself. BTR cannot respond in time.
They can't. It's either try and go for the Crimson Golem, which they had no intel on, or kind of just try and get these little bits of gold and jungle resources. But ZanQ was part of the HOK Nova Esports before CY was included. He's faced his former teammates Schwan and Muchi. The stars have aligned for their reunion, but not only one will rise from the supernova of this clash.
Stars are definitely aligned for the side of Nova. ZanQ facing a lot of difficulty in this match. Ormson needs to get those perfect saves, or maybe even the perfect setup on that Unbridled Outburst. Now Ormson has made the choice to take the stun. So far, they haven't found an opportunity to find maximum value with it yet. But here's a cost. Muchi comes in with the Shadow Overlord.
Yeah, that's scary, right? The fact that Muchi alone can take the Shadow Overlord, but like you were saying there, Ormson, with his stun, hasn't found any kind of value with it, unfortunately. Yes, we're kind of hoping that it was playing from a little bit more of an advantage, because that's where you take the stun, right? Like, if you can rely on your teammates to get the lead, to push front up, then Ormson can just come through and just kind of use that stun to lock down the likes of either Wendy or Muchi, but it's so far a non-starter.
I mean, okay, if you take a look at the previous engagements, BTR do have the ability to fight, but they just need a nice setup.
They do. They need a nice setup here, but I mean, who's going to give the setup, right? Like, is it the Unbridled Airburst? Is it the stun from ZanQ? Or is it the Destructive Deluge that we haven't really seen being thrown out and being maximized here by Neil onto the side of BTR? Is still behind by around about 7k gold right now. It's going to be BTR as they lose their T3 down to the bottom side of the map. And there it is. The Unbridled Airburst catches on to 4. But it is going to be Otofs into the back line, trying to put pressure onto Muchi. But now he flies away. Back in. Can he actually get the kill? It looks like it's going to be a no resounding lead here for the side of BTR as they lose one member to none.
They threw everything they had, and look at that, another annihilation landing down onto the members of BTR. Now they will be successful in dealing with the Shadow Overlord, but Nova has so much more to offer.
They have a lot more hustle to here as well. I mean, pushing these T3s is definitely going to be at the detriment of BTR in this game number 1 right now. It looks like it's going to fall with the help of the Vanguard, and that's it.
Yeah, it's clean so far from Nova. CY has been an absolute menace.
Oh, there it is. CY just trying to lead the charge, trying to shove the members of BTR out of that crystal as they wait for the minions to come through. Vanguard at the crystal right now. Can BTR hold it up? No. Nova takes game 1.
Beautiful work from the side of Nova. This is exactly the kind of crystal clear quality you want to see from the number 2 MKL side. And for now, I think BTR, they did well to hold their own in game number 1. But it's not the best situation. But let's see, the comeback is still a potential.
It could be a potential here for the side of BTR, but like you were saying, yes, there were little glimmers of hope within that one. Like, there were trades, they were focusing the right members like Muchi and trying to get Wendy, but it was just too much. Like, having CY on the Nertzer was just too much of a problem.
I think the curious thing about this game is the fact that, look, Zan actually at multiple times of the game, he was ahead in farm against Muchi, but because they couldn't take the perfect team fights against Nova, then, you know, that they kind of got thrown away. And when Nova finally went for the fight, it was at moments where, number one, Zhang was already out. He was trying to get his health back. He had to go for the dealing with the split push in the mid lane, the top lane, while they were trying to duke it out with like 5 members of Nova healthy, ready to battle with.
And oftentimes when we see CY using the Skyfall on himself, he can really generate value on towards the cross match, getting the minions, getting a kill on towards Top Z, I think twice. That really snowball him as a individual hero on that Nutza. And when fights were to come, 5v5s is still in the strong suit coming in for the side of Nova Esports. And all the macro rotations, every bit of buff, every bit of tower is taken away from the side of Bigetron. But Vitality has resulted into them being very reactive in a sense. So they did get a kill on towards Wendy in that bottom side, but sacrificing Zhang in that step allowed Nova Esports to completely take the Shadow Tyrant with no contentions.
Yeah, like, CY has to be the MVP of this game, right? Look, the amount of damage that he tanked was scarily huge. At the same time, I think CY has been watching a lot of movies last night because the way that he walked off, explosion behind your back, and, someone falls, he just leaves, and there was no answer. But you couldn't blame them. Look at the damage that CY took. 65,000, and Xuan as well, 76k. The two of them soaked up every single possible answer that came out from BTR.
And you talk about the reason why CY is so rich on that Nutza as well. 12,000 gold in terms of the total gold here is the reason as well. Xuan, the moment laning phase is over, he's like, I'm out. I'm just gonna be Muchi and Wendy's bodyguard. I'm gonna do all the face checks here. CY, you take all the resources and you dive the backline for me.
Yeah, and Wendy was very clinical in this game as well, right? Every single annihilation, even if it didn't kill, it dealt damage to the side of BTR. So they were never really in fighting form before Nova was, before being able to take on Nova. And Nova was, it's fine. I will oblige. I will take the fight now when you are at half health.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it wasn't always getting the kill like you said that game, but it was just always kind of starting something, or it was just kind of just running down either the minion wave or running down the enemy team, right? Like just getting the damage done, and then you saw the likes of Xuan just kind of going for a re-engage, just try and get that finish off.
Yeah, but there was signs of excellence coming in from the BTR team fights. They were playing very good engage with Ormson's Unbridled Outburst multiple times actually on towards Muchi. It's just the fact that, yes, you get my backline, but who's going to be covering your backline?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Young Gen pick is a great pick, but it requires you to dive really deep into enemy lines, right? 0-4 and 2. Top Z, he did really well, got a couple of very nice setups, but unfortunately, the good fights that were taken were in moments where Nova was ever ready for more damage.
That is correct here, but the MVP coming from Game 1 has to be the Mr. Consistent himself, CY, with that Nutza performance here. We didn't see much of a Nutza combo from the side of Nova Esports during the group stage, but coming into the knockout stage, they bring it out, and they bring out a heck of KDA with 603 on for this Nutza jungle.
Yeah, crazy stats here. 27% of the damage taken for the team. And you know what? The craziest part is 27% damage taken. It never looked like he was going to fall once.
Oh, never. Not once. And he didn't even have the blood range at that point as well, right? Like, that's crazy.
That's crazy indeed. Let's check out the highlights here, what exactly went down here. Look at Ormson's position here. He found a perfect Unbridled Outburst to zone Muchi away, but Muchi flashing into the enemy's line here does falter himself. And these were the moments as well. You can see the Infinite Vastness coming in from alone, looking for the re-engage, immediately landing towards Muchi. He does flash forward for the kill itself, but it's once again Ormson finding him at towards the backline here. But it goes to the same thing. You can get my backline, but who's going to be protecting yours? Because CY, no one's going to be handling this Nutza pick on the side of BTR.
No, exactly. I don't think they have enough damage. That's the biggest problem. And that's the crazy thing, because Zhang on this Ugyo Tachibana, he's one of the biggest burst potential junglers out there, and still he couldn't get him down to less than half health.
Now, that goes to the lone build that we talked about on towards Zan. He went for the Axe of Torment build, which, yes, has a lot of CD, does pretty good against squishies, but you're gonna be thinking, like, every time the Nutza lands on towards your face, you can't be diving in against the enemy here, so potentially alter the build coming in for the lone might have been a better choice.
Right, so this is the expected start for the MKL representatives, right? Yep. Nova, definitely, I think Game 1, they will always think that they will have it in their hands. They have made that a reality. BTR, I think, comes from a position where, alright, now we get a taste of your power. What can we adjust on the fly to be able to match up in pacing?
That's what they got to try and do, right? They got to try and get a matchup against Nova that's going to be one of their strongest. Because I mean, yes, they kind of like deal away the Yangjian, but it's kind of just like in the draft, that's a good idea. But when you're playing it to execute it in game, it's not the kind of greatest what we've been seeing so far, right? Every denial of the Yangjian goes to the Clash lane, and it's never really worked out.
Yeah, it hasn't really worked out. It really requires the player to have a superior execution on the hero itself. But we do want you to follow us on our social media on all of our platforms here. Who knows, you could be walking away with a lucky prize here. But definitely there are tokens, anything boxes, and also skin chests for you to find out here. Drop that follow and subscribe towards us as we have more HOK stuff coming on for our way, especially for our viewers here.
That's right. And of course, to all the IKL fans, it's time to give your support to BTR because there's a chance to start coming back. I think it has to start from here. You cannot allow Nova to get the 2-0 lead. If that happens, I think Nova are going to go on a hype train. They're going to run away with the lead, and we might potentially see BTR suffer at the hands of Nova.
We saw the MKL Brilliance coming in with the Twisted Mind series itself, whereby APG defeated TM in a 4-1 fashion here, and those were pretty convincing games coming in from the MKL third seed here. And now Nova Esports, a well-seasoned team coming out of a 2024 run into a very sharp and bright supernova run in 2025 here. So this will be another stepping stone for them to make it further towards the knockout stage. But BTR, don't count them out because they made it far as well, and they are looking to cement themselves in history of HOK.
Yeah, I'm super curious what does BTR want to explore right now, right? You know for a fact, we've seen this already. Okay, Nova once again go to the blue side. BTR are going to re-pick on the red side again, counter pick. But for BTR, if Nova allows you to take the Luna, you know they're going to play the Da Xiao Flowborn hand combination, right? It stop you in your tracks. No more dashing.
Yeah, no more dashing. Man mark you with those multitude levels of CC. And so far in Game 1 itself, you can see the priority on towards the ban coming from Nova is to lock away ZanQ from those favorable jungle matchups here, because if we were to view Nova and BTR as 5 players as a whole, Nova so far has shown much more success and confidence in that regard. So they are locking ZanQ from those crucial picks to elevate that team spirit for the side of BTR.
So I'm expecting more jungle bans once again, right? I think Nova has found that formula that is dealing the most amount of pressure and pain to Bigetron.
That's correct. So at the very least, coming into Game 2 itself, Game 1 they played a rather, how would I say it, aggressive early start. They did steal away the wild boar, but there was nothing afterwards here. So maybe revisit to your game plan. Play strong lanes, potentially the Channel, the Byron, or even the likes of the Global Marksman. Make sure that ZanQ gets enough assistance by his side laners or the mid lane to enter CY's jungle. That could really disrupt Nova's early game flow.
I mean, maybe they could take a page out of APG as well as Twisted Mind's book, right? Which is maybe you get the Sakir early game. I think that's a good potential solution for them, right?
Yeah, to amp up the early game, which really allows them to play much more aggressive. That may be the game plan here coming in from BTR, but we're no coaches ourselves. We will allow Coach Nancy coming in from Nova and also BTR's Coach Omkruz to settle down whatever draft that they want in this game. And starting off the ban, Nova, after finding success with that Dolia, they ban it away from themselves in this game number 2.
Hang on, I consider myself as a coach as well. You just don't win, that's all. The chance of winning is not that high. But with that being said, Nova, they know what the chances of winning are with the Dolia. They're going to take that away from the BTR options. And BTR, they are very scared of the Wendy Mai, and for good reason as well.
That is correct. And BTR, they will have to pick between the CY Luna or Muchi's Arlie in this set here, because they have already expended the loan, so a lot of options are up and available for the Nova first pick here. It can be the Arlie here, it can also be the likes of the Dharma for the pickup.
Ooh, Arlie instantly in the hands of Muchi again. Now, Muchi had a pretty quiet game number 1.
Correct.
But quiet is good if you're a farm laner, right? You want as much peace as possible. And the consideration here has to be that Channel for the side of BTR.
I think they can either pick up the Diren Jie here or the Channel, depending on what sort of stage of game they want to play. If they want to play fast, pick the Diren Jie, get a winning lane, make sure that Zan can win lane against Muchi. That could be a bit of a happy story coming in from the BTR early game.
Alright, so it looks like the Diren Jie will be locked in for the side of BTR. The locking in and you know, making sure you get that golden token onto the members of Nova, especially Muji, is going to be more than important at this point. And oh no, things are looking a little bit dicey. We have the Xuan specialty, the Guan Yu coming in. How many times have we seen this guy catch the entirety of the opponent teams?
Such a scary player on towards like Guan Yu here, and we get early Diadea, a strong side lane composition being locked in for Nova here. So Nova already knows their game plan. It is to allow Muji get those farms, get himself going from early to mid game, and then Guan Yu on the hands of Xuan comes in with those destructive flanks here. For the side of BTR, they do pick up the Yu Huan here to flex around Ormson and also Neil in that mid roam.
Okay, I think BTR, in the second half of this man, they need to ban out the Yixing. The Yixing will work wonders against the BTR lineup here, disallowing their Dharma Truth Mantra to get caught inside. At the same time, for Nova, I think taking out tank jungler is going to be very important here.
That's correct. For, at the very least, Nova, like the Yixing you mentioned, potentially has to be locked away here. You don't want the super wombo combo lineup here with the Dharma, Yixing. And yeah, it also locks in the Guan Yu as well. You can't really free charge all the way with that Razor Cavalry.
A tank is definitely necessary for the side of Nova here, right? This will give them as much space as possible. Maybe a Menki, I think, would do great to be able to, you know, number one, if you're caught out by that Truth Mantra, if that doesn't kill you, you're able to Dream Roam out.
Yeah, you get, it's either Dream Roam out or you get the multitude levels of heal coming in from Waypit on that Diadea here. We've seen it a lot. One big tank and one Diadea, when he goes half HP, you throw your ultimate and then immediately heals to full here. So a lot of focus here on towards BTR side, whereby you see the Ogren, Luna ban away, and also Lady Zen and Mai Shiranui. For the side of the Nova lineup here, wow, this is an early Ormson Liushan we're looking at.
I mean, like we said, if you need to tie the series up, I think game number 2 is where you have to do it. Because if Nova gets the lead, BTR are going to find it really difficult because there are even lesser hero pools available. So we've seen the success of this Ormson Liushan. Will we see it again? Nova just go for the pure Yangjian jungle.
They are here with confidence here, but BTR also, this Liushan on the hands of Ormson is currently 100% win rate out of the 2 games that he had back in the group stages. So bringing the statistics coming into here definitely boasts the spirits of the BTR board. And Nova rounding out their composition by taking away that Yixing from the hands of BTR.
I told you so. I mean, it works wonders. Can you imagine if they can get like all 5 members of BTR down there? Like, okay. But with that being said, let's take a look at these consideration of the Fade going to the hands of Zhang Qiu. Zhang Qiu, like I said, is one of the most premier jungling members in HOK Global Esports. But is he going to be able to do it here? Because there's quite a lot of lockdown from the side of Nova.
And the worrying part is also, usually, the Arlie versus the Fade matchup is very skilled. If the Fade jumps in, the Arlie needs to be able to react. It's a reaction game. Can the Arlie push you away from the wall? Can the Arlie react away from the Fade assassination? So it's like the cat and mouse game that we talk about with the Fade and with the Arlie here. But the key point for the Nova is that they have this Diadea that can really lock down these high frame assassins.
That's one thing. The second thing about that pick of the Diadea is the fact that it neutralizes the heals coming out from the Yu Huan, which is a super pain point. Neutralized in the sense where you can get the ultimate heal, but then you get hit with the Destiny encounter. Essentially, your healing is reduced, you know.
I mean, the damage is pretty high around the Destiny counter, and then you can just like scale infinitely on that roamer. So 1 point on towards the Diadea, it makes a lot of sense to pick it up with a solo tank.
That's one particular pain point. The second pain point is if you're caught by the Razor Cavalry.
Oh yeah, that's definitely
Neil cannot heal you because he has to follow you and you're separated instantly. It's free food for the side of Nova if that happens.
That is true here, but we will have to see the execution coming in towards line here as we are going into game 2 between Nova Esports, currently leading the series 1-0 against Bigetron by Vitality. This is a best of 7 series. First of 4 takes the series for their hands.
First of all, is a tough one to be in. I mean, Nova now could be very well halfway there. All they have to do is to finish this game with a win. BTR though, do not be mistaken. They have a pretty good chance with this one. It all comes down to can he get the truth over to the side of Nova Esports.
And we get into the Gorge as we see both teams lined up with their draft. This is game 2 with Nova on towards the blue side and for the red side, Bigetron by Vitality looking to equalize this series.
Yeah, I mean, Kim was obviously alluding to this when we saw the series come through, right, that Ormson is going to be locking in that Lucian at some time. But before we do that, to fight with the Lucian, you have to play in the CD key just fight to redeem the Gilded Feather skin here. It's only going to be a trial, but you may as well just go and get it anyway. Try it for free.
Yeah, right now, BTR, they're going to be looking for a couple of things. Number one, where are you going to start your jungle with, right? That is the big question, of which Nova can then, BTR can then try and make their relevant rotations. And it looks like they have found out, hey, there's a freebie for you, Zankyu. Do you want to come in and claim it?
There might be not a freebie there for them, because Ormson goes down. They're feeding it over to Muchi. What is going on? But now Neil looking a bit out of position, and Schwan gets the kill.
Big start for the side of Nova, and this is going to cost them a lot more, Zankyu.
Oh no, Zankyu, he gets locked on, knocked up, but he's able to escape there thanks to the parkour. But can Ormson save this Azure Golem? And the answer is no. That's going to be a huge blunder to BTR.
Yeah, man, look, while all of that was happening, CY wasn't even there.
Yeah.
Wendy gets his hands on the Azure Golem, and now Zankyu is left in tears here.
I mean, out of every hero to get the Azure Golem, give it over to Yixing, man. That really amplifies his early game.
Yep, and they didn't even force out the maintaining initiatives passive. That gives you an extra. It's kind of like a destiny equipped for you.
Oh, yeah. Exactly. It's just going to be kind of like, you don't have to kind of rely on usually taking liberties like sparingly. You can kind of just throw it out because you have your mana regen, and then obviously the cooldown reduction as well from that Azure Golem is definitely going to give Wendy a stronger suit into this one. And Zankyu, I mean, without that, like, his mana reduction, man, it's not looking too good.
Yeah, it's a difficult position to play from, right? I mean, ideally, you want to take that kill for your side from Wendy, but that's not going to be possible. CY is already here. CY is at level 5, going to level 6 soon. Zankyu just hit 5.
Oh, nice there. The little heart seal is going to heart link, sorry, is going to keep Weepit alive in that one, dodging out that mournful tempo.
And it's showing you high quality gameplay. I'm talking about Nova here, right? The lane freezing coming in is so valuable right now. Zan is already behind, but because of the lane freezing, he's going to lose even more EXP against Muchi.
What about the high quality gameplay coming from BDR? Like, let's point it out. Let's not go like full like tilted onto a side here. Let's make sure we keep it in that one. But I mean, at the same time, obviously, Nova are just basically punishing BTR for the mistake that they've made in the early game, but this is going to be a potential contestation of that one. It's going to be CY that gets a claim onto that Azure Golem, and they get the claim onto Ormson.
Yeah, so everything for free on the side of Nova Esports. BTR, there is still a chance, but it requires the biggest of wombo combos. We need a flash catch from Ormson. We need the truth. Of course, we need that finishing hardened J mark from Zankyu.
Yeah, get into that level 5, obviously. It's going to be the execution for Zankyu here. He's level 6. Maybe he's going to be able to steal some hearts and steal some neutral objectives with that one.
Yeah, I mean, with 3 kills on the board for the side of Nova, they have now amassed a 3,000 gold.
Neil. Oh, he's able to get it, that's fine. But I mean, if he had taken liberties off of cooldown there for Wendy, that would have just finished him off.
Yeah, I think Neil, he wanted to make sure he saved his ultimate, right? The Unending Sorrow is so valuable at this point in time. 4 minutes, right here, right now. Nova looking for a Fryo across the pit, and maybe even more.
And what's even more valuable is that Doomsday onto Muchi, but there it is, the takedown onto Neil. It was just delaying the inevitable there for the side of BTR, but now Nova are in a good position. Just make sure you get your buffs, then go for the Tyrant.
Super smart, right? They actually, they are so greedy, they might want to take both of these at the same time. Crimson Golem going into the hands of CY for sure. It looks like BTR, they will have to take the scraps, of which is a Tyrant. Not bad for a scrap here.
Yeah, exactly, it's not a bad part of scrap, right? But at the same time, that top T1 looking like it's going to be under pressure, same with his T1 into the mid lane here. BTR got to make a heck of a defense, but that forward is going to keep them out of that T1 territory. Nice play here by Nova. Schwan over the wall, the damage went through there onto Ormson is just too much because Muchi has the Doomsday.
How fast was Nova? Yes. And at this point, I mean, BTR, you know this is a difficult position. CY.
There it is, True Pantra. I mean, it may be a little bit of a saving grace here. CY gets taken down by the heart of Jade Steel.
Okay, so that's a nice shutdown for Zankyu that recovers some gold, gives him some chance to re-evaluate the options to match the levels. But Nova, they're definitely still ahead.
When you went, I thought you were saying that someone was triggered on the gorge there. Making some noises for them because they can't make it for themselves because they have to keep composure.
Yeah, I mean, composure is definitely important, especially for BTR right now. Because, look, Xuan, he's providing so much value. They have taken another T1, and that's going to be 2 powers for the price of 1 on the side of BTR. They might not even get it here.
Might not get it just yet, but there it is, trying to get this engaged there. It's giving the bit of farewell with the board being committed as well as Destiny counter. It is going to be John going down as well as Orbson. There's too much damage onto the side of Nova.
Teamwork. This is looking like the dream team. Nova, number 2 in MKL, looking so strong right now. BTR, they're trailing by 3,000, but it feels like they're trailing by a lot.
Yeah, normally it's Stream OG, but this time around it's Stream Nova at this point, right? I mean, it's around about, what, 6 minutes in, we're looking at kind of just completely just owning the enemy jungle right now, taking away that Crimson Golem.
Yeah, man, it's a double whammy because Muji has also, hang on, they're going to put some pressure on the T2 first. Yeah, this is more important.
Let's talk about double whammy here, but it is going to be the whammy and the combo and the ultimate coming from the Lucian here. Onza just trying to do enough damage, but now it's Nova with the re-engage here. Muji getting the kill onto them. The heroic charge comes through. Double kill, making that for the side of Nova, and Wendy picking up some more, looking for the T2 top side of the map. This is looking like a quick game.
You wanted the wombo combo? Yes, we wanted that, but it's Nova who strike first. Zankyu though, he does not know there is danger nearby, and he makes a safe decision to TP back home.
Yes, but I mean, he's also going to lose that Azure Golem as well, right? So yes, he saves his life, but he's going to be Azure Golem. Oh no! He didn't recall. He's maybe just looking like he's going to run onto this wall right now. The potential catch upon to the side of Nova. He gets knocked off the wall. He tries to get a kill onto Muji and does.
Okay, great recovery. He does shut down Muji for a little bit, but still, Nova are all over the map. It's 5,000 gold. In fact, it's 6 right now for the side of Nova with the map completely blue.
Yeah, what is it about game number 2 that the team that won in game number 1 makes it look even more dominant? It was exactly the same thing, obviously, in the last match with APG against Twisted Minds, but they just seem to just grow with this momentum through the series.
I mean, it came from the start of the game, right?
Yeah.
Zankyu, Neo, and I think it was Ormson that were trying to make the defense. Did not work out.
Speaking of making defenses, Tufts here maybe getting defenseless, and he does get taken down. Will to my board, catches onto Zhang Q. He cannot get the heart of J Steel. It's going to be the unending sorrow, but there may be a sorrow coming too soon here for the side of BTR Neil, but he gets out alive.
Yeah, they're looking for more. Wendy with those skill shots down there, actually catching out Ormson quite a bit. And Ormson is meant to be the tank, right? Yeah. When Ormson is not tanky, Nova are able to just stretch to them, and BTR right now, they need a lot more.
Yeah, no tanky, no flanky here for the side of BTR as they use the Destiny counter once again. Oh my goodness, the re-engage there from CY, pretty huge, with the board being committed as well. There's the heroic charge coming through from the Guan Yu.
Okay, nice trade. They got Muji as well, BTR. Maybe there is a slight chance, but Neo is not looking good here. Zankyu looking for the chase.
Yeah, looking for the chase, but obviously, like we just said there, Neil has used that ultimate. He's had to use it, or he would have to go back to base. But once again, trying to take away that Azure Golem, trying to get the knock onto Zhang Q. He gets taken down once again, and that's not enough. Swan with the denial out of the base, and now we're looking for some more onto Zhang. Baby, it's just like, hey, let's not get too carried away.
Yep, it's 8,000 gold though for the side of Nova. I mean, at this point, Nova can do no wrong. And right now, we'll take a look at what kind of strategy BTR is going to try and come up with, right? This gold disparity, yes, is looking so scary for the side of Bigetron, but there is a chance, but it needs to be super perfect, right? Everyone needs to land their skill shots in the correct synergy as well. Ormson needs to get multi-man catch. They need the stun from Neo as well. They need Tusk to get this ultimate truth mantra. And then Zankyu needs to come in and finish the job with the hardened Jake Mark. All of this sounds pretty straightforward, but with the goal lead and itemization need they have on the side of Nova, it's not going to be easy at all.
Absolutely not. I mean, at this point in the game, we are getting to that 10-minute mark, right? So now, Nova, yes, they've had a very solid early game, but maybe now at this point around, they could try and turn this around in some fashionable sense here for BTR, maybe by trying to contest one of these Shadow Overlords or Tyrants.
Look, 10 minutes coming in, Muji just got the Eternity Blade. It felt like he had that item way long past the goal. And at this point, double buffs for the side of Nova. CY has the Crimson buff, Muji also has it. And look at the speed that Nova doing this. This is how fast the game has been for the side of BTR.
Yeah, Muji just doing so much damage onto the Shadow Tyrant there. It's going to be a nice little takedown, but now it's going to be the bit of farewell onto Zhang Q. It's not going to be enough damage though. It's just going to kind of drive him back into the base, keep him away from the team fights for a little while.
And do you know why Zhang Q is having such a hard time? The slow from the Radiant. Wave Pit also has a latch on with his passive, along with the bit of farewell as well. Zhang Q cannot make it out, so he cannot even show himself.
Exactly, it's very difficult. If he shows himself, he's just going to get locked in, but at the same time, Neil there just take a lot of damage from Schwan, but he has the ultimate off cooldown as well, so if he does try to go for another re-engage, he has the Unending Sorrow.
Yeah, man, and Shen is just going to operate on his lonesome self, right? And that's all they need.
Oh my goodness, that was a bit over-aggressive there, just trying to get a takedown on the D-Ranger. But now, it's going to be Schwan with the re-engage here, just pushing them out of the crystal. They don't have a minion wave, but there is one due any moment.
And he's still alive, that's the biggest thing. CY here, they're looking for the finishing blow.
They are looking for it, they're going to take down onto Zhang Q with the board being committed as well. Rita separating the side of BTR. They try and get the truth, but it's not going to be enough. It doesn't hurt, and game number 2 crystal goes to Nova.
Another big win for the side of Nova, and the truth did hurt. It was not enough. Nova looking just absolutely perfect in game number 2.
Absolutely flawless game number 2 coming in from the Nova boys themselves here. Very dominating fashion as well. 10-minute mark, I believe that they were riding on almost an 8,000 to 9,000 goal lead in this game too.
Yeah, look, this game was very difficult. Zhang Q, he was trying to look for options, but for every single door he opened, it was slammed shut by Nova.
Oh, straight in the face. Straight in the face, and he had a big mark of the doorknob straight on his forehead there. But unfortunately for the side of BTR, they do lose game number 2. So that now puts a minimum of 2 more games left for the side of Nova Esports, unless BTR come back in this game number 3, which is what Twisted Minds were able to do last one.
CY, look, this is not even his final form. He has so many jungle heroes to offer. We haven't seen his Jing, we haven't seen his Luna. Right now for Zhang Q, I feel like this is the most stressful part about the competition. But thankfully for BTR fans, this is not the end of the journey.
We've not seen his Musashi as well.
Yeah, banned. Like, they're just target banning Zhang Q from minute 1 of the draft to the final moment of the draft, making him feel as uncomfortable as possible. This is why we say, like, they're ex-teammates, because they know him the best.
Yeah, exactly. Like, having played with someone else, you know their tendencies, you know their comforts, you know what makes them uncomfortable as well. And right now, they're exposing every weakness, every loophole that BTR potentially has.
And we were to see over to this endgame screen, we've all seen Wayford rocking a 4-0-18 on that idea. If we were to look later towards that damage chart, I think that he is pretty up there high.
Yeah, but at the same time, I'm also looking at Wendy, because Wendy's Yixing was great. The boss got down. That's already a miracle in itself. And, you know, if they didn't catch everyone, it doesn't matter, because Xuan is coming in with the fishing net. Alright, here's the board. You're not inside. Let me give you a first-class ticket inside as well.
There we go, and we check out the stats that we were mentioning just now here. Wendy dealt a heck a lot of damage along with CY, 82,000, 63,000 here. But Waypit casually dealing more damage than Muchi and Xuan on that Diadea here. Those destined encounters here with that 100% team fight rate, he was funneling those heals and also that damage against the members of BTR.
Which is so scary, because normally when we take a look at the games in KIC, you're kind of like, okay, the farm laner is the one that's dealing with the damage, and everyone's trying to find him. But Muchi was just picking up the scraps, because BTR had to go and try and funnel aggression against the 4 other members. Like, Zhang Q struggling against Waypit is not what you want to see.
Nah, exactly. No, Zhang Q struggling against the support of the enemy team is kind of already a staple to say, like, hey, look, it's clearly not working. They clearly have a little bit more of a headway within this game number 2. And I mean, this shows here as well, obviously, with the gold lead, as well as obviously the Tyrant takedown for both teams. But we're looking at the head-to-head into the mid lane, Wendy against Neil.
Yeah, so the value that Wendy was providing was completely different from Neil. Neil was trying to get the damage in and also provide the heals. But as we already mentioned at the start of the game, this matchup is so difficult for Neil, because you have Xuan on the Guan Yu. He's separating the important members into the box that is laid down by Wendy, right? The Wei C chessboard is such a difficult thing to deal with, And of course, with that being said, this will lead us to the team play allowing for Waypit to be the MVP. This guy was a true menace, and I love the fact that it's Aroma that is an MVP.
And on a Diadia itself, KDA of 4018 here, 20% damage taken, 17 damage dealt, with a total goal of almost 8,000 there. Just like what Blam mentioned just now, imagine Aroma walking up to you, popping the radius, popping the full spell set, and then you're like, bro, I'm already half health. What's going on here?
They fully understand the weakness on the side of Zhangqiu here, right, on the Fade. They needed him to be the finisher. He needs to come in last. But, you know, BTR, Nova was always consistently saying, no, we will get you all together first. And if Zhangqiu comes last, he's going to be 1v5.
That's right, and you can see the confidence oozing out of the Nova squad. CY was just like, I'm diving in. I'm going all the way in, going for those kills here. Even Muji was just tanking 2 towers in between this, and he was taken out by the tier 3 tower itself.
Yeah, I mean, the value that they had on Star Nova was really great. This board to separate the rest of the members away from the potential save. Zan was caught. There was no options. And this is just pure outclass from the side of Nova. BTR, they are a strong team, but when you go up against Nova, you have to be prepared.
One of the tournament favorites coming into the entire KIC here. So with this performance itself, they're leading the series 2-0. A bit of a similarity compared to what we've seen so far in that previous series.
I mean, we all know the real reason why Waypit got that MVP, right?
Why?
He passed me in the hallway.
What?
Oh no, he got blessed by Blam
And then
Mova.
that's it, he just went, you know what? I feel great. I'm going to go for an MVP. I'm going to be one of those guys. So that's what he did. But let's not talk about that because other players will come and queue up and line up next to me. I don't want that, you know. I don't like being famous. But the knockout bracket right now, Nova 2-0 to BTR. I mean, we just saw the same exact thing with APG and Twisted Minds. It was at this point in time, this next game, where Twisted Minds came back.
Yeah, so does BTR get access into the Luna? Does he get access into the Jing? That is the important part, right? Because I think for now, it's been very clear that Nova have identified that we can give you certain heroes, but we'll make your life extremely difficult. And Zhangqiu has been, unfortunately, the victim of this particular super strat that has come out of Nova.
It has been very stressful so far, especially in every single ban. If you're on towards the red side, if you are as BTR, you have to take the ban on towards Luna as well, because CY, he is also a Luna mercenary as well on that pick. So you want to get the Luna, you better be ready because Nova's pretty prepared for those picks as well. So it's really down to how Coach Cruz settle the score for the BTR to come back in this game trees. Draft needs to be near perfection.
I think it's going to be really interesting because Cruz definitely has more creative strats. He has some hidden ace cards. Does he really want to use it today? Because this is not the end of the line if BTR loses, right? That's the main consideration for me. Overall, you have to really consider your position in the tournament.
Correct.
Sometimes a lower bracket run is okay.
Yeah, I think so too. I think if they drop it out now and then they try to do it in the lower bracket as well, it kind of like defeats the object of like the whole element surprise.
Yes.
So if they are dead certain that that is going to get them a win, I would say make sure you drop it in the lower bracket and not here. But at least try and obviously draft something that's going to maybe throw off Nova, or maybe actually like, you know what, we're not confident with this, but it might just be enough to upset the scales.
That's true. I mean, the fact that they broke the Ormson Liushan 100% win rate, I think that's really impressive, right? But that's the quality we expect out of Nova. So right now, let's take a look at the options available. BTR, they have not expended too many meta heroes per se in terms of the jungle department, right?
Yep.
So I'm expecting quite a bit from Zhangqiu, but the rest of the team needs to pick up the pace as well.
I reckon for BTR in this game tree, potentially put yourself in towards the blue side and get the jungle a favorable matchup here, or at the very least get a prior pick for themselves to get himself going and get the Zhangqiu game tree buff, because every time that Zhangqiu is angry, you know he's gonna come in and swoop the game out of enemies' hands.
Yeah, we do have the BTR fans here live in person in Manila, Philippines as well. They are hoping for that reverse sweep to come through. BTR, we need you to come alive.
Hey, I need that kind of entourage, right? Whenever I'm like losing in my ranked games, I just need people screaming behind me. I'm like, I can do it. I can do it.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, I just have like my teammates just telling me I'm just not good enough. So.
What are you doing? It's the complete opposite.
Yeah.
So we'll take a look at it. So like you said, Sagi, I think BTR has made the better choice. They're going to go on the blue side. They want to wrestle for this prio hero. It needs to be something huge here.
I think if we were to refer back to the first series between APG and also Twisted Minds, the shift of winds, the winds of war, really started to go in favor of Twisted Minds when Hailang went over to the Mai Shiranui here. So potentially, Neil getting this sort of pick to really go in for those early plays might be what BTR needs to get themselves going in this game 3.
Yeah, and I think it also requires a very well-rounded draft in a sense where, look, I think they need to be more survivable on the side of BTR, right? So maybe go for more setup-heavy, tanky lineups that will be able to deal with the aggression of Nova as well.
Exactly. So clock is ticking, 45 seconds until we go to the official draft of this game number 3 here. BTR definitely, even though there is, yes, falling to the lower bracket, getting that miracle run, but if you fall towards the lower bracket with your mental being unsteady, that could treat you back into a double-edged sword situation.
It could actually pop you into a double-edged sword situation, right? Obviously, just basically playing on the death's precipice, shall I say, for lack of better words, with an Orgrin pun right there. But right now, 17 seconds till we get into the BP of game number 3. We've already seen some limit testing go on through the side of BTR. Do you reckon, like, Nova's going to throw some, like, spanners in the works, like the Gao in the mid lane again, like something like that? Just like, you know what? We're 2 points ahead. Let's try something new.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, that's Wendy's play style, whereby Wendy, you can never finish all your bans on towards Wendy because his hero pool is the potential largest in towards the player base that we have in this tournament.
I think that would be a great idea for the Nova side, right? Because you don't want to reveal too much about your rotations, you don't want to reveal too much about your hero pools as well. Now BTR, they're going to start on the blue side, so their first ban is going to be this Dharma. Xuan has already impressed us in game number 2 with his Guan Yu. What more can they offer on the side of Nova?
I feel like BTR in the second ban, you have to consider either Lung or DRNJ to be banned away from Muji's hand, because Muji, yes, his game 1 channel performance was being targeted down heavily, but they take the Luna ban for themselves.
Okay, but this unlocks the Jing potential for CY, right? Nova right now, they could potentially pick that up. At the same time, I feel like BTR in the clash lane, they need a double aggression, maybe the Fatih for a start.
Fatih is a start, Byron being removed away, so they are reading in towards the BTR playbook, whereby that's the Mai Shiranui we talk about here. If Neil can get it going, they could really pull the game back in towards their shoulder, but Nova Esports, that does open for them to pick up the potential pay here on the side of CY.
Yeah, they can go like super aggressive early game, or they can go super tank as well. And like you said, Nova, they know exactly what the calculation of counters are. The pay does get locked in the Tigress. The Tiger is coming for the hunt.
And there's also the Yuhuan as well, right, if I'm not mistaken, because I remember Nova hasn't expended that Yuhuan in game 1, so that could be a potential pickup to be a flex between mid and Rome coming into the series itself.
I think you will pick up a tank here for this Nova, right? You want to be able to have this huge wall in which BTR cannot break. Now they're going to try for that better lineup in the farm lane. They're going to pick up the channel for the side of BTR. And this is going to go into the hands of Zan. And with the support roam water, I like the idea. You get a lot more control, buys you a lot more time in fights. It doesn't matter if you're behind on goal, because with enough time, you should be able to take down your target.
And it's a very aggressive matchup coming in from the BTR lineup with the channel and also the Mozi. It's a very strong laning. And again, so far today, Lapu has had a 100% win rate in all the BO7s. Okay, we had one BO7, but that's 100% win rate. So in this game 3, Nova picking up the new hero featured in Honor of Kings here with the Filipino hero here.
Yeah, Lapu. I mean, if you guys didn't see Lapu in the first series, you're gonna see it again, right? And this time it's piloted by Nova. And you can see BTR, they are taking out all of the big burst damage heroes because for now, their lineup is pretty squishy.
Yes, and probably Nova has to take away the Orgrim ban here as well to limit all the potential counters on towards that. But they know about Zankyu, they know him the best. Locking away the Jing, another one of those equal matchups with the pay removed from Zankyu's hands.
Yep. On paper, it's a 50-50% matchup if it's a Jing against a Pei. But when it's in the hands of Zankyu, it is a 90% win rate on the side of BTR. I think he hasn't really lost yet on the Jing. A couple of games, yes, coming in the group stages and right now in the knockouts.
I am not sure regarding whether he has lost yet or not, but I have a fond memory of his Jing playing Masterclass League against HBSC. So definitely that's something to look out for. Nova picking up the potential Hano for Wendy in that mid lane. So they want to stall this game as much as possible. At the very least, the mid tower won't go down so easily.
Yeah, I mean, this is a strat that a lot of the strong teams have already shown us. The Fate Rewind very adept at reversing damage or even saving and reviving towers when used within 5 seconds of his takedown.
Now, what does BTR take there for his jungle here? They have already expended multiple picks here. Charlotte, a very good blind matchup as a lane bully here. No Byron, potentially has to go into the 1v1 matchup with Shrens Marine as the final pick. So does Zankyu go for the Ogre, but he whips out the Ada here? Interesting though.
Okay, tank for tank. I like the idea of this, right? You want to fight long, over a long duration of time. The Ada fulfills that kind of requirement. But you need a lot more damage. This game, Zan needs to play like a monster. And look, Nova, I think they have just out-tanked the damage potential of BTR.
At the very least, you want to be bursting the first target in your hands, but think about the Nova lineup here. How do you burst the Long with Infinite Vastus? How do you burst the Ogren, the Hano here with the Fates Rewind, and then with the addition of this Umbrosa, all three carries coming in from Nova draft has a way to build towards safety.
The first 3 minutes of this game is going to be very critical for the side of BTR. You need to get a shutdown, you need to get a first blood on either Wendy in the mid lane on the Hano or to Shen on the Umbrosa, because once they hit level 4, that chance is going to dwindle almost down to 0.
And Nova's lineup is very late game heavy with trio carries. I think 4 carries at the very minimum as well. Long, Hano, Pei, and Umbrosa here. So that is their late game lineup being funneled by this Pei in that laning phase. But right now, take a look towards BTR. Ata is not just a tank. He's a battle tank like Ogre. If he has sufficient resources here, he's gonna be a very beefy boy.
So, I mean, it will operate in the same nature as a Nerza, right? He's gonna buy time and space for you. Hopefully your farm laner, your mid laner comes in the damage, and of course with the stuns coming from Ormson on that Cannon Blast, can they buy enough time? Because you do have the control, you just need to land all of your shots.
Landing shots seems pretty hard here, but hey, this is match point on hand here. They definitely need to pull on whatever guns that they have in their pockets here. For Neo, his Mai Shunui synergy with that Mozi on the hands of Ormson needs to make it work. If they can get the early game going, that Nova greedy lineup will perish under their hands.
It's greedy because it's greedy in the long term as well. This also means that if Nova loses this game, BTR have burned out so many tank picks, so many sustenance picks from the side of Nova, and BTR might be able to mount their comeback off of that.
But so far, with the BTR lineups, the junglers hasn't been the most meta picture. The Fade and the Ukyu Tachibana, and right now the Ata here. So the non-traditional junglers has been favored instead of the meta ones, like the Ogre, like the Monkey.
Yeah, Kurus here is trying to bring Bigetron to the super late game. They want to go to game number 7, where you absolutely cannot ban the Jing or the Luna anymore.
But to go towards that game 7, they really need to win this game number 3, because this is the series point. If you lose this, Nova will be leading the series 3-0. That will be so much pressure generated, just like how loud the audience is supporting both Bigetron, supporting both Nova as we head towards the boards for this game number 3.
Game number 3 comes through here. Does Nova take a 3-0, or do BTR do the dream that TM did in that game and get a point onto the board here? But I mean, with these drafts, it's looking very scary, right? Like you were saying there, Sagi, in the draft, there's potential and a lot of carries onto the side of Nova.
Yeah, it's time to leave no regrets, right? Right now it's about the wave clear. We'll take a look at it as Zan is already.
Oh no! That's going to be the enhanced help of the Lapu, but still not enough damage from the Muchi.
I mean, at this point, this is why it's so scary, right? The second skill flash dash is going to be so adept at getting damage. And look at that, they get the stun as well, and Ormson already at this first minute mark, both of them are suffering.
They're suffering as well, as obviously they don't have that menu wave coming through, but now we obviously have that season 16 honor passes here, and you can get Seabreeze Sakia for free, and the elite pass gives you the Lubu and Wu Yang combo. But hey, Ormson has got to be careful. He doesn't want to get caught out here with this 3v1, 2 down to the bot side.
Yeah, BTR, they understand the pressure of that bot lane, right? So it's really nice that they actually make that rotation top. They get the space right. Right now, they're able to save that mid lane wave as well. So ZanQ gets a spike in terms of EXP and gold boost.
He does. He gets a spike in terms of those right now, but obviously Wendy's just kind of like helping CY just kind of playing the jungle a little bit faster. I mean, it's not like Pei needs that help, but now top side of the map here, tries to get the dive on Schwan, but he's not going to have any help.
Okay, that's great. Xuan actually has to burn his flash. So IKL fans, this is great rotations coming in. ZanQ, I don't think he found any steal in terms of value for that, but now he just needs to keep pace with CY, right? But they're on a timer, because the longer the game goes, the stronger Nova becomes, because you don't get to one-shot them anymore.
Exactly. It's going to be scary for the side of BTR. They've got to try and curtail this one early if they are looking for a victory here against them. But there it is, the flaming palm. Still not enough damage, but it's going to be Xuan trying to get that one alive, using that inbuilt Sage Sanctuary for the Umbrosa.
Yeah, but Nova gets a better trade. Look at the lifelines on the side of BTR. They're all falling so low. And now Wavy, while he did have to expend his flash at this point, I don't think it matters too much, right? All he needs to do is to land his second skill, get the stun in, and it will be a very nice position to be in on the side of Nova.
Yeah, right now, obviously, they are ahead by around about 500 gold right now, and obviously stealing away those spike tail beasts is just going to further that gold lead on the side of Nova Esports right now. But it's going to be that, like, brutal, just a bashing and just blitzing of those minion waves top side of the map. Really going to put the pressure on here for them.
And one more thing, look, wave clear.
Oh, yeah, trying to use Revenge in there, trying to get the knock upon CY. I mean, if they really do want it here, BTR need to contest CY on this Pei.
Yeah, well, easier said than done, right? Yeah. Because one of the things that they struggle with on the side of BTR is actually wave clear. They don't really have the best wave clear. And so if Nova gets like a T3 ahead of BTR, it's going to start, we're going to multiply that difficulty.
It's going to be a hard one, especially when they have the nice Fate Rewind. But there it is, Lapu with the engage there as well. We do have CY going in to give it that dual marksman combo now. First blood going up to Nova.
Yeah, of all the people, you give it a CY, who is already an early game centric hero. Now he is level 7. He has the kills. He has double buffs.
Oh yeah, ZanQ there. He's going to be able to chunk the damage here. We do have Wendy on the Lino, pretty close by. Tufts rotating down the top side of the map just to give over aid.
Yeah, take a look at ZanQ. So the recovery for him is great, but at the same time, nobody's able to slow CY down. And not just slowing him down, they haven't been able to stop him at all.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem. CY, if he can get slowed down, like you said there, he's just going to do exactly what he's doing right now. He's going to go into your jungle, he's going to steal away those camps, maybe even try and contest this Azure Golem, but you can see that everybody on the side of BTR is looking to try and get in onto this one, but it's going to be Tufts into the back line there, trying to get the knock onto Nova, but the Undying comes through for the Umbrosa, forces the flash from Tufts.
They can't do it, and Nova, not only do they bring out all the big guns, they make BTR waste all their resources.
Yeah, that's scary, right? BTR losing all these resources, losing the Azure Golem is definitely not where they want to be at this store start, but it's going to be the think inside the box being committed here by Ormson, knowing that they don't have that in the 4-minute mark is going to be scary for them. But there's a lot of damage onto the back line here. The Infinite Batter's being poured out as well. It's just enough here for Nova to keep alive, reconfirm, and go for that T1 top side of the map.
Okay, BTR, they make the smart trade here. They have to get the T1 at the top. There is no safe for that, but they get the Tyrant in exchange. BTR, they're doing whatever they can to keep pace. But right now, Nova is already 2,000 gold ahead.
At 5 minutes. 2k gold ahead right now is going to be a scary feat for them as well. I mean, especially with the fact that they got the Pei right, that's the reason why they're around that 2k gold lead, because he's just so ferocious into the enemy jungle, really just putting on hard and thick.
Yeah, and look at the damage that they do structurally as well. CY is already level 10. Zan is only level 7, which means if CY gets his hands on him, it's an instant deletion. Right now, Wendy does have his Fate Rewind. They save this T1 if it ever falls, which is not looking like the case.
No, don't have the minion wave into the mid lane for the side of the blue team here as well. So the Reader's got to maybe just make sure the pressure into these side lanes are not going to grow and grow onto the side of BTR.
Yeah, man, right now Nova, they see the advantage. They're going to start putting pressure as well. Looking for a setup. Arta on the side for ZhangQ. Will be able to secure it. I believe he got that as your golem, so that's great for him. But that's a consolation prize because Nova, they can push and apply pressure all across the board.
Exactly. I mean, you got to try and take these minor victories, right? But then you got to try and get something for it. But it's going to be tough into the back line, just forcing out the infinite fastness once again on the Charlotte. But the revenge in there with a knockoff. Procs the Undying here onto the Umbrosa. So Schwan here. But now we may potentially get a takedown, but it's going to be Heino with a fake rewind here. Lapu Wape, it has to get out.
Okay, this did for the flash, maybe?
Oh, no, okay. Scary. I mean, Zion could have actually got that kill if he forced the flash and just dived in there, but I don't think he would have got it alive.
Yeah. Nonetheless, right, they have taken T1 on the bottom. That's great news for BTR fans. At this point, they have managed to kind of silently slow down the deficit because it was 3,000 just now. Now it's back to 2,000.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely a marginal difference there, but aside of BTR, Tubbs gets taken down once again, top side of the map as well.
Yeah, there's a solo kill by the side of CY, and look, they're clamoring for something more. BTR, the pressure is huge, and the pace is fast from Nova.
Super fast here for Nova, but they are potentially trying to get the takedown here on Schwan, forcing the flash out onto Neil, and there it is. Ormson gets taken down by the Scepters of Fate. Can they get this T1 into the mid lane? Yes, is the answer there. CY with so much damage with the help of Muchi.
And Nova are not done yet. They have double pressures, mid T2, bottom T2, and there's no answer. They get it for free in the mid.
They do get it for free in the mid here for the side of Nova Esports. T2 takedown is going to be scary for them, and they won't be able to see that one come back as well as Azure Gold. They'll have to wait a little while, but more importantly, Nova has the timer in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, right now, and they've taken away the Azure Golem, put in the hands of Muchi as well. This guy was looking for the CDR, he was looking for the mana regeneration as well. The free damage coming in.
Oh, the ghost ship, can it be committed here to lock them all into place? But no, the thing inside the box gets worn out here on the side of BTR, and ZhangQ can't take those Scepters of Fate. Double kill for Schwan as well, now with the infinite vastness, just backing onto the lines of Nova Esports. They're waiting for the minions in top side of the map here to come through. Maybe they can get this T through.
Complete heartbreak for the side of BTR because Nova looks low, but you can't finish the job. They have so many ways to sustain, so many ways to get an extra life, and this is just the early part of the game. Let's take a look at the replay here. This beautiful movement, the setup with the ultimate by the Lapu by Waypin, making it out with a sliver of health, dragging them all together, and the damage output by Wendy, allowing for the dive from Shen on the backlines as well. And still, there is nothing that they can do. BTR can only sit and take the damage on the chin.
Exactly, just got to learn from that damage right there. It is that ultimate from Lapu. Lapu once again, Waypin really good here. Let's put in the pressure, slowing down ZhangQ. He gets taken down already. The cannon blast doesn't connect onto anybody, but Tubbs here just trying to pressure Nova from approaching the base.
Yeah, they have nothing to offer at this point. Wendy, he does have the fake rewind. They have the extra life. Xuan as well does have his ultimate, so they can't do anything. The T3 will fall for free on the bottom. The mid T3 as well will be taken, and Nova looks so strong.
Nova looking very strong here, but ZhangQ does come up in about 4 seconds time, but there it is, the root engine. It's going to be in. Is it going to be enough to pick off Schwan? No, he's just going to be the bait into the back line. It's going to be Waypit. He stays alive as well, but double kill going over to the Umbrosa. Now ZhangQ goes down. It's a team ace, and game number 3 goes to Nova.
Clinical by the MKL second place team right here. This was a surgery, and this was a quick one.
And it was a clean game. 0-12, 9 minutes, 30 seconds was the scoreline, and game-winning time coming in by the MKL second seed Nova Esports. Definitely a supernova across the gorge, because right now 3-2-0 BTR, you are at series end right now. One more and you will join Twisted Minds in that lower bracket.
But this is not new to BTR, right? They have been dealt this card so many times. This is once again a lesson for the IKL champions, but it's a lesson that is learned with pain, because this one was a complete outdraft. Too many lives on the side of Nova, and 2 little damage. And which is crazy because it's a mine. How many knockouts did we see Neil get and still they couldn't finish the job?
Exactly, well, it's because it was all kind of like dived into Schwan as well, right? Like as soon as he came in, it was kind of like the Ruenji came through, Schwan had the Undying, basically procced it, and then it was just like too difficult for the side of BTR with the lack of damage.
And the number of Undyings that we keep seeing on the screen for Schwan, every time he has it on, he will just push it so aggressively towards the front line, providing vision and room for his teammates to get those towers pushing in. And then if they overextend, we saw how Ormson, when he went in, he's not coming out. He's just staying there, dead body, going back to the fountain.
I find it so cool the way that Nova maximizes their health pools, right? Like Waypit, the way he played, the Lapu Lapu dive, he gets the ultimate, saves the flash just so that he can get out with a sliver of health. Once he's done, it's okay, it's your turn, can you take more damage now? And the rest of Nova then dives deep. And the 2 members, Xuan as well as Wendy, look, the amount of value they provided with the extra lives they had was super insane. Wendy even took the frenzy, he didn't have to take a flash.
He didn't have to take the flash, no purify. He was so confident in playing this Halo to a very aggressive style. And I gotta say, so far, these niche picks hasn't been really working for the side of Bigetron by Vitality here. Ata this game, it makes a lot of sense, but you don't really have the sufficient mobility to catch up against CY on that ping.
It's crazy, right? Look at the damage that they took. Zhangqiu took 74,000. Tufts did 42,000 of tanking, and then Ormson did 55,000. And even through all of that, they still couldn't find an opening onto the chink in the armor on the side of Nova Esports because there was none.
There was none indeed, and the game itself was very quick, 9 minutes 32 seconds, and a 10.3 thousand gold lead here. And we were to see, it was 0-12 in terms of the scoreline here. BTR couldn't get any single member against Nova.
And for our newer viewers, 0-12 is not a high kill score, it's extremely low.
Yeah.
It's extremely low. And 0-0-0 is everything on towards the board, on towards the Noah here. They didn't really take a lot of objectives. They were just brute forcing every single fight that BTR brought towards them, and this chart comparison here between CY and Zhangqiu here. CY is just leading everywhere except for Vision Score.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like Nova telling BTR, we're going to give you some hugs, and then it became a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu class where it was toppled to the floor and slammed them multiple times.
Definitely a cuddle down on the floor there in a headlock as well. Just a good measure, but that CY there with a 4-0-5. And unfortunately there, Zhangqiu with the 0-3, but that's what happens when you play the carry to a tank jungle, right? But MVP is going to be none other than Waypit back to back. There you go, back to back. See, I'm just enhancing my own flavor, you know. Yeah. You saw me in the corridor, he gets 2 MVPs.
Lapu MVP, well deserved coming in from Waypit himself. 0-0-10, clean KDA, and he was doing very consistent flash engages with that ultimate here. So, for those new players that haven't yet seen the Lapu tutorial video, this hero, spell 1, you swipe in front. If you hold it, you throw your weapon towards the front, and when you pick it up, it bounces the enemy away. Spell 2, you charge in front. That if you prepare a flash, you can extend the charging range. Now, ultimate is the one that we keep talking about here. You charge yourself, and you release an AoE knockout, which is just what Waypit did, charging over the wall and flashing in, getting the double knockout on towards Ormson and also towards Dawn.
Yeah, it's crazy because the value of that ultimate is so big from Waypit, right? Not only does it knock you up, it also slows your movement speed. It may not seem like a lot, but when you have a tank, with a lineup that just shreds you completely, and with extra health, like the way they set this up is beautiful. Look at this knockup by Neo. How can you tell me that they did not get a single kill off of that play from Neo?
I think it was a very beautiful knockup. The only reason that they couldn't get a single kill was the big goal lead generated by the side of Nova Esports. If they had, what, 1 or 2 more items, that could have been a potential comeback coming in from Bigetron Vitality.
Yeah, I like the call-out effect of that particular finishing blow as well. They were like, Nipo, and you had to take a nap for that one. So we'll take a look at knockout brackets here. This is the current scoreline. Nova leading 3-0 in a best of 7 against a Bigetron by Vitality.
Yeah, scary here for the side of BTR. They're looking to try and get 1 point onto the board this time around. But I mean, after that game, it looks like it's going to be hard. It's a mountain, not a molehill, right, for BTR to try and get 1 point on the board.
It's looking pretty difficult, as in a logical standpoint and a strength comparison standpoint. the games weren't necessarily close. So for BTR, this is what like Kin mentioned. It serves as a lesson for them to better prepare themselves towards that lower bracket matchup against Twisted Minds here. But it's not over until it's over yet. There are stories of underdogs toppling the giants in the story itself. But it will be a very torn path coming into this because you need 4 games straight out of that 3 back-to-back destructive losses.
Yeah, so that was a very clean game, right? And you want to learn more, please follow us on our social media platforms. We have plenty here to offer you. You also get rewards in-game for following us on those various options. At the same time, look, replay this Nova game as many times as you can. Take a look at each individual member, what they did, why they did it, the timing of when they did it, to show you what the value of this composition is.
Exactly. If you want to learn how to play Lapu Lapu to a full perfection, then definitely dial into the replay of our HOK Esports of how Waypit actually carried it out. But we need a break. The players need a break. We will catch you right after this short break.
Kings, it's an honor showtime. Kings, it's an honor showtime.
We are back from a short break, and this is the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025. This is day number 1 of the knockout stage, with us currently almost at the end of the series between Nova Esports and Bigetron by Vitality. Nova has won back-to-back 3 games in a row, and right now they are at series points against BTR, the IKL champions.
And the scariest part of this is not even half of the hero pool that Nova has. They have a lot more to offer. They gave us a teaser in the form of how strong Lapu could be in this game. I think we'll see a lot more of Lapus in the continuing series as well.
I feel like Lapu kit itself, the way that it provides knockup and zoning has been pretty consistent. It's like Zhang Fei using the Unbridled Outburst to zone away junglers from smiting objectives, because when you're knocked up, you can't press smite. So that has been the storyline coming in here with these Lapu plays.
And I think at this point, look, BTR, I think Omkarus is having a absolutely difficult day, right? Which is expected. Because, look, every single strategy he has used, he has tried from BTR.
Dismantle.
To put a dent, and it's not even taking them down, it's to put a dent, has not worked today. Nova has just been phenomenal today.
Yeah, I mean, they've even tried like level 1 like invades, they're trying to go for like really like ballsy plays on the side of BTR, and then Nova's just like, alright, bet we'll match your energy, you know, like if you want to go that way, we can do it too.
And
we can go for bang.
Yeah. You know, like exactly right. But in this game itself, we haven't yet seen Nova bring out the true and trident picks. CY's Ogren, the Dun Dacha that they showed up against the likes of OG Esports in Game 5, and also the most important pull in the Clash lane, the Dharma.
It's so scary. I mean, look, there's so many options for them. They can use the Flowborn tank as well.
Correct.
We haven't seen Wendy's, Mai, Shurnui.
Oh, that's something definitely.
I mean, there's so many things that we know Nova can offer, and that's what makes us so scared, because you're not even scratching the surface of Nova's power right now.
Now, I have a conspiracy theory here. 3-0 is a scoreline, and the 4th game, we will see Omkarus open up Dharma and also Mai Shurnui, and they lock in a Zhuangzi jungle.
Alright, I bet I want to see that.
I mean, it's an interesting factor that could actually come in to save them. We've seen the potential, but not maximize here. But this is game 4 here with Nova. Coming over to the blue side, Pei has been once again locked away from Zhangqiu's hand in this game.
Okay, we'll see. The Pei, I think Zhangqiu has really showed us one of the biggest potentials of a very fast-paced Pei. Right? He's also one of the most adept junglers in the global servers coming in from the IKL region. But at the same time, Nova, do they allow the Jing to come out for the side of Zhangqiu? I think no.
I think no.
Yeah, it has to be a no, right?
It's like a 1-2 ban, just lock it away, maybe potentially first pick the Ogren here like you mentioned here. As of this point, if you lock in the Ogren on this first pick, you will force the side of Zhangqiu to potentially pick up the Musashi for himself.
Which can be a double-edged sword. BTR, they're not going to allow that Luna pick as well for the side of Nova. CY's specialty. We'll see if this is going to be the case. Nova fans are feeling it. And of course, Nova going to start off with the Flowborn Marksman, which means we know a tank roam is coming.
So this one, Flowborn Marksman, has been increased in popularity as a first pick or a 1-2 towards the red side as a priority so far. So I asked some of the pros, they told me like, hey, the laning space not as great, but once you get out of the laning space, that's where Flowborn Marksman, the damage is actually insanely high.
Yeah, so I mean the limit is really, really tight here. And BTR, they will pick up the Lapu for today. How many times will we see Lapu?
Yes, 4 times out of the entire 2 series back to back here. So definitely with the release of Lapu in towards the tournament server here, and has shown a lot of results here. After this series, we will see either it going 4-4 in terms of 100% win rate or 75% win rate after this.
I like this synergy coming in, right? Because you can do it vice versa. The Lapu sets up for the Yixing, or the Yixing sets up for the Lapu. But once again, we get a special treat here. We're gonna get the Wendy Mai Shurnui coming in from Nova Esports.
That is a scary pickup here coming in from the Nova roster here. You have the Mai Shurnui and also the Zhang Fei, so that's double setup already. And Zan going for his comfort and his one and true pick here. The Arlie lock in for Bigetron by Vitality's farm laner here.
Yeah, I feel like today Munchi hasn't been really tested yet, right? So I want to see Muchi go up against Zan. Zan, this is one of his best picks. If there has to be a win that comes out from BTR, this has to be the game, because if they don't, they will be sent down to the lower brackets.
And being sent down 0-4 in terms of the scoreline will really hurt your confidence moving on as a team. As in lower brackets, every single mental shift will affect the team as a whole here. But focusing on the pick advance itself, more junglers will be targeted towards Nova CY in this case. So BTR, what do they pick for ZanQ here on 4th?
I don't know. How much more damage can you deal against Nova at this point? Nova, they are looking at the Fuji as a potential clash encounter here. Taken out. So a little less control because they have plenty. And BTR says it's not enough. We want the Byron in as well. The Storm Strike might be the lightning strike that switches BTR on.
I feel like Nova potentially... Oh, Liu Bang here. What are they going for? What's a good delivery system towards the backline here? It's the Maestro on Wendy. So that's a lot of damage here coming in from Nova. That's being generated in that match department. And they double down with a Fade pick.
I'm no hero. Now this is really scary because, okay, look, one of Fade's weaknesses is the fact that he is really squishy. So this Liu Bang pick with the Battlefield command yes, it is. It's
Kongming jungle.
It's a Kongming jungle. But you know what? This Fade, I think, might be the killing blow for BTR.
It might be, whereby you have so much control and CC in the Nova draft, and BTR is looking pretty good. Wait,
Lapu jungle?
I don't think so. I don't think so. They haven't swapped up yet, so give it some time. Both sides haven't swapped up the heroes yet, so it will end up with Kongming jungle for ZanQ, yes, and then the usual one. So for the BTR draft, you have no way of invading CY's jungle here. And we saw when you topple the jungle pathing coming in from the Fade, it puts him super behind of curve. But in this game alone, there is no early game centric player that can really impact this Fade's jungle pathing.
In fact, I would argue the double down on it. BTR can't protect their own jungle. Level 1 is a complete wash here. It's going to be so dangerous, and if Nova invades, how does BTR respond?
I have an idea. Put the Arlie towards the mid lane, get that priority rolling, and then you can protect your jungle simultaneously. Get those small jungle camps, like the Spike Kill Beast, like the Fire Beak, for example.
We'll see what is the case is going to be, because the Nova fans are feeling it. The Nova fans are cheering, and they are loud.
That's not only Nova fans, BTR fans as well are cheering for the IKL champions here. They don't want this to be a 4-0, but MKL fans, they want this to end right here, and it is right now.
That's right. So we'll take a look. I mean, if you're online, you're watching from the game, you're watching from social media, give us a cheer, give us a support. Make sure you want your wishes to come through. Send it online as well.
To send it online, I will have to send it towards the gorge. This is game 4 with going to the lower brackets on the line here for BTR. They need to do whatever they can to keep this series alive and available. This is Nova Esports taking on BTR by Vitality in game 4 of the best of 7.
There we go. Sagi said it best. It's game number 4. This could be match point for Nova, and the way they have been playing, BTR will have to pull out all the blows here. Ormson started in the mid lane, just trying to get the upset onto Wendy. Wendy is on the My Shiranui pick. This is going to be something they have to topple.
I love this. Ormson is showing us the value of the Lapu Lapu, but right away, Zan! Oh no! This is a very uncomfortable situation.
Yeah, it is, exactly, especially going with the Flowborn marksman in the early games, right? You get those empowered attacks, it does so much damage.
Yeah, and it does piercing strikes. That's the worst part, right? You're able to clear the wave super quickly.
Oh, absolutely. It's one of my favorite marksmen to play, to be honest. It's just a very great hero to pick up and play. Not the hardest to play either.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be maybe the turnaround condition for the side of Nova, right?
Yeah.
A tipping point, I would say. Because they have given respect to ZanQ, they haven't really gone for that level 1 invade.
Oh, speaking of the level 1 invade though, I mean, there's a lot of action going into the bot side of the map already. I mean, both marksmen and supports are level 2, so no ultimates will come through just yet.
Yeah, this one is, I feel like we are bubbling, we are simmering right now, right? But once it boils over, the lead is going to be immense for either side.
Oh, absolutely. Depends on who obviously comes out on top of this one, right? Obviously, they are just looking to try and get their first blood coming through for either of these two teams, but historically, it's been going over to Nova Esports. Can BTR topple the scale?
They have to. I mean, if there's no other change in this situation, then BTR is headed for the lower brackets, which is not the worst situation in the world. But Nova, this is going to be very scary for the rest of the teams because we have not found out a lot of information on how do you break Nova's lineup.
Well, I'm sure if they do win, obviously APG will be the next team to try and find that answer out for everybody else in the global tournament right now. But you just see that CY using that hardened Jade Seal just to clear out the minion waves just so much quicker.
Yeah, and this pacing is very important because look, Xuan is level 4 as well. Dive.
Oh, he misses out the engine, but maybe potentially dive onto the back line here as well. It's going to be the Lubangs Battlefield Command. Now Ormson and Neil have to find a way out. It's that board that gets them to escape.
Yeah, Ormson literally just saved Zhang's life. That TP coming down was valuable on the side of Xuan. But right now, this is space created. BTR, they make a move on the top side. They're going to get the space right, make that rotation.
Oh yes, looking for the space sprite here, just to kind of enhance their tempo that's kind of already faltering at the moment, and I don't know what's more of a fight. The audience throwing up the 4-0 signs or waving the Indonesian flag.
I think it's an equal battle at this point, but someone will get damaged at the end of the day, and I feel like the punches are already rolling in.
Yeah, I feel like there might be a brawl outside at some point. That'd be fun. I'll definitely put that live on TikTok. But no, at the moment in live, we have the brawl going on to the mid lane right now, just trying to get the pressure for either of these two teams before that all-important 4-minute mark comes onto the gorge here. It's going to be the winning strategy that gets laid down, but it's not going to do the damage that it is expected to see here. But the hero that you're seeing Ormson play is coming on the 21st of November, so remember to participate in the event to get the new hero, Lapu Lapu. The guy so nice, they named him twice.
Yeah. Look, the value that Ormson has had, I cannot understate.
How Neil, what are you doing? You have the invincibility, but he's going to be okay. He's going to be okay, it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, 12 more seconds, right? This is going to be the first big fight between the two teams. Nova and BTR, whoever gets this Tyrant should have a huge advantage.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, already Nova is playing a lot of damage right now, and Ormson is on the run. Maybe just trying to contest this. Golem, but there it is. It gets taken down, the Ardent Jade Seal, and then the Unbridled Outburst into the bot side of the map. John goes down. This is going to be a crucial setup for the Tyrants.
What did we tell you? The first blood is going to matter a lot more, and the fact that it goes in the hands of Nova, this is going to be destructive because the growth is going to be huge. Right now, they're going to start looking for more openings on the side of BTR. And Nova, they are very happy with this because Muji is soloing the Tyrant at the 4.5-minute mark.
That's scary. That's scary for a marksman to be able to do that at 4 minutes, right? Like, you're looking at like Luban and you're looking at Flowball marksman. That's going to be the only marksman that's going to be able to do that as well. But bot side of the map was taken down by the minions, naturally crashing into that T1 at the moment. But now Nova looking for a bit more pressure into the top side of the map here. We see that John, Ormson, as well as Neil are all rotated up that top side. They know they need to defend this second side lane.
Yep, and be very careful about the Nova lineup. They will get into a 5-man brawl straight away. Xuan, as long as he does not reveal his position, it might be a surprise strike, an uppercut into the hearts of BTR.
Yes, that's exactly a very frightful one, but maybe potentially a setup of the quickest match we've had so far with the KIC2025, but there's going to be the winning strategy. Onto the backline, CY is taking that like a champ. And there it is. We see the ultimate from Lapu Lapu, and the Heart of Jade Steel has not been proper into the backline. It's going to be tough. Can he get something from the side of BTR? And the answer so far is no, as the board has been committed. Traps in Wade Pit, but that's it.
Yeah, but they can't find anything, and that's the biggest difference here, right? BTR, they're trying, they know that they need to shut down CY, but here comes the support as well. The scary thing is Muji's growth has not hit CY!
Oh, CY says goodbye as John Q gets the kill there. That's going to be a bit of a confidence boost for the guys over at BTR, but now they get the winning point strategy just to try and do damage onto Wei Pit, but he is just so gosh darn tanky.
I've never seen this hero being played by Zankyu, but so far it has a lot of value. Level 10 already. He's matching pace with CY as well. And BTR, like we said before, if there is any game to do it, it has to be this one because this is life on the line here.
Exactly. Tournament life, not tournament life on the line, but upper bracket life on the line, shall we say here. But John going down to the bot side of the map to get this T1 to try and neutralize that lead so far that Nova has created into the farm lane.
Yep, he's trying to play catch up, right? Right now, Zion's at 3.6, but here comes Nova once again, putting pressure onto that Crimson Golem.
Oh, there's Crimson Golem, maybe getting contested here. The Heart of Jade Steel is going to, in fact, not actually come through there, and it does. But then Lapu Lapu also goes down, but it's going to be tough into the back line right now with Janku using the winning strategy. The board has been committed as well, but can he get some more? Tufts with the takedown onto Muji and Waypit, but that is going to be paid back as well onto Obson, and now Schwan gets taken down.
It's so unfortunate. I mean, Zan did get the kill. BTR, they do survive the aggression, but would you really call it a survival though?
Not really a survival. That's just kind of delaying the inevitable at this point, but that winning strategy is going to hit Wendy, but it's not going to hit like a truck.
You see, take a look at the instant replay here. Very nice board setup at the end of this. They did have to sacrifice the life of Ormson here. Nice dive, right? And it was collected by Muji. At the end, this flash by Tubzy was so good. I mean, it was a winning condition for them. And they got one more kill here by Zan onto the Liu Bang for Xuan. But unfortunately, he had to give away his life. So I wouldn't say that was the best trade, but still, value got it.
Yeah, value has been restored here as well. I mean, speaking of restoration, we're looking at the restoration of that goal lead. Started a resemblance, a little bit of an even ground between these two teams.
Yeah, I like the fact that Zhang Qiu is recovering, right? This is a huge show of confidence. He does have the insatiable tome already, and this is going to be valuable lifesteal. Nice setup by Ormson here, but they're not going to find much value here because it's just wave hit. And until they stop that Xuan ultimate, I don't think they're able to take a true 5-1-5.
Exactly. I mean, they're just trying to kind of like draw out Waypits out of Bradley Burst here. It's going to be 1v1 here. But Battlefield Command using the Parasol to go back into safety. There is going to be Zan on the Ali.
Oh, but in the mid lane, this is where the true damage will be, right? Tubzy. Oh, hang on.
Zhang Qiu, he's trying to use the win strategy, but the body block didn't come through in time. CY took a lot of damage there, but it's not going to be enough to take him down. Waypit also taking a lot of damage, but it's going to be the arrow storm into the back line that's driving away BTR.
Oh, I love this. BTR, they refuse to back down. This is exactly what you need to do right now. The Tyrant is going to be spawning at this 8 minute and 40 second mark. Right now, Zhang Qiu rushed this.
There. He's going to get taken down by the side of BTR. They get the Tyrant. Is this going to be enough for this next team fight to actually overcome the tide of Nova Esports?
I think it's going to be a bit difficult, but they can try. Zhang Qiu.
Oh, there it is, the Radiance with the Unbridled Outburst, but there is no catch into the backline. CY is trying to do damage onto Orbson, but now the Stampede keeps Orson away, locks Tubes away from the rest of the guys, but Waypit and Schwan goes down to Zan and Tufts.
Yep, they just can't do it, Nova. Maybe this is the time.
Maybe it is. Maybe they can contest this, but they don't get the Hardened Jade Steel. But it's going to be that Arrow Storm that stops the progression of BTR into Nova.
Okay, so it's going to be an even trade at this point, right? I say even based on the number of kills, but the fact that Zan got taken down, this is not good news for the side of BTR. No. Wendy here, nice positioning. The information gotten for him is going to be very important. Neil, he has to be careful where he steps in. Ormson is coming in as well. Oh, no.
He's on the run, he's trying. Wendy's like, no, that was my brush. Get out of it.
Yeah, I like this defensive positioning from the side of BTR, right? Yeah. Neil was ready to lock them in the board if that happens.
Oh, yeah, exactly. But that's going to be the Arrow Storm being committed here by the side of Nova's Muji. But Ormson just getting that check, getting that intel onto Muji as well. Wendy just trying to throw the Kachusans just to do a bit of damage onto the back line of the enemy team right now. Just trying to make sure they don't go and start this Tyrant just yet.
Yeah, look, 10-minute mark. This is the Shadow Mirrors, right? So it's very important for both sides to be able to secure this. Neo needs to land a great The World Is My Board. If he's able to get the board down, Nova might be in for a nasty surprise. Zhang Qiu is close to 15.
Oh, Unbridled Outburst onto 3, but that board going to be committed to actually stop that fight and actually be a disinitiation. But Wendy with Schwan into the backline, gets the pick off the Zhang Qiu. They're looking for Tufts. That's going to be the front line for the side of BTR being taken down. They're trying to get Neil. Neil flashes over the wall.
Oh, they found a small crack and they tore right into the heart of BTR. Zan here, unable to defend. Wait, everyone is wrapped around.
Everybody and their dogs are here in the mid lane, and they get a takedown onto Zan as well. That's going to be not a team ace because Neil is the only one alive. He has to mitigate this control.
Yeah, this is too much from Nova. They are performing surgery right in front of our eyes. 36,000 with the Shadow variant of the Tyrant going into their hands. They have now secured a 4,000 goal lead, and BTR have lost the T2 at the bottom as well. This is a lot of map pressure.
Yeah, T1 falling into the mid lane, T2 in bot side of the map as well as that Shadow Tyrant. This is going to be a lot of damage for the side of Nova to come through here. The Unbridled Embers catches on 2. It goes on to Neil. Neil has that passive. He gets taken down as well. The Hardened Jade Steel comes through.
It's godlike for the side of CY. They're looking for more as well to set up onto the backline. Can they find what they're looking for? For now, it's going to be a short pause. But the damage onto the T2 by Muji, this is disgusting.
Yes.
Nova are just too powerful.
Yeah, just using Wave Pierce. It looks like an overpriced minion there, just so we could get those pierce and affected arrows onto that T2 in the mid lane. But there is a bit of a tough fall into that mid lane as well. They're trying to defend that higher ground turret.
This crack is going to be big. I mean, this is going to be a deep gash into the base.
We'll see gash. The Unbridled Burst. Not quite got it yet, but they are looking to do damage on Tubbs. Tubbs taking too much already. That T5, that T3 falls down to the bot side of the map here as well. We do have the Battlefield Command come through also here from Schwan. They have no minion wave. BT Ha have a bit of a reprieve.
It's so crazy because the value that Xuan is giving is so much. I mean, it saved the lives of CY. You waste the ultimate on Zankyu as well, and now you have a bleeding wound on the bottom side of BTR's base. Like, every single notion says that BTR can turn this around. They do have the damage, they do have the setup, they do have stuns, but every single time they try, Nova beats them down again and again.
They've got to keep trying, right? I mean, you got to keep throwing stuff at the wall until it sticks, and that's going to be the quote here from the side of BTR. But now, obviously, we have minion waves charging through into the bot side of the map and into the mid there, looking for more high ground turrets.
Yeah, I mean, Omson has been phenomenal in this game so far, right? But for now, they have managed to force out the ultimate by CY here, 100 Jane Mark, but that is going to be a very short cooldown. They get the T3 in the mid as well. It's starting to look like the beginning of the end for BTR.
Yeah, just using CY there just to get that ranged attack damage when he's on the wall. Just driving away BTR from those high ground turrets, but now Schwan has to use the Battlefield Command. He gets out alive, but that is going to be the Shadow Overlord taken down as well.
And look at that, they pull BTR all the way to the bot. They get the space for the Shadow Overlord, and right now BTR with the only structure standing in between the crystal being that T3 at the top. It is looking a bit tight here.
Very tight indeed. We have to check that one for ourselves, but at the moment it's going to be at the helm here of Nova. This is Nova's push to lose here. CY doesn't want to get caught out just yet.
Yeah, now just waiting for the cooldown on the Xuan's ultimate here. The Battlefield Command showing you it is up now that once CY dives in, BTR, this might be the last attempt they will ever have.
It could be the last attempt here to try and get a win off of Nova Esports. They still don't have any kind of privilege for the side of BTR right there, just literally trying to defend their crystal to the best of their ability whilst we wait for the Shadow Vanguard to come through.
There's two members to set up, right? We have the Wendy knockup, we also have the Wave Pit ultimate. We'll see. And of course, if CY ever feels ballsy enough, he can dive right in the heart of BTR. They've got
there it is.
Base.
The final T3s do fall here for the side of BTR. Nova, Wave Pit, using the Unbridled Embers, catches up to none, but the Stampede comes through here as well. The Wolves might ball being committed, but it's not going to be enough here. The pressure onto Nova is minute as they push the crystal in game number 4, and Nova take the win into the upper brackets.
It's a clean sweep for the side of the number 2 seed from MKL, Nova Esports. What a way to end the first day of knockouts.
Surgical destruction on towards Bigetron by Vitality. First 3 games, every single movement that has been dealt on towards the boards by BTR has been dismantled coming in from the Supernova, and right now in game 4, it looked neck and neck in the early game, but the execution on the Mai Shiranui and the Ryuban combo was so darn crisp, and CY's fate was the most cleanest I've seen out of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, KIC2025 really has had a lot of surprises for us. Once again, we congratulate the winners, that is Nova Esports, in this 4-0 sweep against their rivals here, BTR. But IKL fans, do not be disheartened, do not be sad, because this has been a lesson that is super valuable and super deep.
Correct, whereby today Bigetron lost. It means that they go towards the lower brackets to face off against Twisted Minds for the opportunity in that lower bracket run. And with Nova winning against BTR in a 4-0 fashion, they do advance to the upper semifinals, and it will be an MKL versus MKL matchup featuring Nova against APG.
I think a lot of people will be happy with that particular match, right? But then the lower bracket looks to be a very tough run. I mean, if you make it out of the lower brackets, I think, and you win, that would be your best story ever, because the battle has been super tough so far.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, TM's down there. They're the first team to make it into the lower bracket. So if they were to kind of climb their way up, I mean, they have defined the impossible odds when they lost against OG Esports for like the past like how many series, and then when it mattered the most, they won. So I don't think TM's, you can count them out.
Definitely not.
Definitely
and
not.
You know what the scary thing is, regardless of what happens in the schedule, you will meet another MKL team.
That is
correct. This is a very scary notion for anyone traversing in this lower bracket run. But for now, we celebrate the winners. Let's take a look at this setup by Nova. Crazy good.
9-1-3 on towards CY, 2-0-10 on towards Wendy here. And Xuan, I remember you guys were talking about his Battlefield command, which is the ultimate of Liu Bang, has been really on point in multiple of these occasions and saving Wendy and CY.
Yeah, it's a big crazy game. And I think the MVP has to go for CY at this point, right? The decision making, it's so scary because on the side of Nova, it really is individual play, super good. It's an entirety. The whole of Nova operates like one hive mind.
Yeah.
And take a look at the damage. Muji, because of the success of CY, who is dealing 113 damage, K damage by the way, Muji dealt 128, got the final hit on the crystal as well. Everything going in favor of Nova Esports.
It's why I love the Flowborn marksman, man. Like, it just does so much damage, especially in the early game, especially against like squishy heroes like the Arlie. I mean, yes, you have the Parasol, and yes, you have the Maple Dance to kind of cancel out any kind of projectile, but when it's piercing, it's going to hurt a hard amount of times. But this time around, obviously, we did see a little bit of trade with the Tyrants onto the side of BTR, but 14 kills to 9 is still quite considered a low kill game.
That was a low kill game.
It was.
At the very least, in towards the later stages of the game, Zangq had a lot of DPS moments on towards calming jungle here, but this mid-to-mid matchup, once again, featuring Wendy against Neil here. I gotta say, Neil has been pretty consistent with those boards, trapping members like Muchi, trapping those like the Wave Pit, and it all led to like a bit of a shift up in that mid game for the side of BTR by Vitality, but it was at those moments, at that Tyrant.
Every time you hear Neil prop the aiming of the board, it felt like, okay, BTR is going to come back. And then, you know, once they released that Unbridled Outburst, it led to a situation where the MVP of this game, CY, just caused absolute destruction. He came in, he got the Battlefield command, he got a knockup by his mid laner as well. Everything to the success of the hero phase, showing you that he may be squishy, but he can destroy you.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there was a few moments in time where those Hard and Jade Steels didn't quite connect onto the side of the BTR, but I mean, drastically here, it happened more times than not, because 9-1-3 KDA here for the side of CY on Nova, and that 29% of damage dealt.
You know what's the most important kill he got? If you take a look at the highlights, CY, yes, it's great to be able to catch Zangq, but the biggest one was actually taking out Omson, because Omson was one of the main win conditions. The Lapu Lapu, this newly released hero, which is going to be available for you tomorrow, just complete the quest. He is so valuable, the amount of control, he makes you stuck for 2 seconds.
And this is the big play that Wendy actually committed on towards Zangq. Zangq had like what, 11, 12k gold at this point. Removing him from the team, you don't have much of a DPS angle. If Zang goes in, he's immediately going to capitalize on towards CY on that overly fed fade. So definitely, it's a pretty difficult draft to execute coming in for BTR.
Very difficult, but it gives you a lot of options as well. Xuan can jump for the CY, he can jump for the Wendy, and when Wave Pit does his ultimate, he gets that Mad Stampede. You can use that as well.
Yeah, exactly. That Stampede is very impressive, especially when you've used that Unbridled Outburst. I mean, towards the end, at the Crystal base, you saw that the Unbridled Outburst like completely whipped, but he had the Stampede, which was literally just like locking down the side of BTR. So that is Nova Esports obviously taking a 4-0 victory over BTR, knocking BTR down to the lower brackets where they will obviously play up against Twisted Minds.
I think for BTR, they definitely need to revisit their mental game here, because suffering a 0-4 loss, yes, it doesn't feel good, but the journey doesn't end here. You need to reset yourself and go face off against Twisted Minds in that lower bracket run. If you lose that, then you have time to solve. But before that, keep your heads high and reevaluate what you can do better for that most important series coming in for them.
Yeah, I think this shows you, I mean, for our casual players, semi-pros, and even our potential pros that will be looking to enter the scene next season, this is very valuable because now you get to see why you have to practice so many different heroes. Why do you have to learn heroes, learn the roles, not just your own roles, but other roles as well, right? The synergy that's available. Just one pick by Xuan, this Liu Bang. Look at how valuable it is. Now you have so many options, you know who to jump at. And communication. We didn't get to see this yet in KIC2025, but I think it's going to be, just follow us on social media, go and learn the lessons.
Definitely. And if you are interested to see what exactly went down, can go check out our social media. But what we will be checking is the winners interview coming in with Nova Esports. Mara, take it away.
Nova is showing us their strength in this competition. Congratulations. Weipit, Xuan, the 4-0 Weipit, was that something that you predicted even before the game started?
Yes.
Pretty much, yes. Very confident. Now let's talk about this combo that we've been seeing throughout the competition. The combo exists in KIC 2025.
Because it's very easy to play, and Naja with 2 Audi is very OP.
Very easy, very OP, and I'm sure everyone watching will use this combo a lot more in RRG. Now, Xuan, you've defeated your former teammate, Zhang Q, but you know what? He's one of the top players, rising players right now in KIC and in the HOK. So what would you like to say to him, because you've just set him down the lower bracket? Any message for him?
Zhang Q is a good player. I'm sure he can do better.
Very nice words to tell Zhang Q, and I'm sure that he'll take it to heart and he'll want to climb up. Now, Weipit, up next in the upper bracket semis. Once again, you're going to be facing Alpha Gaming, another Malaysian team, and they've never defeated you in an international tournament or a single series. Is there anything that you would like to say to them?
Good luck. Enjoy the game. I think it will be very interesting.
It'll be very interesting, and no matter what, for sure you will make Malaysia proud. And of course, Xuan, what would you like to say to all the Malaysian fans, all the Nova fans? Sure.
Terima kasih atas sokongan kepada Nova. Kami akan terus berusaha untuk menang. Malaysia boleh.
Malaysia boleh. Wait, but can you translate it for us?
Thank you for support us. We will do better. Malaysia can.
I don't know what's better than that, because you guys are so phenomenal. Once again, congratulations, Xuan. Congratulations, Weipit. Congratulations to Nova, showing us how it's done here in KIC 2025, raising the standards in the international stage. We're going to be talking about what's happening next, so we're going to head back to our casters. Lead the gorge.
Thank you, Mara. That was an interesting interview coming in with Boshen and also Weipit coming in from Nova Esports here. Malaysia bowling means Malaysia can do it, and that is exactly the case here for our MKL second team.
Yeah, I love this performance by Nova because it shows you how clean the global teams can be, and that's a source of inspiration for every single member out there. Now, of course, with that being said, I think we have had a beautiful 2-series game, right? Yep. In the best of 7. Not the kind of results we were expecting, right? But nonetheless, this is why HOK is so interesting. So let's visit the matchups and the brackets as we work through the rest of this tournament as well.
Exactly. So this will be the updated bracket after the 2 series that we had to play for today. Nova Esports defeated BTR in a 40-all fashion and advanced to the upper bracket match 7 semifinals. With them will be APG, who defeated KMW's Final Hope Twisted Minds, advancing themselves to meet Nova at that upper bracket. But take a look at the lower bracket here. Match number 5 will be featuring BTR against Twisted Mind for tournament hopes and elimination lines on the 22 November.
Yeah, this is going to be a very important matchup, right?
Oh, yeah.
BTR and Twisted Minds, I don't know if they've ever met before.
I don't think so.
No.
Okay, now that is interesting because I want to see the strongest of IKL go up against the strongest of KMW. We will be entertained and we will be learning quite a lot. But of course, let's not jump too far ahead of ourselves. Tomorrow, this is the deciding fates on the side of Homeboys Black True Esports, who will be taking up their mantle against Vesaka. What are the dark horses of this competition from IKL? Of course, we have the El Clasico over here, a rematch of Blacklist International against Boom Esports.
For Vesaka, if they can really make it past the side of Homeboys Black True Esports, they can make it through the entire tournament there. But easy said than done. We saw how Homeboys Black True Esports, how dominant they were back in the group stage itself. So it's really up to how Vesaka is able to gain that knowledge, just like what BTR has done against Nova in today. And the last matchup of yet tomorrow will be Blacklist International versus Boom Esports. Good news for PKL fans. You get minimum one team, maximum one team, to that semifinals, which is top 6 finish. But you will have to sacrifice one of your homeboys to that lower bracket.
I like the fact they use Homeboys and sacrifice. I don't know if that's going to be the case. I mean, the Saka fans definitely want to sacrifice the Homeboys Black True Esports team to get the IKL hopeful into the next stage of the tournament. But with that being said, I think we are in for a very fun day tomorrow.
But definitely, that was all the series that we have today, with MKL teams reigning supreme in a much more dominant fashion in a 4-1. 4-0 for both APG and also Nova Esports. It has been a great day. My name is Sagi Joke. Along with me is Kindofu and Bland Moba. This is day number 6 of Honor of Kings KIC. We bid you good night and goodbye. See you tomorrow.
As one story continues, another must begin anew. 2 teams have been sent down the lower bracket to survive another day, while 2 move forward in the upper bracket. But tomorrow, it'll be bittersweet matchup. In front of the home crowd, it'll be Philippines versus Philippines. Rivalry between hometown heroes. And rivalry will be the theme of the day, as we'll witness the classic Indonesia versus Malaysia matchup. So you better not miss it. I'm Mara Aquino, and you've been watching the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025. Keep it good vibes, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night.